Please share. I have to run the next one on the phone. I didn't prepare on that. That's the students who need to switch on. I'm using microphone for chairperson. If somebody asks a question, we'll pass on this. Thank you.
And is this the
Yeah. Pointer. Should I connect it now?
perhaps it later? I'm gonna try and see if I could send my another of my presentation that has notes. So if it is able to come through to you, then I will use that.
You can send it to here.
Info and is it?
Yeah.
I'll try and send it.
I'll download it. Okay. Or you can also download it. You can also download it. I have loaded it.
Okay.
Welcome.
Can't hear, can't. Can't see the video.
It will never happen, and actually, we are very positive. The thing is that we see what is that when we have very vigorous, we can do. We say one really good thing, and it's not to that's we now get knowledge. And so, yeah, really, our community is kind of like we can depend on particular. If we do the mixed, yeah, we're gonna have all this related in the nature. The weekend after, not possible.
Hello.
And in the Italian markets, I have many colleagues in Italian and friends because I'm not a language.
So you don't have a kill method.
No, I don't. You working on it? I want you are very.
Almost 28
Oh, wow.
Previously, before the
And send this.
It is good at this which not.
Yeah.
So you're following that.
Yeah. Very good.
I don't know, I will find it. Please. For I try to do. Was kind of overconfident. And I wasn't. I went all over the university and people told me, you know, when you're at but he's from the and I turned to I with the go to that of the program in 2 months. That it was very difficult time. Internet things were now probably it was 10 years of it. I think in this conference things are going to happen.
I appreciate it. It's not good. I want to see. Right. These are the, you know, file. It's just not. And just. No, it's in there. Oh. Yes. No.
How
I've compressed it and sent it, hoping it will come. No, hasn't come. No.
Yes. Nice to meet you.
So I'm Dr. And the choice.
Good. Okay. Okay. That's a question. I think the information no, my question will be online. Just I will share the line. If we share it online, we have online. Yes. Okay, then if I could just check again, so the question is the information. To share the line. Can you just put it with just to share with we ask me what I could think of in action. Everyone was going to say to me, okay, it was sort of something different. No one was actually one of the place. If you want to invite me, I was looking like a better way to actually want something. This is a joke.
It's not sure that's not happening because of the size of the panel.
No, I did not receive it.
Oh. It's it's the same email that you sent to me.
Just do one thing, you can provide me through the pen drive.
I can't.
Sorry.
It doesn't allow.
And that's what we are not allowing through USB.
It's saying. This is on, right? Do you want me to? Oh, they just stepped out. Maybe wait for them to come in. There are a few delegates who are sitting there who just probably they're just going to pick up their this. Gratitude. Okay, that would be great.
So should I replace it?
Yes, please, if you could. Thank you.
Yes, sure. I'll do it. Sure. You take yours.
It hasn't come through. No, this is not the, the one with the notes has not come through.
Okay, are you talking about the notes?
I sent with just some notes there.
This is the updated one. They have compressed in this in it again to me.
Oh, yeah, I compressed it as well.
Yeah,
I just sent it now, right?
yes.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just,
Or else you can keep.
I'll keep the thing over here and I'll do it. Not an issue. Just to take this thing. That's not an issue. Yeah. Okay.
So that results in comments. So now, so that. Still, somebody sitting just.
Yeah.
All good.
Yes. All seems
Do you
good.
want to present to your computer?
And no, it's okay. I'll just keep it because I'm not, I was able
Okay,
to
okay.
send it to him, but
Okay.
the revised one was not going through. So I'll just keep it there when I present
Okay.
it. That should be okay. Hi, everyone. A very good morning to all of you here, and welcome to the 10th Digital Pathology and AI UCGC Congress here in Berlin, Germany. So I'm Radha Krishnan. I'm going to be the chair for this morning's session, along with Dr. Sabina Memov, who when she joins me. Before we get started, just a couple of information about the UCGC conferences. The utilitarian conferences gathering, it actually offers a wide range of meetings and conferences, events, workshops, and symposia. They have a dedicated team who are aimed at acquiring the technologies, adopting the knowledge of the business needs, and accelerating with best ideas and strategies. The Utilitarian Conferences Gathering is a pioneer in the area of event management collaboration, They are a full-service event provider specializing in the field of health, medical, clinical, healthcare, life sciences, pharma, and environmental sciences for academic and industrial sectors. They stand out distinctly from their competitors with their commitment to quality, round-the-clock service, and unmatched price. And they're able to provide you with the best event and the meeting experience under one roof. So the UCG conferences make sure that as a client, they choose you the most appropriate event that's relevant. So we thank you all for finding time in your busy schedule to be here today. And today marks a major activity in the brief existence of the UCG conference, a moment where they're interacting, sharing experiences, and reflecting on various areas. The 10th Digital Pathology 2023 is a remarkable event as it brings together many professors, researchers, and students in the 10th World Digital Pathology Congress, making the conference a perfect platform to share experiences, foster collaborations across industry and academia, and evaluate emerging technologies across the globe. So we cordially invite you to welcome you to join us and witness the advances in this field together. The conference has actually attracted delegates who have come from all over the world, across continents, and the subject is purely of global importance. The UCG conference team, and I would like to thank all the individuals and organizations who have worked to make this conference a grand success. And I would also like to extend our appreciation to the participants in this conference. We hope you enjoy the conference and that our participation will contribute to the professional development and relationships. So just a few housekeeping notes. The timing for the keynote speakers will be around 40 minutes. The timing for the rest of the speakers will be 25 minutes. The poster session would have 15 minutes, and there is a workshop which will be for a 40-minute duration. The meetings are being recorded. The Q&A session will be at the end of each presentation, and we also have for the attendees who are here in person. For those who are attending online, there is also a Q&A session tomorrow during the online session. I'll move forward. So we have a very impressive lineup of keynote speakers, and I would briefly introduce them. It just gives me great pleasure to introduce the keynote speakers for our conference, Dr. Anil Parvani, who's a professor and vice chair and director of the Anatomical Pathology Department in the US. Dr. Richa Saxena, who's a professor and course director in the US. Dr. Vivekanand S. Rege, who's Shanta Shripad Rege, Mumbai, India. Dr. Michael Retsky, who's an honorary associate professor at the University College London, and Dr. Zev Leifer from the Leifer Institute of Molecular and Digital Pathology. So we'll now proceed to begin our sessions. I'd like to start with our first poster presentation for this morning by Mr. Elton Rexhepper from France. And I'd like to invite you to provide your presentation to us this morning. Thank you so much and welcome.
So, where's the presentation, please? Today's video. Is it in?
Laser pointer for him.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Doesn't matter. I can do it without the phone. Good morning, everybody, and very, very pleased to be here today to give this presentation. It's actually on the poster. It's a presentation, but what I want to talk to you today is about how graph embeddings can be leveraged to on hematoxin
eosine, and in particular with an additional staining, the saffron staining, to have a deep profiling of the tumor and stroma microenvironment. How can you have to put this one for the laser print and this one with the back? Okay, for the next one. Thank you. For the next one, yeah. You have to press it. It's working. Okay. To characterize the tumor microenvironment, and in particular the stroma compartment for oncology applications. So very briefly, where I'm coming from. So I'm leading a team of scientists and engineers, part of Sanofi research and development department, where we support the different teams across the R&D value chain at Sanofi when it comes to advanced methodology applied to imaging and pathology. In particular, it takes a good proportion of the type of data that we work on. On the left is just the kind of expertise we have, the kind of methods we work, and I was very happy today. In a very short time, I won't be able to go into details on the topic that I decided to share with you, but I'm very happy to discuss after that with you if you have any questions on those methods and the topic and the details I'm going to share with you during my presentation. So what is this graph embeddings all about? So if you look at the typical image here, the H&E image, what we are trying to do is that if you look at a gross tissue specimen, and if you break it down in a very small patches, how can you characterize what you see there without any bias in terms of what kind of patterns, what kind of morphology you are trying to characterize? And this is where the graph embeddings can be used. Where initially you start to describe the spatial connection between the cells here as a graph, and then which each node of the graph can encode certain characteristics of that cell. So each node is a cell that can be the morphology, the texture, and if you have other type of imaging, like let's say for example multiplex immunofluorescence, or some of these novel high content imaging, special tissue imaging, then you can put into that node all the relevant biomarkers. With the final aim is to let the convolutional neural network that will analyze this type of graph to be able to attach to each node of to each cell a vector. So that's what the embedding is. That can characterize uniquely every node depending on how it is surrounded by its neighbors, and what makes it particular in terms of, again, tissue and depth of morphology, texture, and expression of underlying molecular markers. So this is what's all about. And then once you have these embeddings for each cell, then you can look at how those cells can be clustered together in a totally unsupervised way. And in that way, you can understand a little bit the underlying tissue structure. So this is in a nutshell what we are trying to do with this graph tools. So there's different type of methods you could apply to graphs once you have that defined, as I mentioned previously. But what is very interesting here is this contrastive learning, because it can be used in a totally unsupervised way. What it means that you don't need a label to the tissue. You can just take the image and then perturb it a little bit, and then let the underlying algorithm learn the necessary ways to distinguish between the original image and the slightly modified version of it. So it's very extensively used on standard convolutional neural network, but it started to be used also in graph-based convolutional neural network, where the input is not anymore an image, but it is a graph. And this is where the deep graph informax comes into play, because it's a novel type of method. It was initially described in 2018 in social media analysis, where again the input is it's a graph, and then you're trying to learn the weights of a neural network that can distinguish the original graph. So here it can be a graph on let's say on a tumor region, but it can be also a graph that can describe a whole patient. and the purpose of the goal of the network is to be able to learn the necessary weights to understand the original graph from the perturbed version of that initial graph. Again, what you want at the end is that the network can learn the weights in such a way that it can attach to every node of the graph the weights that can uniquely characterize that node. So how we're using it in the context of coming to the understanding of the tumor microenvironment here is we have different applications that we are applying this type of methods, but one of them was to be able to recognize tertiary lymphoid structures from H&E and saffron staining. And one of the data sets that we leveraged was a public data set that was published 2 years ago in PLOS ONE, where they had a set of lung tumors annotated by pathologists. That's what you see here on the mask on the bottom is all the tertiary lymphoid structures annotated by pathologists on the image. What we did is that was to take this image and then do what I described previously, segment the cells, make the graph, and then let the deep graph convolutional neural network learn the necessary weights attached to each node, each cell. And then those weights were the input to a lightweight classification algorithm. In this case, we used support vector machines, but it can be any other algorithm that takes as an input embeddings attached to each cell, and then we'll try to characterize that cell in a binary supervised classification belonging in yellow to a tertiary lymphoid structure or not belonging to a tertiary lymphoid structure. What we see here is the output of the SVN classification model applied to embeddings on the cells to the left, where you can see that it's more or less attaching the right label to each one of those cells belonging to the tertiary lymphoid structures. So we did compare it with the initial in terms of the residual operating curve to the initial performances of the algorithm that was published in the paper, but also to node to vector embeddings, which is a much simpler version of trying to describe the underlying structure of the graph. And what we saw was that for different, what you see here, it's a curve, because one of the basic questions that you can ask yourself is how do you connect the cells between themselves? What is the minimum distance? So for this purpose, we try different radiuses, and what we see is that as you increase the radius, you tend to have the performances tend to improve, which would be in line actually what you would expect if you look at the image, that the higher the distance between two cells you can consider to connect together, the more likely you are to really capture a big structure such as the TLS. And that's what we see basically on the receiver operator curves applied to this data set. So this was for us an initial learning process, and then after that we tried to apply to another data set, which is it's a data set part of a consortium that is it is trying to build probably the benchmarking data set for spatial tissue imaging on immuno-oncology. It's called IMUCAN. It's an innovation medicine initiative call from the European Union that groups together several pharma partners as well as academic institutions, with the final aim to have a set of a couple of hundreds of patients that are all profiled when it comes to standard spatial tissue imaging technologies such as fluorescence and imaging mass cytometry. So what we did was to basically take those data and apply this technology, this graph-based approach to this data. For the purpose of, in the interest of time, I'm only to show the data on the imaging mass cytometry, but we're also working on immunofluorescence. And again, the idea is to take the graph that characterize each one of those imaging mass cytometry snapshot from, in this case, from the non-small cell lung cancer and the squamous cell carcinoma and breast cancer. So we tried to select 3 indications here where we had a comparable number of patients, and we tried 3 different tasks here to. I'm going to very briefly go through the results, but we chose 3 different tasks that where we had labels by pathologists. The first task was, I apologize for the small the small font here. The first one is the prediction of immune infiltration. The second one is tertiary. Sorry, the third one is tertiary lymphoid structures, and the second one is cell tumor region prediction. And again, what we see here, we were comparing the embeddings that were generated by our graph-based methods with different baseline methods, such as node to vec, but also the distance between the 2 nodes. And what we see systematically is that the graphs tend to be, in some tasks, they tend to give significant, much better results than the baseline methods. But in some tasks, they can also be comparable with the baseline methods, indicating that the added value of the graph also depends on the actual underlying structure. In this case, for example, one of the tasks that where we saw better performance of the graph was the prediction of tertiary lymphoid structures. Then going to the next step, how can you leverage this type of data? Again, the graph can be what produces at the end. It's an embedding, a vector that will characterize a cell. But then the question is, how do you leverage that embedding? And this is again where this data set is particularly useful, because you have a very rich. That's what we see at the bottom here. You have a very rich. In this case, only for the imaging mass cytometry, there is 80 molecular markers that characterize every single cell that we are looking at. So once you have these embeddings, then you could look at different clustering methods. Here we're trying 3 different methods: k-means, phenograph, and special sort, that are typically used in cell-based data, this kind of cell-based data. And the idea is to look at the embeddings alone. In this case, the embeddings were concatenated with 3 underlying molecular markers. And the idea is that if you combine the embeddings with the actual molecular markers that comes with imaging mass cytometry, do you actually see a better clustering, which would be the rows in this clustergram here, compared to what you would expect the actual biomarkers, which are the columns here, to distinguish the different classes. And what you see is that when you combine the actual, in this case, where we selected 3 markers, were CD8, PD1, PDL1, and the graph embeddings as one vector, one concatenated vector. But what we see is this very interesting groups of patterns that can be then described by the underlying molecular markers to understand what do they mean in terms of what was the biomedical meaning of those cells. Is there any underlying cell-to-cell communication, or do they belong to a specific tissue anatomical region? And this is how we are trying to leverage the graph embeddings, is to enrich in another way the underlying molecular markers by adding the spatial information that the graph convolutional neural network can can capture. So as a conclusion, this is the way that we are taking this forward, is that we are trying to first of all trying to look at the data in a totally unsupervised way, because we try to leverage the richness of this be that the hematoxin eosin or multiplex immunofluorescence or imaging mass cytometry to generate new hypotheses. And this is how this type of methods can be used optimally, is to really look at the data in a totally unsupervised way and let the data speak. And the clustering, in particular phenograph and spatial sort, that tend to have less biases when it comes to capturing the distance between the cells and finding the relevant clusters, can be very useful in this context. But what a very important task is to really go back and forth when it comes to the clusters and the underlying molecular markers, to understand a little bit what characterize in terms of molecular expression every cluster, and eventually also disregard some small classes typically that do not mean that where you can see there is no biological meaning, or what we also found that there was a lot of small clusters that were falling into artifacts, tissue artifacts. But ultimately, what that can be very useful is to really understand what is going on in the tissue, understand the mechanism of action if you of a potential drug, and probably the most important thing is that you could really look at those data to potentially generate new hypotheses and potentially identify what could be the next target for a new therapy. Of course, this is preliminary results. We submitted the paper to MICAI on the graph-based method, and we need to validate the data in additional cohorts to prove the robustness of the data. And as a final slide, I just want to acknowledge the collaborators from the EMUCAN IMI project, our local collaborators from the Cancer Center of Gustave Roussy in Paris, my team, and several internal collaborators at Sanofi. And with that, I can take any questions. I will thank you for your attention. I will take any questions if you have.
I think that was a great presentation. Very useful. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Just I'm a pathologist. Just a question about you use the HES just because you had it as routine stains in like from laboratory to got slides, or can it be used just H&E, for example, stain? Because like outside France, for example, most of the laboratories you get hematoxylin eosin stains without that.
That's a very good point. Actually, I had to come to France to look at hematoxylin eosin and saffron staining. But a very good point. It's you don't need to actually we are deconvolving the three stainings, the hematoxylin from eosin and from saffron, and we are ignoring the saffron staining. And we're actually leveraging the hematoxylin to segment the cells, and eosin to find the morphology, to better define the morphology. But you don't need the saffron part. We just use that particular data because this is the data we had at end. But in this case, for the purpose of the TLS findings, there is no value at all from the saffron. Yeah.
And it's just a French album. I don't know. It's HTTP actually, but it was always. And it in all that knowledge limit, they are the alcohol communication with Holland, which actually doesn't bother for an augmentation session. So just not. Okay, sorry.
No, it's
Some hospitals, also use self-funding. Use a little bit like without amazing aspect.
it provides a bit of oranges, but it can be very valuable if you want to quantify, for example, interesting collagen structures in the stroma. This is, for example, this is how we are looking at it in a totally different question. Is how can you characterize, for example, the fibrotic fibers that you can find in the intratumor stroma regions, and in particular the region that surrounds the tumor front.
I know that it's widely used for me, and you said that they would use a lot of diseases, probably because it's quite useful for some fibrosis, like fibers, outer state, but more content. Did you pay particular attention to type of the digital slides we used, format or tiles we used to be analyzed?
Yeah, we played a lot with the tile size. Here, for example, we tried different sizes, and this will deeply condition the performances of the underlying algorithm. Here, the best. So we tried 500 by 512 by 512, 1024 by 1024, and also 2048 by 2048. For the TLX, the tertiary fluid structure identification, the best performances was on 512 by 512. But it was just a finding that we did experimentally by looking at this data, and to be verified in an additional cohort, or maybe additional patients where the size of the structure might be more important. But in those patients, empirically, the 512 by 512 proved to be the best tile size. Yeah. To my knowledge, we didn't even bother to look at higher magnification, or even think of rescanning the slides, because the segmentation with that, the 20x is quite good, and what you can capture in terms of morphology, it's enough for 20x.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? I do have one.
Yes.
Your last
Hello.
interpretability of the model, and one of the, I'm a pathologist, I'm not a computation scientist, but one of the major concerns or thoughts that are coming up in the field is around interpretability or explainability of the model, and how do we understand, we pathologists or even physicians and oncologists would like to know how the models are being, what it's doing. So you were showing some heat maps. Is that what you're doing? How do we know the explainability or explainability of the model to see what is it following and what's completely wrong?
I wouldn't say that those would be the typical methods that will be useful to explain the model or to interpret the model. It's more for you to be sure that the actual findings have a biomedically meaningful. Because in this case, you're looking at exactly the underlying molecular markers expressed in the cell. And it's answering a very basic question: are the clusters that you find by combining these three molecular markers, PD1, PDL1, CDA, meaningful, yes or not? But if you really want to look at to explain the models and to interpret interpret if the models are focusing on the right part of the slide and relevant structures. You have to look at other methods, like, for example, gradient, attention maps, things like this that will really try to leverage like what is actually the model focusing at. This is more, again, to really try to understand more to make sense of the results more than on the actual model itself.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much. That was a very nice presentation. And I think the organizers would like us to present the certificate, to the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So I'd like to move on and invite. I think the next speaker is yet to arrive at Mr. John Ahmed is supposed to be on next week, and I think he's a bit delayed. So we will just move the program ahead, and I will do my presentation myself, and while we wait for Mr. John to come over.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Staff Enrollment from Kinsey Operation Company. Yeah. Welcome. I'm the other chairperson with Augmentation. So I'll take the privilege and opportunity to introduce Dr. Radhakrishna from UK to present her talk. So basically, she'll talk about AI-powered PDL1 quantification for prediction of combined positive scores. Thank you. Please.
So hi, everyone, once again. I'm Radhakrishna. I'm actually a pathologist, and I work at Merck Sharp and Dome. I'm based in the UK offices here. And today we'll be talking a little bit around the AI-powered quantification of PDL1, primarily focused around the combined positive scores. And so just to give a quick overview of my presentation today, just a quick introduction and background around PDL1 and the scoring criteria, what were taken into account for the development of the model, and some of our next steps in conclusion. Many of you would be familiar. I do see that we have a significant pathology community here, so I don't have to go much into the details of what is PDL1, but essentially the programmed death ligand, or it's a transmembrane protein that you actually find on the normal cells in a normal immune system, and you do have the PD1, which is the programmed death receptor that is actually found on the cytotoxic T cells. And so in the normal immune system, there is a good balance here that the immune response is controlled so that the normal cells are not exposed to the cytotoxic T cells, which undergo apoptotic cell death. So what happens here is that the tumor cells are able to express the PDL1, and they are able to escape the detection by utilizing this PD1, PDL1 pathway here. And what we are also doing, we know now that within the current IO space, that there are a number of anti-PD1 and PDL1 therapies like nivolumab and pembrolizumab that have enabled the opening up this PD1, PDL1 curve structure, and have blocking the PD1, PDL1 ligand formation and the receptor ligand formation, and they enable the immune response to occur against the tumor cells. And this PD1 or the PDL1 upregulation is seen in multiple tumor types and has been used as a very significant and important biomarker to predict response to therapy in these patients, to anti-PDL1 therapy. If we move a little bit into the scoring of PDL1, Many of us pathologists know that PD-L1 is as significant and important biomarker it is for predicted response to treatment. It is also fraught with a number of challenges to the pathologists with the temporal and the spatial heterogeneity that you see. It's an adaptive marker, it's a physiological biomarker, but it comes in with its heterogeneity that we normally see. The scoring of these tumors, particularly those that are poorly circumscribed and heterogeneous, is quite challenging. There are multiple pre-analytical factors that further impact it and impact the staining quality. We do find, particularly in lung, you have anthracotic pigments that are closely mimic the brown staining of these PD-L1 cells, and it could sometimes be a challenge. When I talk about in lung, most of the scoring we do is tumor proportion score. So you got to delineate the tumor cells versus the immune cells. And there are sometimes challenges in able to identify the macrophages, which are in and around the tumor cells, that also stain strongly positive for PD-L1 from the tumor cells themselves. You know, the distinction is quite close and quite challenging. Cytoplasmic staining could very often be seen here, and we do say that membrane staining is considered to be the positive staining for PD-L1. And of course, you have non-specific staining where a necrotic tissue takes up a very significant amount of PD-L1 staining. Borderline cases. Each of these different tumor types have a CPS a cutoff point, which says based on that cutoff, the patient will be responding to therapy or they will be put on IO therapy. And that borderline to say, is it a CPS 1 versus 0, a CPS 10 versus less than 10 is going to be a bit of a challenge. But we would like to convert challenges into opportunities for PD-L1. We know that there have been several studies that have shown that within a pathologist, we can get a very good agreement when we want to score PD-L1. But they've also shown across multi-institutional studies that when you increase the number of pathologists or number of observers, getting a combined agreement between them is equally challenging. And we've had several AI algorithms that are being developed and have been used to investigate the role of PD-L1, which provides a lot of insight into the expression of PD-L1, into the heterogeneity within the tumor microenvironment. And when we combine this with both chromogenic and immunofluorescence like MIF, it allows us to provide a quantitative analysis of the broader tumor microenvironment. So knowing that there is this AI development in becoming a very useful research tool, it is just normal to expect that we could leverage these AI algorithms as a clinical tool for practicing pathologists to support in their daily workflow. So with that in mind, as a motivation for us, we started looking at developing a deep learning algorithm that was more focused on an automated CPS score for PD-L1. And we use a 22C3 PharmDX assay from Agilent. We had 7 pathologists who were independently scoring and provided a blinded review of the data, and we had the data generated from. So in order to avoid a single pathologist bias, we had multiple pathologists to score, and we took the median of the pathology scores. We developed the deep learning algorithm to quantify the PD-L1 expression on both the tumor cells and the immune cells. As many of you would be familiar, combined positive score is basically providing the positive expression of PD-L1 on both the tumor cells and the immune cells. And when we talk about 22C3, it's primarily the macrophages and the lymphocytes that we're focusing on, and not the other immune cells like plasma cells or the polymorphs that are in the tissue microenvironment. And then the denominator is, of course, the number of viable tumor cells that you would see. So what we did do was we purchased commercial, head and neck cancer samples, and we actually had the data from the 22C3 slides stained at a commercial vendor, scored by pathologists who have been trained and certified on the Agilent assay. We also use the whole slide images of these archival samples and to develop the algorithm. And what we have done is essentially look at this is our model development, outline of the model development. For the analysis breakdown, we had the pre-analytics. I'll talk a little bit more into the pre-analytics piece later on. We had the region identification that was coming up, and segmentation of the tumor region versus the nuclear detection, looking at the PD-L1 status across the specific cell type. And we used 2 approaches. We had an HIF approach, which was a human interpretable feature approach. And of course, a black box approach was also looked at as a secondary model. So when we received the data sets, we had around 300 plus samples that we acquired initially, and currently we're working on another set of 250 samples. So we split the data into three different data sets to train the model. We had an internal validation data set, and then we had an SAV or a standalone validation data set that was completely blinded to the model, and it was a fresh data set that had only the pathology scores. And then we sort of applied the model against it. So we made sure that there was the model was separated out to have a training and a validation and a standalone validation data set. And the next steps is hope to have this done on clinical samples and sort of assess the model performance. And of course, if all goes well, we would want to then look at it across different scanner types as well. So before I go into the specifics of the prep analysis pipeline, I just want to walk you through the different steps of the process and what is it that is coming as an output from each of the steps of the model. So as you know, once we have the whole slide images scanned and available, we did the automated pre-processing of the images as a first step. And at this step, what we did do was to have a binary mask to be created. And this binary mask was actually providing us the information on what was the specific area on the tissue that had to be used for the model identification and for the PDL1 scoring. So this was the first step of the model. And once that was completed, then we went to the next step where we had a prediction of 2 steps of here. And as many of us are aware, this is a very standard, again, process when we're doing a model generation is looking at the tumor area versus the non-tumor area. So sort of ensuring that the model is able to predict automatically the areas of tumor from the non-tumor areas. And once that was done, within the tumor ROI, we were then looking at it to say, to look at the cell type identification. Are these tumor cells? Are the immune cells? And within the immune cell population, to look at the different types of immune cells, stromal cells, and endothelial cells. We sort of further separated them out. And once we separated them out, we then did the last step of the model that was looking at the positive expression of PDL1 or not against this. And then we used this last step of the model, which was the HIF model, where we then provided a CPS score. And this was compared against the pathology scores that we used, again, a median score from 7 different pathologists. We also use the last to use a black box approach, where we said we would use an MIL, multiple instance learning approach, to look at the positive negative status prediction of PDL1. So going into the pre-analytics model that we had developed. So if we look here, we all know that as a first step of the QC, when we start performing any level, as a pathologist, we would look at a case to see, are we comfortable that the sample does have adequate tumor? Is there any, quality of staining? The technical components of the technical quality is something that we would evaluate. So from immunohistochemistry, what we also did was to ensure that the first step of the process was to look at the technical quality of the staining and of the sections as well. So we performed an automated pre-processing of the RHC slides, where we were making sure that if you look at this area, this was the input, which was the immunohistochemistry whole slide image, and we had the output, which was the binary mask, where we had applied this QC steps, where we would remove any folds in the tissues, any pen marks, and any debris. So you can see here, these are the established processing steps of a QC that we have, where we are able to remove the pen marks, any dark regions, which could be dab precipitates on the tissue, tissue folds, non-tissue regions, cells that are completely out of focus, and red blood cells as well, that we are able to now looking at it. We are now working on implementing the same on necrotic areas, anucleate squams or dead keratinized substance, or, also looking at areas of significant keratinization that is going to be seen very commonly in these head and neck samples, and even in dust, because we sometimes have these slides scanned at a high level. So we also use that to make sure that all of those, as you can see here, the binary mask that we applied was actually able to exclude all of these tissue folds, these areas that were there in the section, and exclude them from the scoring. Just another example to show the auto pre-analytics that you could see here. Again, particularly when you come to immunohistochemistry, it's quite challenging compared to H&E. We found that we had to do a little more additional work, and it really took us quite a few months before we could get to saying that, particularly when we had these pen markings, because it's the hematoxylin, the DAB stain, or the brown color that we use with the DAB. And what was happening was, in an attempt when we are trying to remove any of the pen markings, sometimes would have the red color or the green or black. they were correlating we had challenges to see in order to try and remove these pen marks, it was also not removing the dab coloring that was happening in this. So after multiple iterations, we actually came up with a very good algorithm where we were actually able to significantly remove these pen marks, as you can see here on this binary masks that you can see here, and the final tissue mask where all of those areas have been clearly excluded from the tissue section. And what we also did was the input image, we had the hematoxylin stain, and we did do a stain normalization or color normalization to ensure that this was actually removed. What we have also done is then move on. Once we did the pre-analytics and the quality control, we next said that we are going to be using a deep learning based segmentation of the tissue to say what is tumor area versus non-tumor area. So we took up the whole slide image, we used a 10x magnification, and we broke them into tiles, and the prediction was performed at the tile level, as you could see here. The tumor area included the tumor proper with the tumor cells, the surrounding immediate peritumoral, intratumoral stroma, including the advancing or the invasive margins of the tumor, and the associated immune cells within and around the tumor area. So the entire component was making up the tumor area. And then the annotations were provided by pathologists, which would include tumor area, the quality control to remove all of the areas that we spoke about earlier, excluding necrotic regions. And then we are working currently on annotating the subregions of this tumor to separate them out into tumor proper, the stroma, and the immune cells as well. So if you look at some of the data that have been generated, so what we did do was we initially took about 45 samples that had been annotated by pathologists, and we did a pixel-wise segmentation approach where we split the 45 samples into 35 training slides and 10 validation data set that we kept aside. And we looked at the generalization of the model, and we had the pathologist to visually inspect the 10 cases to see the model was indeed performing appropriately. And we looked at it and we saw that, and we used a unit approach where we had what we would call as the model that I'm not a computational person, so I do work very closely with our computational scientists, where they use a unit model which had this contracting encoder path followed by the expanding decoder path mechanism. And we found that we had a very nice AUC of 0.96 that we were able to generate from a single aggregate result on a slide. So some examples to show what we were able to see. If you could see here, this was a whole slide image, and this is a section that is showing a very strong PD-L1 staining in the regions of the tumor. And if we look at it, the model actually was able to associate, and it learned to associate the PD-L1 stained regions with the tumor area, and the ground truth mask was actually picking up the specific areas of the tumor. And the probability heat map here, you could actually see that the bright yellow areas are the ones where the model is able to provide with a good level of confidence that it was actually identifying the tumor areas versus the non-tumor areas, which are the dark blue versus the lighter blues here. And this is the probability that we're actually talking about at the pixel level for the tumor area. Now, we also wanted to understand if the model was just picking up because of the dark brown of the color of the PD-L1, or was it also trying to understand that the morphological components of the features were also getting incorporated into the model for it to be able to identify the tumor area. So we applied this on a sample that was completely negative for PD-L1. As you can see, here is a lymph node with a lot of tumor here. And I'm sorry that the quality of the image is not great here once it's blown up. It's very pixelated, but overall, the periphery is the normal lymphoid tissue that you're actually seeing here, and the rest of it in the middle here is where there is a lot of the tumor within the lymph node, and the ground truth mask again is able to pick up and identify the tumor areas very clearly with a very nice correlation of the probability heat map, which is actually excluding this peripheral area of the normal lymphoid tissue that you're actually seeing here compared to the tumor areas. Once we had the tissue or the initial model with the tumor region segregation versus a non-tumor, we moved on to look at using again the deep learning model to identify the cell types. Now, the cell type detection was based upon the nuclear segmentation process. So we used a multinomial classification model that was trained using the different nuclear morphological features, as you can see that we have shown here. So we then separated them into tumor cells and immune cells and stromal cells. Because it's a very early pilot, we are now working on, we combine the immune cells we combine both the lymphocytes and macrophages into a single immune cell population, but there is work underway where we are trying to sort of separate out the lymphocytes versus the macrophages, which is one of the most challenging. And we don't only rely on pathologist annotations, we are also using immunohistochemistry to try and, sort of utilize that to sort of form our cell detection. But right now, as you can see here, we combined the two cell types into one and the stromal cells. And once we had that cell type classification, then we applied the saying, what is the status of PD-L1 across each of these cell types? Are they positive or negative? And we actually had to use the optical density-based, threshold-based classification, where we said the DAB staining, what was the OD for each of these, for the DAB stain to identify if the cell was positive or negative. Again, one of the biggest challenges that we actually ran into when we did this was looking at the it's a very unique challenge again that we identified with immunohistochemistry based images, because when we were doing nuclear segmentation or nuclear detection techniques, there were a couple of major challenges that we ran into. The first thing is that there's absence of membrane staining. With the H&E, you actually have the eosin that actually provides you with the the correlation of the nucleus and the surrounding structures, but here it's the pale blue hematoxylin counter stain, and there's an absence of membrane staining, which is unlike the H&E images. And the quality of the PD-L1, the DAB stain also keeps changing, right? So we really found it very challenging in cases, particularly where there was a very strong PD-L1 staining with the leak into the cytoplasm, and sometimes nuclear staining as well. The cytoplasmic staining or the nuclear staining was completely masking the hematoxylin counter stain of the nuclei, and the nuclei could not be detected. So what was happening was there was a false negative, detection of the model. And what we had to actually do was it really made the model detections, there was a bit of a challenge. So we actually performed a color deconvolution process, and we did stain normalization that we did. And you could see here that when we initially started off before the pre-processing step with the color deconvolution and the stain normalization, the number of cells or the nuclei that were detected were much significantly lower compared to after we applied this pre-processing approach. So this is actually a very simple table to show then we then went on to the next step. Now we knew that we were able to do the nuclear detection, identify the tumor cells, immune cells, and stroma. We said, next step is to see whether these cells were positive or negative for PD-L1. And you can see here the first row is actually showing the number of annotations that we had across each of the cell type. And as you would understand, it's a very labor-intense time for pathologists to sit and annotate every cell type that was either PD-L1 positive or negative. So we only used about 12 annotated slides. And then post-normalization, we said what was the percentage of cell types that were detected by the model. And you can see here that with the positive PD-L1 positivity, we could actually see it was much lower compared to detecting cells that were PD-L1 negative with the model. And it was quite difficult for the model, particularly when the hematoxylin stains are much weaker. It was much more challenging to detect it, and the contrast between the nucleus and the surroundings was quite challenging until we applied the post-normalization approach. And we actually enhanced the hematoxylin stains while we preserved the DAB stain as well, so that it would improve the cell detection. And once we did that stain normalization process, we found that following the stain normalization, the number of PD-L1 positive cells that we were able to detect significantly improved, with an additional detection of almost 67% of the cells that were missed prior to the normalization approach. The morphological features, when we talked about nuclear features, it was again quite a challenge because we were only working off our HC. We did not use a pre-trained for H&E or like a CD68 to use it, or a CK to identify tumor cells versus immune cells. So it was primarily working from PD-L1 IHC slides. So the nuclear features, what we did do was we actually used up to 61 different morphological features of nuclei, where we generated the color, the texture, the shape, spatial configurations. And an example here is looking at the elliptical structures of the cells to say that we know that the stromal cells are much more spindled and elliptical and and compared to the immune or the tumor cells. And so we actually applied 61 different features to train our model to identify these different cell types. And this machine learning based multinomial classification model was actually approached here. And once we applied this model and we trained multiple data sets, we did see that there was a very good AUC performance that we were able to identify on the model. The next step was to go into identifying the PD-L1 positive staining. As many of you are familiar, PD-L1, particularly for tumor cells, there should be it's a definite requirement that the staining is a membrane staining, and it cannot be cytoplasmic nor nuclear. But then there is a difference when you're talking about a combined positive score, where the immune cells are also considered to be part of the positivity. So we had to make sure that our model was able to identify the specific membrane staining, be it partial or complete, on tumor cells as being positive, versus when you talked about immune cells, that it could identify, be it cytoplasmic or membrane staining, and or membrane staining to be detected as a positive cell. So what we did do was, using this radial expansion technique, we did say that for the tumor cells specifically, we used it to say this is the yellow area, which is the area of the nuclei of interest. And from there, how far away from the nucleus should the cell be in order to say that the membrane of the cell membrane is going to be positive for staining for PD-L1. We also use the spatial information to say what are the cell types close to them and are surrounding them, to also support us with identifying how far do we expand, what is the perimeter, how far, okay, like if it's a squamous cell, we know like 20 or 25 micron is an average cell of the size of the squamous cells. But then again, you have such a variability depending upon the grade of tumor, so we needed to make sure that there were associated features. And we computed the proportion of the region that contained the stains. And if the proportion exceeded the predetermined threshold that we had identified, the cell was considered to be positive. Again, we did see there was a good AUC for the tumor cells and the immune cells as well. Once all of these steps had been done, where the pre-analytics, the ROI identification, the cell type versus the PD-L1 status classification, then the last step was applying the HIF approach, which then would compute the CPS scores. So we have a few examples here where you could see here that this was a section where this was the immunohistochemistry image, which was after the advanced color normalization has been applied here. And you could see here that the tumor area versus a non-tumor identification was identified very nicely with this overlay on this tissue section. In this, again, you can see here, if we go to the next step of the process, which was the cell level identification of the whole slide image. This is the image here on the left, which is the IHC image after the advanced color normalization. And in this, you can see here that most of the tumor cells that you're seeing, the dark violet areas, are negative, and it's actually picking up as both as tumor cells as well as being negative in this model. And then we are also able to see that the immune cells, which included the lymphocytes and the macrophages, are all the orangish cells that are being picked up here. And we have the yellow cells, which are the stromal cells. And then the next step, the last step, of course, is to say, again, this is the IHC slide after color normalization, and then applying the model to say what is positive versus negative. As we saw earlier in the previous slide, the tumor cells were clearly identified along with the immune and the stromal cells. And here we can see here this dark brown is all the positive PD-L1 cells, and the negative PD-L1 cells are still staying violet here. And the CPS score that was provided by the median CPS score from 7 pathologists was a CPS of 20, and we had an automated score was providing us with a CPS of 18.85. And again, we would expect that the AI model would be much more sensitive and much more accurate than the pathologist, because it's quantifying. Like we are only able to provide an arbitrary estimate, and this is quantifying, so it was able to provide a much better score. So what we did do as a next step was to say, again, for head and neck squamous cell carcinoma, as you know, the approved modality, the approved cutoff for a patient treatment with Keytruda is a CPS of 1. So what we did do was to say we used a CPS of more than 1 versus a less than 1 to say, is our model predicting it appropriately? And you could see here that across the rows are the median scores from the pathologists, where we had about 32 samples which had a score of 0, CPS of 0, and a score of more than 0 was in 25 samples. So across 57 samples we did, and 1 sample was not acceptable. The model itself excluded it. And then on 56 slides, you can see that the NPA and the PPA was quite impressive. But we do understand that is a very early pilot project. The data looks very impressive, but again, we're very much grounded that this is an initial model development and initial data. There's significant amount of additional work that needs to go into this to fine-tune the tumor area model to improve the sensitivity of the PD-L1 model as well. And then we had looked at the last step of once we knew that we had this HIF approach, we said, why don't we look into a black box approach to which would then clearly call out to say, is it PD-L1 positive or negative, providing a binary classification of the status using a multiple instance learning approach. Now, those of you who are here very familiar with the MIL approach, it only needs does not need any pathologist annotations. You can just use the labels on the slide, on the whole slide to say, is it a PD-L1 positive or negative? So, you're sort of taking away that amount of labor intensive step of the initial process. And we did model training again on the whole slide image, and at the slide level PD-L1 status was there. And we looked at the model output, which was the PD-L1 status at the whole slide level. As you could see here, we actually, again, ran this on a subset of patients. We did the classification from 5-fold, and we had the AUC on a validation data set and a test data set that was broken up. And you can see here, this is the visual interpretation of the output of the model again, which we tried using an attention heat map to say what was the model trying to identify, to at least visually see for a pathologist how comfortable am I that this model is indeed predicting the PD-L1 from the areas that are relevant and from the tumor areas. So this is the bright orange to the red is the one that where you can actually see that the model prediction is being taken out from the area that is of the tumor, which is also PD-L1 positive, versus all of this area, which is actually the residual lymphoid tissue that is being picked up. But you can see from the attention heat map that is actually of the confidence of calling it tumor is very, very low, except for small areas. Again, this is where we were saying that the model still needs a lot of work to be done on it. So to conclude, this is a very preliminary data from the model development and the initial validation data set that we had. We do want to work continuously into improving both the models, the primary HIF model, as well as the black box model. We are developing additional 2 sets of things, additional annotations by pathologists, but in also parallel, trying the use of CD68 and CD163 to better identify, macrophages versus the tumor cells, and not just use pathologist annotation, which we know is quite challenging. And then we wanted to also see if we could correlate the AI CPS scores against the pathologist scores and cross-validate. And I would have to acknowledge the biometric research and the computational pathology team, which is Eric and John, who have done all the heavy lifting of the computational work on this side, and Ganchu, who's one of our interns who actually worked a lot on the pre-processing model. Thank you so much. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna. Any questions from the audience?
Waiting for something to just to consider one when you are especially out of EPS and lungs, become a kind of nightmare. I see that most of the slides are like those specimens, probably because in head and neck pathology, PD-L1 often is analyzed on the like this. Actually, out of head and neck, we deal mostly with the speaking of CPS. We deal with small biopsies, and quality of small biopsies lower than the specimens that we expect some sensational. So, did you consider or would you expect that the system with final product will work differently on small and very small suboptimal biopsies?
Absolutely brilliant question. And thank you so much. I completely agree with you that even in head and neck, in routine practice, we majority get outside of lymph nodes, we do get, incisional core needle biopsies or incisional biopsies, which do have very small amount of tissue. And that is our next step of the process, where these are commercial samples, and you can imagine commercial samples are mostly large excisions or resection samples. So we are now moving to see if we could procure clinical samples that would reflect the daily practice that we pathologists would be using in our routine practice guidelines. So that is also part of our next model development, because we believe that the model needs to be trained with a subset of these samples as well, to be able to see whatever we have developed as a first prep analytic pipeline and the tumor versus a non-tumor detection will actually work, particularly when the tumor denominator is going to be very low and there's going to be a significant amount of tiny specks of tissue sitting all over the slide, for the model to be able to pick up everything and identify. So that is definitely our next step of the process. And hopefully, if we find that this model development is working well, then we would extend it across additional tumor types. As you rightly said, triple negative is one area that really is challenging because of the heavy lymphoplasmacytic infiltrate in some of these tumors, particularly if it's an invasive carcinoma. The difference challenge is really difficult, like in signet ring and or diffusely invasive gastric cancers as well. So we certainly do want to extend it across multiple indications, particularly where CPS scoring is relevant and appropriate. But that would be our next step of the process as well.
The system is specifically linked takes into consideration the long time and the system that is used, like UCGCongress, that always, I imagine it's always, and it could be expandable to other codes and other machines like Roche.
So we have specifically looked at the 22C3 assay on the Dacoagulin platform, and the staining was all done. And I do think you're very well aware that although there are different clones, each of them have their own detection chemistry and the scoring approaches and the scoring cutoffs. It's TC, IC, TIC, MTIC. I mean, there are so many combinations out there. So I do not know if we can interchangeably use the model. If we want to, then they would have to certainly be trained on additional sample types with each of the different stains, primarily because the staining characteristics are so different. So our focus has been, as you can imagine, coming from MSD, we are focused on our 22C3 assay to be trying to develop something that is more relevant. So at this point in time, we're only focused on that. We do want to ensure that, again, if the model is successful, that we would want to enable multiple different scanner types to be component, because again, the scanner differences can have a huge impact on the output of the model as well. So we have started off with the Aperio 82, the Leica, which is the most biggest footprint that you have. But we do want to sort of see if we could ultimately incorporate the Hamamatsu's, the Philips, or the Roche DP200, or any other platforms that are coming up as well at some point in time. Thank you. Very, very relevant questions. Thank you so much.
Yes. I have a question on where since the implementation for company on last time. We see this approach has been applied a lot in technologies, images, because of the particular mapping.
Yes.
How can you evaluate rating in IC, knowing that the underlying gravity can actually biological reading? How do you validate it? To are normalized, it's not actually in the pathology and IC, no, it's not just reducing the variability, it's actually reducing also the information on the signal itself.
So it's, again, a very valid question. I would not be able to answer the computational piece of it. But what we did do, as you rightly said, one of the biggest challenges that we saw with the reason we used a stain normalization with H&E, the stain normalization is more because of the variability you get at the H&E stains from one slide to the other. But here it was more of the variability that we saw because, as I said, when there was a significant amount of DAP precipitate, it was clouding over the nuclei that the model was not able to identify, because the nuclear detection was based on the hematoxylin of the nuclei as well, and it was completely being challenged. So when we did apply the stain normalization, to your point, we had to do multiple iterations to make sure that we were not losing out the most important information of the signal of the nuclei that was being generated versus, trying to pick up all the cells. So it was a lot of multiple iterations we had to go through to make sure that the relevant cell types were being picked up, and cells that were, if they were lighter staining, because the nuclei were, again, grade of nuclei, they can make a difference in how dark or light the stains are, not just so there are several, as you rightly said, several biological reasoning behind the nuclear staining differences as well. So we did have to take all of that into account to say that I think we had about 10 or 12 iterations before we came to a level where we felt, again, the pathologists were, we were heavily involved to go back and re-QC it before and after, and to ensure that we were not losing meaningful information from the slide.
But it was only for the purpose of segmentation. When it comes to the point of line PD1, we go back to the ratios of the raw data.
We have actually applied it on the normalized slides right now, because again, if we did go back to the PDL1, at least for now, we haven't done it, but I would have to check with our team. I think they are actually evaluating other approaches right now, because even with this approach, we found that although I have given a very impressive AUC there, we know that in reality, we have identified several cells, tissue samples where the model identification was not as optimal as we would want it to be. So we are evaluating, to your point, do we do it only after stain normalization? What is it that is getting lost in terms of the data, as well as, so once you have trained your model on a normalized slide, could we now apply it on a slide that's not normalized, and what is happening there? So we are investigating that, but we don't have data as yet from there.
Do you see value is a kind of learners with the guidance taking for K1, or if you can just look at the whole what we see on the answer mask in terms of the underlying features? Now, would you make a change if you separate this the pattern from memories on the pattern you want, and use something that more relevant for an understanding like our stage score or sort of global answer communication would be enough?
Definitely, yes. That approach would definitely be meaningful as well. But right now, we've only started off with a membrane stain, and we use this radial expansion approach. The head score, I do not know how much value it is, because again, it's pretty much talking about membrane staining and the different this thing. But we are trying to understand if there's other ways of looking at a global pan score, or even seeing if we could develop a machine learning based cutoff that would then we can at the back end correlate back to what we are seeing as a CPS cutoff, because we are trying to understand what is the development of the membrane staining. How the most difficult is membrane staining actually to confirm that it is indeed for that particular cell, and it hasn't been easy, but so far we've managed it. A lot of work to go. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Okay, I have a question from our online attendees. So the question, really that question, is this CDL1 a new standard in this squamous cell carcinoma that in WHO?
So
this question is from Philip /
If I understood the question correctly, they're asking if PDL1 is part of the WHO. It's not a diagnostic marker. PDL1 is more of a predictive marker to see if the patient would respond to IO therapy, be it pembrolizumab or nivolumab or any of the IO combination therapies, be it mono or a combination. So I think from a WHO categorization, it is no, I do not think it is there. But as per the NCCN guidelines and where IO therapy is being recommended for patients with head and neck squamous cell carcinoma, it is indeed been approved as standard of care treatment as in patients as a first-line therapy in metastatic recurrent squamous cell carcinomas of the head and neck region. We do correlate with HPV, for example, to see if there's a correlation. Patients do pretty well with IO therapy following that, but not as part of a diagnostic criteria, not to my awareness.
Great, thank you. Since we have, there is a question from our audience again for Mr. Elton. That's a question for you. And this question is from Dr. Dr. Vivek Anand and Esther G. So the question is, how many colors can be detected from malignant cells in your technique? Is it the pure 7 colors plus blackened shades of them, since you mentioned dark brown too? Okay. So the question is from Dr. Vivek Anand and Esther G from Mumbai, India. And the question is, how many colors can be detected from the malignant cells in your technique? The second part of the question is it the pure 7 plus colors plus blackened shades of them, since you mentioned dark brown too?
Well, so I can view the for malignant cells of the augmentation usually you can only detect three. You detect basically all the different hues can normally detect on the channel. So there's no limit. Cannot have to give a number of how many calls we get. Then the second part is the lab is brown staining. It's I would say it's again I think it was the same question, right? How many shades?
How many shades? Is it just dark brown color that you mentioned?
It again it's a continuous sequence. It basically depends on the underlying the staining of itself. It's two-sided or in time, but if it's very well calibrated, you can have a very good linear dynamic range on the AV. But this depends on the thing. I would say that you could at least capture the 7 level of all the use to score between negative bar and then negative bar to very strong. That's for sure. But again, if you really want to give a number of how many what the granularity of this dynamic range, computational approach, they will very much depend on the antibody in this model.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Krishna, for the wonderful talk. Again, it's an honor to present this certification.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it's almost 7:15. They will take a 15-minute market break, and we can be back. They didn't sleep that many hours. So it's not ready.
We will really far, which is
It's not coming.
So it's on creating
Okay. She's the same to your left. Yeah. Oh, do you want to ask enough? So you have more time here. Not the cheap one. Okay. Yes. Oh, right.
So you have to do it through Zoom. Oh, all right. Okay. It's okay. I did not realize that. Yes, yeah, I got it. So they were not able to see my slides?
They have there, but I think few questions are there for this.
Okay.
After the coffee.
After copy, yes. Okay, I will answer that.
I open the chat box.
Okay.
Okay. So we can take the chart box.
Okay.
Okay, good. Do it after the position.
Hi.
And also, I won't forward you to me for network like not what I'm doing. And I kind of things I do the type of transfer. So we all teachers. I work and I understood that European while or sometimes we should run the so we might discuss a bit for 5 years. Further to know that it's in university. I think you have I did ask my colleagues because you did mention that you had access to French right? Because I don't assume that maybe you had them through a broker. Because certainly these different names like as then it seems we did not transfer and it's the UK. So probably okay. Okay.
Either I have completed or ask about the candidates.
Okay.
Thank you.
So actually, because I have heard that you have interest in scanning. And we have done that with the city slides. We have the one piece, the travel, the class from Phoenix. So I don't remember but we do also receive external slides, just making scan and local different intention, different identification, whatever. So I think if you don't mind if I send you other that you have okay. Okay. Write down your services.
Yeah. Yes. It doesn't. We all there's a change or our yeah, it's we should try to do that. It's going to move to those values. Yeah. It was okay. It was okay.
It depends, yes. So if you did, let me just so let me see, which is yours? This is here, right? And is it with your notes? You can actually see it on the, let's see. And if we did do, okay, I'm sorry, this is coming up. It should not come up. How do I do that?
Maybe you should.
Could you just,
Maybe you should.
do you want me to stop the video? I just want to check if the notes are coming up, if we shared our presentation.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I think if I go into this mode. Yes.
Yep. Right. Thank you so much.
Would you like to verify your presentation?
Yes,
Well,
because I make a small movie.
Changes?
Yes, no, not changes. Movie.
yeah, please.
Okay. I'm interested in this.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it's not working.
But do you want to put it into the full mode to see maybe if it would work?
No, it's not downloading.
Uh-oh. It's taking you to,
Okay.
so you need to click on that and then.
But this is not presented.
Yeah, you see.
Oh no.
That's what
I
I
do
thought.
not know. I'd have to ask one of them to come and help you with that. So
Yeah, I have a video on my presentation. It's not showing.
once we try to get the video on this.
Yeah, cool.
That's good.
Yeah, that's now it's working. It works.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's working.
Okay, so I need to put one click 2 times. Now and it readdress. Now it's it works. Okay. Now it's fine.
Yeah. So we need to close.
Yeah, I'll close it. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Welcome. Like,
Just. Oh, today. So what we have. So what we must also. Yeah.
well, it's clear.
So that that's all. So we can do because. So because so maybe just do. So channels. There's no one in one. It's everything. In the functions. This is your first time. Yeah, that's not me, please. He was so happy. Being very much, and also this should have only doubt it. Really good perspective, she said.
Sure. Oh, it's not yet. This is something about. I should know she part of it. And she know how here and we. On system. I'm sure. Because it's all over the air. So you can try to push it go and find. You have people who work. Okay, it's only rules. It's also important for those things. When you want to change some. You start with the expectation and improving. Somebody who are or really not talking about visual people in this, but then you can use the order to and this is something that
Okay, I do not know if I have to leave or what I should do.
To use this, so if this is a presenter mode here.
Yeah, I think we have to.
So share screen over here as we talk.
Yeah, we are required to, I believe. So I did not
Yeah.
know that. He
Yeah,
just
because
told me.
there were people saying that if you could share screen, but you're already giving the talk.
I did not realize it. So I don't know how they saw my slides actually.
Look, they were so okay. So how do we
I'm
go?
just gonna exit
It's
full
this full
screen.
screen. Bring it down.
I will just exit that for a while.
And then VP, I wouldn't leave me there. So you just
How do I?
minimize it. We need to.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
minimize that and minimize. Okay, there you are.
so this is the main. Where are the talks there?
This one is a folder here. This folder here.
Can I just quickly? For example, if I do this. So this is my view and share screen. There. Right here.
This.
This is.
Yeah. And then.
Wait a second.
It is now they are playing the program because of conference.
Yeah,
If you want to share, I can ask them.
okay.
During your presentation, you can definitely share. I will provide you the access.
So you'll be here.
No, I am not. The people who are doing it online,
Okay.
the online host.
Sure. Okay. Okay. I'm excited from there. Do you want to on your talk? So
Currently, the online meeting is locked. It will be accessible laptop.
Okay, sure.
So before presenting,
your talk and your main things, or you want to go here?
Yeah, I'll just keep this and then I'll put my.
Before your presentation, you can just ask them, all the speaker, to share their presentation.
Okay,
in
yeah,
Zoom.
right. So they weren't able to see my slides at all.
They are through their cell phone, but they are saying.
Oh, that is so terrible. I'm so
Yes.
sorry. I didn't realize it at all.
So we have to share a screen ourselves,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay,
Alright.
I'll tell the presenters to
I
share.
think I
screen,
just
yeah.
moved somewhere over here. Ready for me to take.
Yeah. I don't know which one it is. Camera should be fine. Camera should be fine. Thank you.
Meeting.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, sure. Thank you.
So we should be happy. Right. This is already. I'm definitely now with that.
Yes.
So we come in here. One by one.
One back.
Yeah.
I'll just put my food away.
Thank you.
Let's get one for. That's,
Single certificate.
we can do it here.
Yeah.
One. Only.
We'll share all the images with you. The images will be accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So if against this.
Against it.
Yeah, it is coming better than both sides.
Yeah, I think because it's
Yes,
very
because
bright at the
we-
back. So
Okay, fine. I think we just move it a bit in such a way that. Are you able to go up?
oh, okay, yeah.
I think that's good. I mean. So much.
Do you like to have one here?
Yeah, I mean, that was.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We will just like a strong just be lower and let go strongly. So, and have confidence in ourselves.
Yeah.
That's more people. Yes, it's okay. Also comes from the other show. So it's good. The next speaker. Yeah. Are they doing okay? I just go on like this. Okay.
So we'd like to resume the next presentation after I hope everyone's back up to their coffee break. And I'd like to now invite Dr. Sabina Sojati, who's from Switzerland, to present her speech on the automated method of assessing the phase of Easter cycle and quantifying ovarian follicles in the gland. So Dr. Sojati, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Actually, I present myself. I'm a veterinary pathologist working in experimental and toxicological medicine. So supporting any animal model of human diseases and efficacy and safety studies for drug development. So I will present first the estrus staging assessment in rats. As you probably all know, drugs and chemicals can cause endocrine disruptions and interfere with the female reproductive tract. And they can cause many perturbations like irregular estrus cycles. To recognize these perturbations in the cycle, it's essential for the pathologist to accurately and consistently quantify and classify each individual female reproductive tract into a particular phase of the cycle. This task needs to be done by well-trained pathologists who have to combine different features in different organs of the reproductive tract. And therefore, we have developed a solution which is based on a combined morphology of vagina and uterus to get an artificial intelligence-based solution for automated staging using the combined morphology of these two organs. The criteria we used for staging were the following. For proestrus, the vagina needs to have presence of stratum ossification, stratum corneum, granulosum, and germinativum, the presence of detached stratum ossification or detached mucoid cells into the lumen, and a medium to high height of the vaginal epithelium. The uterus has mild to severe luminal dilation, absent to minimal apoptosis in the superficial and or in the glandular epithelium, low to medium columnar epithelium, and mitotic figures which are present early in the stage and progressively decrease. estrus. The criteria we used were for the vagina, the presence of stratum corneum, granulosum, and germinativum, the complete loss of stratum ossification or remnants of it lying in the lumen, a medium to high vaginal epithelium, and the progressive loss of stratum corneum or remnants of it lying in the lumen late in the estrus phase. For the uterus, a present luminal dilation at the beginning, at the beginning of the estrus, which is then absent into the late phase, mild to severe apoptosis in the superficial and or in the glandular epithelium, a medium to tall columnar epithelium, and rare mitotic figures. For metaestrus, vagina has a stratum germinativum, complete loss of stratum corneum or remnants of it lying in the lumen, leukocytic infiltration, which can be minimal to severe, and low to medium height of the vaginal epithelium. The uterus has minimal apoptosis, common mitotic figures, and medium columnar epithelium. The diestrus is characterized by presence of stratum germinativum in the vagina, start of mucification in the superficial layer, absent or minimal leukocytic infiltration, and low to medium height of the vaginal epithelium. And the uterus has absent apoptosis, slit-like appearance or minimal dilation of the lumen, cuboidal to low columnar epithelium, and rare mitotic figures, which progressively increase during the phase. For model development, we had different phases, and we started with data understanding and creation of the training data sets, characterizing each phase of the cycle. Then the model were trained to segment the different parameters we detected. And afterwards, there was an analytical validation of the results, which were then checked by the pathologist. And these data understanding and refinement were done on multiple cycles with feedback pathologists each time until we got acceptable algorithm performances. The parameters detected to develop the models were for the vagina, the stratum germinativum, corneum, mucification, and the leukocytes. For the uterus, the epithelium, the dilation of the lumen, glands, mitotic figures, and apoptosis. The model was trained using wall slide images of uterus and vagina, H&E sections from 50 Wistar rats, and the training data set was created by extracting tiles corresponding to annotations made by pathologists on the same images. The pathologist validation was performed using H&E stained sections from uterus and vagina of 110 Wistar rats. Here in the table, you can see the algorithm performances, which go between 87 roughly and 100% for sensitivity, and 95 from 95 roughly and 100% for specificity, sorry. So here some images to show you what the algorithm did. In this example, you can see the vagina with presence of stratum germinativum and absence of leukocytes. And in the same animal, if in the uterus there is absent apoptosis in the superficial epithelium and also in the glandular epithelium, and the epithelium of the surface is cuboidal, then we can say that this is a diestrus phase. In this example, we see a vagina with the stratum germinativum, the complete loss of stratum corneum, and leukocytes infiltrating the epithelium. And in the uterus of the same animal, we have minimal apoptosis in red, common mitotic figures in yellow, and a medium columnar epithelium. And we can say that this is a metaestrus phase. For the next, a vagina with presence of stratum corneum, marked in yellow, and the complete loss of stratum ossification, which correspond in the uterus to a lot of apoptosis in the superficial and also in the glandular epithelium, and a tall columnar epithelium, which speaks for an estrus phase. The last phase, a vagina with all the layers, and uterus with a medium columnar epithelium, luminal dilation, and absence of apoptosis in the superficial and also in the glandular epithelium, which speaks for a proestrus phase. So in conclusion, the solution provides an automated and accurate method for assessment of the different phases of the estrus cycle on wall slide images of H&E stained sections of vagina and uterus in rats, by addressing the challenges associated with the conventional qualitative and semi-quantitative methods, by giving quicker and consistent results, and by bringing workflow efficiency and accuracy to the staging process. The second project we had was on the quantification of ovarian follicles, always in Wistar rats. And also, like I said before, drugs and chemicals causing endocrine disruption can interfere with the female reproductive function, which can be expressed as decreasing the follicle count. And this quantitative evaluation is recommended in reproductive toxicity studies to assess potential toxic effects on fertility. And this is a tedious, error-prone, and very time-consuming task, which has to be done by well-trained pathologists, and therefore we try to develop an artificial intelligence-based solution for the identification and the quantification of primordial type 1, primordial type 2, and growing follicles on H&E sections of rat's ovary. And our aim was to be highly reproducible, to reduce inter-observer variability, and to save pathologist time. The criteria used were the following. For primordial type 1 follicle, we have a visible oocyte surrounded by one layer of flat to cuboidal granulosa cells with flat to oval nuclei. For primordial type 2 follicles, a visible oocyte surrounded by one layer of cuboidal to columnar granulosa cells with round nuclei. And for growing follicles, a visible oocyte surrounded by cuboidal to columnar granulosa cells, which are in 2 to 5 cell layers, and is uninterrupted by a crescent-shaped antrum. For developing the model, we used exactly the same phases as for estrus cycle development. And the parameters detected were primordial type 1, primordial type 2, and growing follicles. For training the model, we used the 60 wall slide images of ovarian H&E sections. And for training datasets was created by extracting tiles corresponding to annotations made by pathologists. The validation made by the pathologist was performed using 100 serial H&E stain sections of 20 Wistar rats. Here, again, the algorithm performances, which in this case were from 93.7 to 96.6 for sensitivity and 93.3 to 99.5 for specificity. So again, this solution provides automated, objective, and reproducible method for counting primordial and growing follicles in wall slide images of ovaries of Wistar rats by reducing time required for the quantification of the follicles, by addressing the challenges associated with the classical counted method, which is tedious and error-prone, and by bringing workflow efficiency and accuracy to the counting process. Our aim for the future is to validate more. We are validating with more data these two projects, and we are developing an algorithm for counting corporal lutea in rats. And the aim for the future will be to make estrus cycle staging and follicle count algorithms also for mice, identify perturbations in the estrus cycle, and stage vaginal smears in rats and mice. These are my colleagues, which I would like to thank. From my company, Pathology experts, Maurice Carey and Eric Vanesh, and the colleagues of IRA Matrix, with whom we developed this software, the Tijo Thomas, Amog Mohanty, Rohit Garg, and Uttara Yoshi. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Somati. It was a very impressive presentation. I'm not too sure if there are any questions to you on this.
Actually, it's just a reflection. See, research environment. It's I think it's important, interesting from scientific point of view, but also from the pathologist service point of view. No pathologist for diagnostics in real life. I think it depends on pathology. It's even more difficult situation than human pathology. And the problem of pathologist service is even more even bigger in the research in pharmacology. From pathologist standpoint, I was thinking, would it have some trying to use later in the future this already established algorithms for the analysis of, like, for example, endometrium or even vaginal mucosa in the human pathology, like different menstrual cycle periods and infertility, for example, in back aspiration by system endometrium, that it's there are a lot, and it's a lot gynecologists, especially centers that deal with fertility, expect from pathologists. It's quite interesting. Beyond your main goal.
Actually, I think, and I hope this in the future will come. This is actually done mostly for toxicological studies for pharmaceutical company, where there are thousands of slides with animals which have one target organ, but for example, the liver is affected by a drug, toxic effect by a drug, but we have to evaluate all the organs, and all the organs means 50, 60 organs. So every tissue of the animals are evaluated in order to find out if there is a toxicity somewhere that then could affect human beings when it goes to phase 1 to clinical trials. And the aim is that with these quantifications, we could save our time and not count for hours. And if it's done properly, it will also be more consistent, because at the end of the day that you count follicles, you don't know anymore which one you counted. I think you know it. And I know, I mean, I'm now in this project and not involved in diagnostic, but the colleague, she's a human pathologist, Uttara Yoshi from IRA Matrix. And I know that her group is developing also solutions for diagnostic in human beings. I think that it will be step by step, should be validated and approved by the Food and Drug Administration. First of all, these kind of studies, this kind of validations, and then probably will come to diagnostic for human beings first, and one day for animal also, for diagnostics in animal for sure.
Completely agree. And as Frankie said, we do have, as you are aware of, the page AI prostate redetection has been approved by the FDA very recently. And they are also looking at mass risk detection in breast cancer. And there's been Precise DX and a couple of other AI companies who have got their models for reading of breast cancer, reading prostate carcinomas. There have been a lot of regulatory approvals for diagnostic use. And I think in the cytology space, there has been a lot of work that's been on microscreening programs to your point, to see, you could have a number of these pap smears screening, and then those smears that are having the atypical results are then sent to the pathologist to panel or assessment, so that the pathologist does not have to sit and screen and number of slides before you pick up his status for the atypical. So thank you so much. I think that's actually a very important point to say that at some point in time, we will have it in the diagnostic practice as well as in toxicology. I know many of my colleagues are also doing it in toxicology. Thank you so much, Dr. Sodati. I think we don't so we request you back. Sorry. So I need to have a certificate. Thank you so much. It gives us great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Michelle Wishna. Thank you so much. I know you just come in, so hope you had a minute to take a breath and try a sip of water. So thank you so much for being here today. She's Dr. I hope I'm not Okana. Dr. Okana is the co-director of the Harvard Medical School. This morning, she is going to be actually speaking to us
just about so I've had a poster presentation about my core facility, which is an open access core facility for anyone. I have a loud voice. Can you guys all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My open access core facility is available to anyone. People ship their samples to us, and we process them. We also are our imaging core facility. We initially started as an imaging core facility and moved into some wet lab work. Our let's see which one this is. Okay. So you could actually grab it. Okay, this was thank you. So I direct an open access imaging core and wet lab core. We're associated with the Department of Neurobiology at Harvard Medical School.
but we are not strictly neurobiological. And so we don't just take neurobiology samples. The core is broken up into a few different kind of areas where we have some wet lab services. Those services include some tissue clearings. This is helps support our light sheet. We also have in situ hybridizations. We help troubleshoot and develop new protocols. We also have autonomous and full service imaging services. For example, slide scanning, 2-photon volumetric imaging, super resolution and FLIM. If you are interested in using any of this, thanks to COVID, we've kind of set up a rather semi-autonomous system where people can ship us their slides, we load them, we can train you remotely on a lot of this equipment, and you can use it kind of in this method, or you could ask to have it completely full service. We also have a full suite of analysis software that's accessed through remotely through VPN or TeamViewer. And we have analysis software like Amaris or Arrivis from Zeiss. And we also have just workstations that have a lot of RAM and big GPUs to support large data sets. Our most popular service is whole slide scanning. We have 2 Olympus VS120s, whole slide scanners. They have the ability to image overview images at 2x, and then high resolution images all the way up to 40x with a 0.95 numerical aperture. We can image in bright field and in fluorescence, or a combination of the both. People really like this as a wide field imaging system because they are they're really fast. So if you want to scan through a lot of images, this is the best way to do it. And the quality is quite high. Now this is, I'm just going to show you some of our beautiful images. These are some of our whole slide scans taken in our core. The previous one was a mouse embryo head. We have a mouse ear here that's stained with a vascular stain and neurons. And a organoid. Our in situ really does complement our slide scanning. We run in situ hybridizations and can also include multiplexing of up to 48 probes. The slide scanning can be done in confocal or in wide field, but wide field is usually more popular. And then the image analysis can be run either on your own workstations or on ours remotely. We offer troubleshooting, sample prep support, and sectioning. An example of our in situ slide scanning, this would be one of our chromogenic slides and overview and a high resolution at 20x. This was our multiplexed slide scanning. The one on the left is confocal, the one on the right is wide field. And you can see that there's quite a lot of resolution. You can see the puncta of RNA, and you could measure that. We also have confocal microscopes. They produce high resolution imaging. They're fully spectral. They can excite anywhere between 470 and 790 nanometers. And we have high numerical aperture objective lenses for this. Some of our confocal images, so cultured cells, skin, and a Warhol-like image of some brains. We have a stimulated depletion microscope, or a STED microscope. This is has the capability of resolving down to about 40 nanometers. We can image with multi-channel. We have a 594 nanometer laser, depletion laser, 660 nanometer depletion laser, and a 775 depletion laser. We have temporally gated detectors for higher resolution, lower noise, and we use Huygens deconvolution software for post-processing. So the differences, on the left is a typical confocal with a resolution of about 200 nanometers. The center is a STED, and then the far right is the deconvolved post-processing. We have light sheet. It's supported by our tissue clearing core. You could use our tissue clearing core, or you could just ship us clear tissue if you're interested. There's 4 lasers on that. It's a large chamber light sheet microscope, so it can accept large samples and small animals. These are some of our examples of light sheet. They an embryo and a lung. And finally, we have a multiphoton volumetric imaging system. I think we have the only one in the world that's available as a core facility. The core facility, the way this works is that if you don't get enough resolution from the light sheet, which has a resolution of about 3 microns, you can move over to the multiphoton. This will give you about a 0.5 micron resolution. So tracing things like axons or other small particles would be the way to collect your data here. The multiphoton produces a humongous amount of data. You can usually expect to have a 1 to 2 terabyte data set for kind of your lowest resolution, and up to 16 terabytes for your higher resolution. Arevis is really the only software that we know that supports it, and we have Arevis in our workstations. This is a 4-channel emission collection that automatically stitches. Some of the examples that we have for our system with Arevis post-processing, you can see here is a heart, and it can resolve even single particles within it. This is also an example of our tissue and the tissue site multiphoton volumetric imaging system. The way this system works is we embed your tissue in a block, and then it's placed into a chamber. The microscope will excite in Z-stack through your sample. And then when it hits the point where you have a high amount of scatter, where you're not really getting a lot of your fluorescence back, it will move over to a vibratome and just cut that piece off. That piece can then be mounted onto a slides, and then it's brought back to the objective lens, and then continues to image, stitch together and in Z-stack until it reaches another. We usually do vibratome sections of about 200 to 500 microns, so you'll end up with hundreds of sections at the end. This is a Z-stack. You can see that the tissue site can really really has a high resolution. This is an organoid that was created, and the cells were counted. So if any of the in situ mRNA interests you, or if you have any slide scanning projects that you're interested in, or if you're just interested in some research, development of new protocols, you have some new ideas, reach out to us. We are one of many cores at Harvard Medical School, and we really all do work together. So if we can't help you in our core, we're generally a pretty friendly bunch that can recommend another core facility at the medical school to see you through your projects. And oftentimes we work together. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Buchanan. Are there any questions from the audience?
Have you ever process comparison from scanners model? Have you ever processed comparisons between scanners and what did you find those targets?
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. Like scanners, slide scanners are kind of like my hobby. I love evaluating slide scanners, but from a research side of things and from a research institute, my I'm especially interested in high resolution, right? I'm always looking to get, I mean, we all want everything, right? We want the highest resolution, the widest depth of field, kind of everything has to be perfect, right? But what I found, and I'm a really big fan of the Olympus, actually, I just put in a grant for 2 more of the Olympus VS 200s because they are so easy to use. I can train people in no time. The image quality, the stitching is just amazing. And Olympus really, they have really excellent objective lenses. And the way that they set their system up is that you're not just stuck with a single type of objective lens, right? So if you wanted kind of a lower numerical aperture because you needed a little bit more depth of field or something, you could go to that, switch it out. And then when you really need that high resolution image and you wanted to have a high numerical aperture lens, even a high air lens, Olympus is really known for their high numerical aperture air lenses. You can just go switch it out and put it in. The turret on the VS 200, sorry, I'm really geeking out here because I really love slide scanners. But the turret on that, it holds 5 different objective lenses. So you have a lot of choice, right? So you can mix and match your objective lenses. And then even if, you know, you fill it up, you could take them out and swap out other ones later and just, you know, recalibrate the system. It's my favorite. And I like the Zeiss. So the Zeiss also, they have a nice slide scanner, but I find that when it comes to calibrating, it's a little bit more tricky, and I'm not always happy with the results. Hamamatsu has an excellent nano zoomer type of excellent system, but the numerical apertures on those objective lenses are rather low, and I'm kind of unimpressed. Thor Labs has a terrific for histology samples, not for fluorescence. They have a really terrific and relatively inexpensive slide scanner. What they don't have is a very good robot arm to feed those slides. So I think they're still developing it. We helped them develop a prototype years ago, and it's still in the works.
Did you investigate the scanner from the scientific perspective or from routine diagnostic?
So mostly I will investigate them for scientific processes and projects, but we have had a significant number of, at least in my core, for the Olympus 120, we have a significant number of people submitting their clinical work to us for documentation. I'm not really sure. I don't really look at whether these are kind of like clinically approved in the US or not. I really do just like to look at the numerical apertures and the camera and the readout noises of those things. So I usually just get into the weeds. Yeah, terrific.
Thank you. I was curious about the amount of data to generate to produce. You talk about 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte image. But the question is, where is the data stored? And the second part of the question is that you have a global experience about difficulties accessing the data, these huge data.
Right. We're really at a funny time, and I think in scientific history where the hardware is capable of producing massive amounts of data and enormous amounts of information, but the software and the storage side of things hasn't caught up. So we kind of cobbled together a lot of different ways to store our data. Harvard has a kind of an open access storage called Dataverse. We use that for really huge sample sets. if we have users from outside of the area, then oftentimes what we'll do is we will just buy a big RAID server and we will fill it and we will ship it to you. It's faster, and we can have, you know, as many SSD drives in it as we want. We like Drobo, but I don't think there's any particular type of little file servers. For smaller things, we will set up like, and small, I mean under 2 terabytes. We usually set up a file server collaboration folders within Harvard Medical School. So then we just dump it all there. It's fast because we have a really fast you know, internet connection within Harvard. So transferring data to the domain is easy. And then there's always Dropbox for smaller things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a very interesting presentation. I think we will have another presentation if you have some questions later after this. So I'd like to now invite Dr. Sadaf Rahman, who's coming from Canada, who's a staff pathologist in translation medicine and histology, as well as a physician lead for McKinsey Health, Richmond, Ontario. So Dr. Memon is going to be speaking to us about the implementation of district pathology at McKinsey Health. And welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sadaf Memon. I'm the pathologist at McKinsey Health, Richmond, Ontario, Canada. The physician lead hematopathology and transfusion medicine department. I also serve as a chair of Canadian Association of Pathologists, general pathology section, and also serve as a clinical assistant professor at the Department of Pathology and Molecular Medicine, McMaster University. So the title of my talk is Implementation of Full Digital Pathology Platform at McKinsey Health, Ontario, Canada. I have no conflict of interest. The presentation covers protocols used at McKinsey Health, which may or may not be generalizable to other institutions. Of note, digital pathology implementation is institution specific. There is no one size fits for all approach. So who we are, McKinsey Health, Ontario, Canada, it's a 2-site community hospital. So the top picture over here shows our McKinsey Richmond Hill site, McKinsey Health. The bottom picture is of our newer site, Cordalucci One Hospital. McKinsey Health was built in 1963, and the Cordalucci One Hospital was built and we opened that amidst pandemic in February 2021. All our pathologist offices are located at Cordalucci One site. We serve 500,000 population of Richmond Hill, and basically we see over 22,000 surgical cases that was accessioned for the year 2022. So let me give you all a background. So whole slide imaging for histologic assessment has recently got great attention in the pathology world. Prior studies have shown that digital pathology and microscopic glass slides can be interpreted with comparable diagnostic accuracy. Although accuracy have been validated, there are only few studies that have been done so far to delineate the interpretative time of digital pathology compared to glass slides. So guidelines validating the WSI for diagnostic purpose in pathology was first published by College of American Pathologists in 2013. The CAP Digital Pathology expert panel updated their 2030 guidelines to develop the convincing and accurate clinical practice guideline. Their expert panels produced 3 strong recommendation and 9 good practice statements to assist the laboratories with the whole slide imaging validation process. We acquired and followed their clinical practice guideline at McKinsey Health to implement and validate our whole slide imaging digital pathology platform. So we are fortunate enough to have Dr. Andrew Evans as a department chief, who is one of the lead author of the College of American Pathology Clinical Practice Guideline, and who guided us through this process. For a digital pathology, whole slide imaging and implementation, we followed the CAP CPG guidelines and their good practice recommendation. Our practice and our aim is to ensure that the pathologists make accurate diagnosis to at least at the same level as light microscopy. We also wanted to identify and control any interfering artifacts or technological risk that could compromise patient safety. So by and large, Mackenzie Health Coeur d'Alene Hospital are Canada's first smart hospital that has fully replaced microscopic glass slide interpretation through digital pathology whole slide imaging platform. And we have successfully validated our WSI platform in Canada. So for our digital scanning, we leveraged the existing Philips multi-system contract. There was no RFP required. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that we have successfully integrated that with our LIS. The LIS laboratory information system that we use is Epic. And then the bottom basically is showing the scan slides. The identifier of the patients are removed for privacy purposes. So over here, this is my screen that I would basically be able to see the digital slides which are scanned, and I will use it in the similar way as if I'm seeing the slides on the microscope. So basically on these two scanners, we scan 12,000 slides per month and 144,000 slides per year. And basically the data per year is 150 terabytes. So our journey, how we began and who we are and where we are right now. So our journey began in 2018 with the start of the discussion and the site visit, commercial discussions, internal stakeholder discussion. So this part of the detail would be provided by our next speaker, Mr. Jim Serjanias, who is our clinical services director at Mackenzie Health. So he will be providing the information about the logistics and all the financial aspects and the questions that you would have. So his talk is after mine, so stay tuned for that. So in 2018, we start the discussion and the site visits. In 2019, we started the validation process using the CAP clinical practice guideline. And in 2020, we finished our installation, the validation, integrated with our LIS Epic, and the pathologist office workstation were set up using the digital pathology platform, and when we went live in December 2020. The initial challenges that any pathology department will face and would be multifactorial. First, and the most important thing is pathologists like us. So it's not microscope, it's unproven, it slows me down, it will threaten my job. What's the point? Why change? What's in it for me? The institution-wise, of course, the cost and disruption to the traditional workflow, those are the challenges that any pathology department who is planning to implement digital pathology would face initially. No guidelines or best practice recommendation, that also holds people behind, and lack of regulatory approval, medical legal concerns, and so forth. So the methods that we acquired at Mackenzie Health were, I basically break down into these parts. The pathologist training, or pathologists were trained on this platform by dedicated trainers. User guide and standard operating procedures were followed. We did the training of the laboratory staff training, were assigned duties to scan the glass slides thoroughly, trained on the digital WSI platform. SOPs were created and followed. And we have dedicated slide scanning MLTs, which were doing these tasks. And they are doing these tasks right now. IT support was available round the clock for us and is available round the clock right now even as well. Setting off the home office workstation was an important factor in our methods and in our requirement for this technology. And I call it a huge driver mutation. I will share that later on, how it relieved our fears of utilizing this technology at home when we don't have microscope in our home offices. Validation process and the ongoing quality management processes were put in place right from the outset, just to make sure that we are rectifying any artifact or any kind of problems that we have early on before we implement this technology. In addition to the microscopic glass slides, we also did the frozen section validation. As in the first images, I showed that we have two sites, the Mackenzie Richmond Hill site and the newer hospital, which is the Cortellucci One Hospital site. As all our pathologist offices are in the newer site, we have ORs in the Mackenzie Richmond Hill site. And so over there are no pathologists. So basically, we have leveraged Secura Vision Tech M6 frozen section system since November 2020. Over here, we've completed another validation study. So pathologists were provided a set number of digital slides. And after a washout period of 2 weeks, we were being provided with glass slides of the same cases. So our responses were put in the electronic Excel worksheet in the standardized format, and the concordance of greater than 95% before we can actually use digital pathology platform. So we do have in this screen over here. So this is the and on the left side is the video microscope telepathology Secura Vision and Vision Tech M6 system. You can use any. It's not I'm marketing anybody's over here. For the gross review for the specimens, we used iPad or the MS Teams. So the pathologist assistant would be on site, and they would be doing the gross review for us. We will ask them to take the sections for us, and then it will go into the video microscope telepathology scanner, and it will be opened at our hospital site on our computer. So we do have a buddy system. Always 2 pathologists would be present at a site, just in case if I'm on frozen section call and if I'm looking at a case through the MRH frozen section system. So I would have another colleague to help me out if I'm stuck. And in addition, technology may fail. So for instance, if we wanted to, if we are scanning it and it didn't work, for the past 2 years, there was no such incident as of yet, touch wood. But if that happens, we know that we're just 20 minutes away from that hospital site, and we'll go and have a look at the frozen section on site. And our clinician and surgeons are aware of this technology that we are using, so they are on board on us for that. So this is our office workstation, and you can see that there are 3 monitors over here. The center one is the barcode monitor, which we use for our digital images. On the right-hand side is the one which we integrated with the LIS. On the left one, we basically use it for our own browsing, for personal emails, or any references that we would like to do. The important thing is the microscope is still there, and I will tell you why we use it and for what we use it. The validation of the home digital pathology workstation, as I mentioned in my talk before, that it was a huge driver mutation that really eased and relieved our fears. So how did we validate our home workstation? We selected 25 to 40 cases from our work list over a period of 1 to 2 weeks. The cases included the small biopsies, the large specimen prostatectomies, breast resections, mastectomies, colon resections, for tumors, you name it. So we reviewed them on our home workstation, entered the preliminary diagnosis into our laboratory information system in our LIS, but didn't sign out. Then the next day, the pathologists were required to go into their offices and look the same case under the glass without looking at the digital images. Then we entered our information in the spreaded Excel sheet, and our responses were basically, we recorded our responses just to make sure what our responses are. Is it complete agreement? Is there a major discordance? Is there a minor discordance, or must defer to class? So we needed greater than 95% of the confidence interval before we did implemented this platform. So this is the way how we did our validation using the CAP CPG guideline. So this is our home office workstation. So basically, the only difference is you would see that in the hospital office workstation, we do have the center bigger monitor, which is a barcode monitor. And in the home office, we just have the 2 monitors, which are the HP LED 24 inches. So these were issued by our hospital. Emphasis was basically put on the implementation prior to a move from the Mackenzie Richmond Hill site to the Cortellucci One Hospital site, because all the pathologists were migrating from one site to the other site. And at that time, we just don't want to jeopardize patients' turnaround time. And so this helped us a lot in setting up our home workstation. Over here, again, so the pathologist at Mackenzie Health to work from their home offices, which was validated during this process. Home office workstation was completed by our IT team very effectively. Implementation of the home workstation was super, super helpful because in my home office, I don't have a microscope. So I will, so right now, even our pathologists, they work very effectively. They would come on site to the hospital once a week when they're on call for the frozen section, because the pathologists are expected to be in their offices when there is a frozen section, just in case if they wanted to go to the nearest site or go to the OR before if it's need be. So how the cases are basically distributed, or cytology still not validated, and we have not found any promising system to scan the cytology slides. So all our surgical pathology slides are scanned on this digital pathology platform, but the cytology is still not. So all the pathologists who are on call will receive cytology on that day, frozen section they'll cover, and they'll also see their surgical slides. So during my Master's of Healthcare Management project at the York University in June 2021, I did do a small project for the assessment of digital pathology adoption rate, the efficiency and impact of transition to digital pathology in a large community hospital. I looked at the pathologist workflow, the lab logistics, and also the turnaround time data, because that is the most important part of it. So the pathologist turnaround time was compared between glass slides and the WSI platform, and it was found to be similar. So basically, the data showed that there was no difference in the turnaround time after the implementation of the whole slide imaging DP platform. One could see that the turnaround time remained 7 days, even before and after the implementation of digital pathology slides for diagnostic purposes. The apprehension of all the pathologists that it will increase the turnaround time was put to rest after this data was shared by our management team. So post-validation to full adoption in July 2020, all the slides were scanned and we all got the glass slides simultaneously together. In August 2020, the pathologists would just read the digital slides and glass slides were not delivered to them. In December 2020, our home workstation was deployed, and full adoption, which occurred, which is the milestone for us, it's May 10, 2021. This was the time when our last pathologist asked to stop receiving glass slides upfront. So coming May, we will be celebrating a 2-year anniversary where glass slides are not delivered to us, but we were always made sure that glass is always available on demand whenever we need it. So digital archive retention is another important piece that one needs to take that into consideration. So the digital glass slide retention is 10 years. In Canada, the glass slide retention is 20 years. In US, it's 10 years. So basically, our aim is to retain them for until 10 years. Currently, there are no industry standards, so we are following College of American Pathology requirement for glass slides. We'll retain all the images for 10 years with backup. We are 2 years down the road and 8 or more years to go. So CAP is actively working currently on the policy based on the evidence-based practice for maintaining the digital archiving. So more to come. So very important slide, and this is a slide from a department chief, Dr. Evans. So poor histology is equals to poor image quality. This is very, very important point. Even sections less than 5 micrometer is optimal. Balanced H&E staining is really required. So if your slides are not prepared properly, if there is chart, if there is cautery artifact, or if there are tissue folds, or if there's air bubble or any dirt on the slide, then you will have those slides will not be scanned properly on your digital whole slide imaging platform. So that's an important and really, it's really required that you optimize all your staining, all the histology perspective before you look into the digital slides. This is my favorite picture. So from January, this was the picture on the left shows January 2nd, 2021, when these are the pathologist copies and all the slides were delivered in 2021. May 11th, when our last pathologist didn't want to receive the glass slides, this is how we are right now. So we will only request glass slides on demand. For example, if I'm working from home and I'm looking at my cases on the computer, on my home office workstation, I'll open up the cases and I basically look at the cases as if I'm looking under the microscope. There is no difference. And I have images to share further on. So if their slides is blurry, or if there are any artifacts over there, and if I wanted to see my glass slides, I'll just basically in the Epic, I'll put a note, please pull glass slides. If I'm on site, the glass slides will be available within 5 minutes for me. If I'm working from home, I'll go next day and have a look. The glass slides will be in my cubby, and I have access to the glass slides myself. If I wanted to see it even faster, I can just go and grab it from the dedicated areas where the slides are. So the outcome for the pathologists, the comfort level, all the pathologists are now comfortably signing out. We have 8 pathologists in our group, and in their home offices, digital pathology adoption rate, it increased from 10% to approximately 100% in May 2021. Our turnaround time remained 7 days. We also had the opportunity to do informal consults and expert consults. We did obtain informal consultation from experts at United States and Canada. Why informal? Because another institution, in order for us to share our slides with them, they have to validate as well. So for example, if I want to share a case with my colleague, I'll block all the identifiers, I'll pick up a phone call, speak to the institution where I really wanted to send. So it will be a quicker way to send it. So just to get a preliminary sort of an input from the pathologist, what do you think about this? Should I send it to you or not? Or is it okay? So I would just put that informal consult. But within the department, we always get our quality assurance and QAs and QCs right from the outset. So in terms of the outcome, I really like distributing them and dividing them into pre-analytic, analytic, and post-analytic. Pre-analytic wise, lab and admin staff, the outcome is it's faster, it's cheaper, and easier. Analytic for the pathologists, there were 4 cohorts of pathologists. Cohort 1 always works for me. So for me, I was in that first cohort, it works for me. As a newer graduate from the Royal College, all my slides and all my exams were basically on digital slides. So for me, it was a do or die situation for the Royal College examination that I have to see and pass my Royal College with the digital slide examination. So when I landed at Mackenzie Health, this was the platform and it was perfect for me. So it works for me. For some of our senior pathologists, the opinion was, it slows me down. Their opinions changed as works for me as well, disrupts my schedule. Their opinions changed, works for me. What's in it for me? That cohort of pathologists, their opinions also change. Post-analytic wise, our clinical staff and patients, if you're looking at that, the follow-up appointments were kept as scheduled. Our turnaround time did not increase with this implementation. So just to switch gears and show you some examples. So this is the scanning power of the colonic polyp. I'm not here to teach the tubular adenomas over here, just to show you if something is low power diagnosis for us on the microscope, it is the low power diagnosis on this platform as well, just to show how crisp and good this technology is. And as a pathologist, we all are using in our organization. So this is a scanning power. One could see similar details on the glass slides as in a glass slide give a clue to the diagnosis. And this is a higher power of the same polyp. You can see the denominators change. And of course, this is a 20x, 40x. You'll be looking a little bit more just to see. So within minutes, you'll be able to diagnose this case as if you would diagnose on your glass microscopic, on your glass slide. And this is another example, again, when you look at it, for us to quickly look at the colonic polyp, similar like that, scanning power, and on a higher power, this case will be signed out. Very easy, no problem. This is another example of gastrointestinal stromal tumor GIST. So I selected this image. I'm just going to show you why these are my real cases from my own work list, where I captured the screenshot by the snipping tool. So over here, you're seeing this. That was the scanning power on the right, and on the left is the high power 40x. Over here, you're seeing the spindle cell proliferation, perinuclear vacuolization, and this red smaller circle areas are actually highlighting the mitosis. You can see how accurately and how precisely you can see the mitosis. The other important point is as we all know, we have to measure the mitosis in 5 millimeter area square. So you can actually find the hotspot, annotate using this technology, and then you can actually count your mitosis. We as pathologists, we get disrupted by phone calls, by someone coming to a door, by our colleagues as well. And when we are looking under the microscope, we miss that area. And we have to go back again and then count our mitosis again. But with this technology, that on the screen, you can actually, work on real time and annotate that. If somebody else is there, you just answer that person, answer the phone call, urgent and all, and then you go back again, it's there for you. So it's basically, it works very smoothly for me. The other and the beautiful part of it is the immunohistochemical panel. We always see, all the pathologists, we all wanted to see a co-expression. So we basically put one slide, or we can put 2 slides on the stage, and we see, yes, the CD117, CD34 co-expression over there, DOG1 co-expression. Yes, this is just Desmond negative, S100 negative. So this is the screenshot of my one screen. So basically, with just one click of the mouse, I can select as many slides together and see the co-expressions together in real time on this scan slides on just one glance. So basically, this helps me a lot in my hematopathology cases as well, where we tend to see all those co-expression, and just to see whether we are looking at the DLBCL, is it activated B cell origin, is it germinal center origin, are we looking, what kind of a small B cell lymphoma we are looking at. So it makes our work quite easier. So this is a very good example. Just for today's interest, I've annotated my slide, and this is actually right now, even on my scan slides, these annotations are there. If I wanted to just remove it, right click of the mouse, these annotations are removed. And making these annotations is just one click of the mouse. It's really easy to even do that as well. So this is an example of the malignant melanoma. Again, over here, I'm looking at the Clark's level, the depth of the thickness, the peripheral margin, the deep margins, and so forth. So basically, one can measure the mitosis, the distances of the margins, and these very, very effectively. As we all know that in the 8th edition of the AJCC for cutaneous lymphoma, mitotic count is no longer used to distinguish between the PT1A and the PT1B category. However, mitotic count, as we all know, is still important for the prognostic relevance in melanoma. So higher mitotic count activity is actually significantly reduced the survival. So over here, this larger circle is basically showing the area of 1 millimeter square. And then I found that hotspot area, and then I counted all the mitosis over here. So one can accurately count the mitosis using this as well. So this is the higher power, again, just to show that these can be done. So this is the example of how precisely one can measure the margin using this technology. So this is, let's switch gears, move to lymph node metastasis. This is my case from lymph node excision of the breast, invasive breast carcinoma. Even on H&E, you can look at the micromets over here. I'm sure this is convincing. Then this is invasive colorectal adenocarcinoma. This slide looks quite busy, but over here you all may know that I'm actually annotating the tumor budding. And so this is invasive colorectal adenocarcinoma, PT2. Over here, this is the tumor budding, and this is the area, 0.785 millimeter square area. And this is the hotspot that I found, and I counted all the tumor budding. If you require it, of course, this is high, and I would stop counting wherever I want to. And to be honest, it doesn't take time to do that as well. If you want to count it, you count it. You want to annotate, you annotate. If you don't want to annotate, do not annotate. It's just for the interest for today. I'm sharing that as well. So tumor budding should be done on H&E. And this is the A1, A3, just to show you all that even the immunohistochemical stains, they work very effectively. As we all know that the tumor budding should be done on H&E. And in cases of obscuring factors like inflammation, IHCs for keratin can be obtained. But again, the counting needs to be done on immunohistochemistry. Switch gears, let's move on to the bugs. This is the example of the gastric biopsy. On the left-hand side, you're actually seeing the H&E stain. This H&E stain, 40x power, you're actually looking at on the surface of this epithelial mucosa, you're seeing these bugs. On the right-hand side is the Wharton-Story special stain, and you can see how effectively you can look at under the microscope. This is an example of a lymph node core biopsy, my favorite part, hematopathology. So this lymph node biopsy, low power, you're able to see that. On higher power, this is the 40x power. And over here, you're seeing these atypical lymphoid cells with high NC ratio, apoptosis, and frequent mitosis. So this was an example of DLBCL, and you can see the co-expression of immunohistochemistry by using this platform. This is the example of the bone marrow biopsy. Of course, this is not advocate. We're not here to talk about that. This is a 70-year-old female presenting with a lytic lesion. And as you can see that the marrow is very hypercellular for a patient of 70 years of age. And on a higher power, you're basically seeing these lovely megas, and along with erythroid precursors, which are reduced, and the myeloid precursors are reduced as well. You're seeing the marrow is infiltrated with these plasma cells. And so this was an example of a plasma cell myeloma. Again, just to see co-expressions, very easily one could appreciate that on this platform. So CD130, 138 positive, 117 expression, kappa restricted, and cyclin D1. So this was a case of a myeloma. So now the question is, I have the microscope still on my desktop. Why do I need it? Of course, for cytology, of course, for peripheral blood smear examination, and for the bone marrow aspirate, which I actually look in my department. So why do we differ? There are reasons. Image quality. If you see that the image quality is not adequate, you will always ask for the glass slide. We have dedicated MLTs who would scan our slides, and basically they ensure that everything is scanned very properly, and quality assurance procedures and methods are placed after they're scanning. They'll see that they're scanned properly before it comes to the pathologist list for review. But again, there are some things which won't be. And so the limitations are Ziehl-Neelsen stain for Mycobacterium tuberculosis, AFB. I have seen them on digital scan slides, but to be 100% sure, and I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out any bugs, I would pull out the glass slide and look it under the microscope. The other incident is a fractured bone. Most of the time, it's easy go, I'm able to sign it out, but because it's not in the one plane of section, so that's why it's like sort of give you a 3D appearance, you have to put your condenser up and down. So for that case, I have to pull out the glass slides and have a look at it. Congo red stain. I can see the amyloid salmon pink color on special stains, but there was no polarizer on this digital platform. So I have to look it under the polarizer lens. So polarize in any crystals, you need polarizable material. How often do we pull this out? So it depends on the pathologist, and approximately less than 1% to 15% of the cases where one or more glass slides are reviewed prior to sign out. All our pathologists, they work from home, as I mentioned before, some or most of the days. And so this wouldn't happen if deferral was such a big issue. So basically, I would say it's your comfort level, developing trust in the technology, know your limitation, and know when to defer to glass, and always know that glass is always available whenever needed. So digital pathology landscape in 2023, a major rethink has occurred over the last 2 years of the COVID pandemic. And COVID has taught many things, doing meetings on Zoom, working from home. So digital pathology landing at this time was a perfect time. Labs around the world have successfully gone digital, enabling functions of digital platforms. Benefits are beyond labs, consultation network, right case to the right pathologist at the right time, artificial and augmented intelligence tools. Over here, work in progress. This slide, I'll discuss about the work in progress at Mackenzie Health. So digital pathology is an essential platform for incorporating AI into routine practice. Our department chief, Dr. Evans, is currently working on it with the PAGE FDA authorized first AI-based software to help in the diagnosis of the prostate cancer. We are actually evaluating the PAGE tool, but not actually using for patient care at the moment. So for the Gleason scoring, screening biopsies for prostatic adenocarcinoma. In addition, PAGE tool for metastatic breast carcinoma in lymph nodes, isolated tumor cells or micromets. Visufarm for Ki67 estimation and mitotic count. We are waiting to validate that as well. So these are all the work in progress at Mackenzie Health. We are also looking for and help basically to validate our wet hematology cases for peripheral blood smear and bone marrow aspirate. For peripheral blood smears, we are currently using television technology, and it's working quite effectively. I know many labs all around the world are using television too. So that's the work in progress. And in addition to that, establishing digital consultation network across Canada, US, and UK with other hospitals accessing subspecialty consultation and network. I would like to thank our senior leadership, Mr. Altaf Stationwala, Richard Tim, our EVP, Amir Sohaili, and our VP, David Stolt. I would also like to thank our Clinical Services Director, Jim Serjanius, who is over here, our previous chief, Dr. John Dissett, our current chief, Dr. Andrew Evans, and all the pathologists, our lab management team, our skilled PAs, our LIS, and our great ID team, our vendors, and these are my references. And thank you so much for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you. I think we have quite a few.
One question. Comments for the validation. President, you said that every pathologist took from 25 cases. That how many slides were seen and people were happy with the validation on the walls?
So it also basically 25 to 40 cases. So it's their own comfort level. So basically our target was 40 cases to look at them. So for example, if a breast resection or a mastectomy case, if it has 60 slides, so that entire case, you have to validate that before you do it. So those won't count as 40 slides. That will be counted as one case.
But so it's single, not.
It's for the single pathologist, but for the validation purpose, we follow the CAP CPG guidelines. So for that, it's required you do 40 slides. You require 25 to 40 slides in order to go ahead and do it.
Okay, and my comment, since I think I'm the only one different guidance. Actually, in veterinary pathology, I used to work with a lab who implemented digital pathology in 2016, and this is done in veterinary pathology with a huge shortage of pathologists in the field. And actually, I have the same feeling as what you presented. For the special stains, also exactly the same thing. I'm happy to see that.
Great. Great, thank you. Because we could actually, with this technology and all our experts in pathology, we can, help our areas or underserved areas as well, where there are no pathologists on site. We can be looking at their cases quite effectively and help them as well. So I think it's an excellent tool. The main focus of my talk over here is don't be scared with this technology. It works exactly like your microscope. We are using it, and and if something is, if there are measures that could be taken to alleviate that kind of fear with the pathologists usually have, that, I'll be hugging my microscope, I can't leave it. It's your own technology. You just have to see, you just have to develop your comfort level, and you have to trust the technology. If it works for you, it works for us, it can work for anybody. So it's just, and there is no race in this. Some people would take a little bit longer to acquire this. Some people would do it faster. And in my opinion, I would say it doesn't depend on the younger or the older generation. I would say that, the more experienced pathologist, you will have that eye to look at, those things which a younger pathologist wouldn't be able to do. It comes with the experience. So if one can effectively use this technology, I think there is, within no time, you'll see the world going in this direction.
This is review, and actually the same thing. Everybody was skeptical of the beginning, saying it would never work, but because of this shortage of many people working in many countries of the same lab, we had to do it, and after 1 month of using it, it's all works.
Yeah. If even we have, I take residents, and Dr. Evans do take residents from all the universities all across Canada. They do come to us, and even international residents, they also come to us for a rotation in pathology. So, once they come, they land over here, they look at it, and within a week, they're really, really comfortable in doing that. And our cohort of pathologists, we have a big spectrum of pathologists who are, some of them are close to retirement, but they are working effectively from home and they really like it. They're working from home, they're coming to the department, and it just shows just the comfort level and, the ease, how much you're having.
Huge thing is to exchange second opinions.
Exactly. And then, yeah.
At least for us, that
Yeah.
colleagues, company, but
Yeah.
with a click of the mouse, here is
Exactly.
on the screen of the call.
Yeah.
It's great.
Even from my own experience, what I did, I looked at the cases under the microscope. How I started looking at it, I looked under the microscope, and then I would go and look the same case under the glass. So I started with the same case under the digital first, just to see what I would think about this. This is the first time when I introduced very, very early on in 2018, when this technology was there, when I just accepted this job and started working on it. So how I looked at it, I said, Siddharth, just let's go and look at the case under the digital slides. I looked at it, and then I put my initial finding as a preliminary finding. I didn't sign out the case. Then I went back and looked under the microscope and just see if am I missing anything? But it's just your comfort level. You look at it simultaneously, how far you want to look at it, 1 month, 2 months, it's up to your ease. Once you develop that sort of, comfort level, you'll be able to sign it out within no time. Yeah. And the more you use it, it will make you, it will be more faster. It saves my time. I would say it saves my time. It's faster for me. Prostatectomy, mastectomy, colon resections, biopsies. It's very, very easy and easy to use technology, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you. And a couple of further questions. How many scanners do you have for how many cases, and what's their data?
Sorry, how many scanners we have?
Yeah, how many cases? And
Okay, sorry. So how many scanners we have? We have 2 scanners right now. We are actually in the process of getting the 3rd scanner as well. So that part of the application, which our clinical services director can add that further on. And so basically we will be getting the 3rd scanner too. We scan 12,000 slides per month and 144,000 slides per year.
And the second question is, mentioned you have department for diagnostics, the research exposure, or?
Sorry, I didn't catch it. The barcode monitor?
Said you're using the barcode monitor to work on.
Okay, yeah, because it was provided by our hospital, and so we've used that. But at my home office, I'm actually using the 24-inch LED HP monitor. You can use any Dell LED. There is a study published in one of the renowned journals, in one of my references as well. You can use any monitor. It doesn't require the big fancy monitor. So the main point in that slide I wanted to share, that you don't have to have a very, very, once it, the regular 24-inch HP monitor, Dell monitor, whichever, company you like with, you can use it. It doesn't matter.
That was my experience.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, absolutely. There is no difference, I would say. It's there for us, so we're using it. Okay.
Yeah, I will finish on this month. Joined 3 years in routine diagnostics digitally. The one question will be actually with scanners. Normally, Canada is not
why does the United States but still differ from Europe? Because like there are different realities also regarding FDA, CEV, and other certification. Did you have options for other vendors, scanners to choose from? Like we in Norway now have a project, the government led project, and we actually started now choosing between different scanner vendors. So we pathologists blindly assess the slides and slides, the same slides scanned by different scanners, just to find a solution that works for us, the quality of the slide, brightness, and so on and so on. And another question is that, and I understand kind of that, fortunately, you don't need a medical grade scanner to sign out a case. So at the beginning it was like, and now in Europe and some countries, it is still like, to sign out the case, you have to make a diagnosis on a medical grade scanner, but for ISO, other medical grade scanners that are like 8 or 12 megapixels, and they're super expensive, obviously, and it adds a lot of costs to the workstation pathologists. And we as pathologists realize that actually we don't need 12 LP or 8 LP, we just need a high quality monitor. But the question is, isn't it a little bit difficult having one type of monitor in the hospital office and another monitor at home? Would it be easier to have just the same type of monitor from both workstations that one pathologist uses?
So the answer to your question is, so basically the monitor that we have at our home at our office workstation in the hospital, that's a barcode monitor. You know, it depends on your own comfort level. So if I wanted to see my image on that smaller HP 24 LED monitor, I can just switch the screen 1 to screen 2 and look at my images over there. The middle one I can use for LIS or for my computer diagnostic purposes. Again, it's not written in stone. You can use whatever suits your comfort level. It's bigger. I like it. And, you know, and we are leveraging this. And so you can actually switch screens based on your comfort level. You can use whatever you like, but there is no hard and fast in our home workstation. We have the standard ones. We're using that and with no problem. So again, anything, you can use any scanners or any company, all those which are FDA approved, and they're used for the medical diagnostic imaging purposes. If you can validate that, and if you see the quality of the slides, the scanning, they are not jeopardizing your diagnoses, go ahead and use it. I would say that. But yeah, I mean, you know, for us, it's not a problem. No one has complained. We don't have, you know, using a bigger monitor at work and a smaller over there. But, you know, if you like it, you can sort of change your screen, just drag that with the mouse and go on a smaller monitor and you can use it.
Or just as an additional point, and for example, the impact on standing into that makes a bigger impact on the picture quality than actually the monitor might basically. So the standing differently day to day or starting of the day and end of the day is way bigger than actually the monitor.
Yeah, it was also like having like two satellite microscopes, one board, these are what you get like a size of bone and the other is report with speech and things like that. It's a subjective thing.
Yeah.
Once you're doing
Yeah, I mean, the images are sharp in both. I don't see any differences. And you can, you know, control, adjust your brightnesses and all those things. The office workstations, those are the ones we're usually standing with the adjustable tables and all. We are using that. And then if, you know, if they're doing on-site, many of the pathologists would come and, you know, for presenting to our residents who are rotating through us from different universities. And so it's easier for us to go ahead and show them that one, but I don't mind using either. And they're exactly the same for me.
Just very quickly, really great presentation. Thank you very much. My questions are this for the fact that you mentioned that you are doing prostate as well as I said, I guess my question is around, do you ever envision bringing those tools into the clinical setting? And if that were to happen, what level of evidence would you need to see in order to make it happen?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. So, of course, we are in the process of validating, and we are using just for sort of like testing it and using it for research purpose only, but I would say more so for testing purpose. Once it's been validated, we will be using it for our primary diagnosis. I did ask this question from the GU expert panel in our country and asked them that, you know, if we have this tool and can we go ahead and use it? The answer was yes. If you can validate it, go ahead and use it, because PAGE is the FDA has authorized the first AI-based tool software, so to help detect prostate cancer. If one can validate it, certainly we can use it. So we, fingers crossed, this is something that we are looking forward in the future. All you need is like the scan slides. So we have that platform, and once our internal validation and our validations are done, back and forth again with the PAGE to people and authorities. Once we are okay, we'll be using that. In Canada, if there is any sort of like AI tool, of course, you just wanted to make sure that that tool is evaluated. But in Canada, if you know the Philips scanners and the other scanners, we just want to make sure that they are effectively being evaluated and validated, and you can use it perfectly. You can go ahead and use it. But FDA more so is for United States. You need that as well in terms of Health Canada and IQMH in Ontario. Basically, if you can validate, you can go ahead and use it. But of course, you'll do what your colleagues are doing. You don't want to be guinea pigs and just be first in line and do something which is not being validated, and there are no enough evidence or guidelines over there. So we won't do that. Anything which would jeopardize patient safety, of course, we'll just step back. Thank you.
I'm working in the Netherlands as a pathologist, and a lot of labs are already working digitally, and I've been working with SECTA, but we cannot use the dictation key or the space mouse. But I saw it for at home that we can use it in hospital, but not at home. But I saw that we can use it at home.
Yes. So the dictation. So
the joystick.
Yeah, so we do have options. So we do have the options. Like, I mean, we were being provided internally from our hospital. What type of mouse do you want to go use? The regular mouse, the joysticks, the 3D mouse, ergonomically stable. We were being given all sort of options. It all depends on which. So all the pathologists, they have different types based on what they wanted to use. And and we have that both in our home offices as well as in our office at the the dictation part. For dictation, we use Dragon. So for the dictation, we use Dragon, and it effectively works. So I dictate all my cases. I won't be, typing every case. It would take a little longer. My typing speed is not that great, but dictation, it works perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. It's just your LIS, your IT team. All you need is the support from them and making sure that they are being downloaded correctly without any glitch. I'm dictating my cases using the LIS, seeing the slides at home, at work, with no difference.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments on that. I think, as you said, from a medical diagnostic perspective, most prefer to use the FDA platforms. And I think FDA has been very active in improving some of with Philips, and then FDA used the Philips as a predictive model to validate and they got it on home, as it has been approved as well. So when a clinical trial perspective, you very much want to have medical grade instruments, scanners, in order to use it, particularly because we have patient management. It becomes even more regulated in the industry. And to your question on the page AI, I know in the UK we have, one of the hospital Wales is actually well established a model as after doing our internal validation. But I haven't seen anywhere that there is a definitive guideline as to what is the end value or the number of cases that need to go into the validation of saying this hospital could now use the AI methodology interferes. So I think it's CAP guidelines have come up. They started with 40 in 2013, but now in 2021 they have said 60 cases of HNEs and then associated with. We haven't seen any such guidelines to say what is a recommendation at least to say you need to use this number of cases in each of your hospitals to cross validate, even though it's an MPFP modality. So it's a lot of work that's ongoing in the industry to see how do we then make sure that there's a standardized approach across the different laboratories before it's being implemented. Very helpful for us. So thank you, Dr. No, I would just like to present this certificate. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Meetings. I'd like to now invite Mr. Jim
Sergianis.
Sergianis. Thank you. Again, who's the director from the medical imaging and diagnostics at McKinsey Health, and Jim's going to be speaking about the technical administration and the future state McKinsey Health in Canada. And before Jim starts, I would like to say, we want to do all of this, but we cannot do this without support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Jim Sergianis. I'm the Administrative Director for McKinsey Health. I work with Dr. Mimon. I am the Director of Medical Imaging and Laboratory Services for our 2 hospitals and our off-site ambulatory clinics. So I will continue on a little bit more in depth on the technical side. Dr. Mimon did a fantastic job, overviewing exactly what our rollout was. I will just get into a little bit additional on the technical side, and the administration side we'll get into as to why potentially we are the only hospital, only lab in all of Canada to be 100% digital. No conflicts to report. And as I mentioned, the technical administration and a little bit more discussion in terms of where we think our digital pathology platform will go in terms of the future and some of the projects we are working on with Paige right now, et cetera, for artificial intelligence. So as we've heard, we all know that digital pathology is not new. For us at McKinsey Health, for us in Canada, as we've heard that we are the only institution, the only lab, the only hospital that is 100% digital pathology for primary diagnostics across all of our pathologists. Now, that does not mean that no other organization in Canada is using digital pathology. It goes back to, decades ago for frozen sections from one hospital across to the other hospital. There are smaller samples of digital pathology in use right now, but we at McKinsey Health, we are 100% digital for primary, and we're happy to actually say, the only ones in all of Canada. So Canada being a very large country, so we feel that we're kind of pushing the envelope in terms of Canada. Fortunately enough, our implementation of implementation of digital pathology really helped position us during the COVID pandemic. What we found, and a lot of us were in the same boat, that even our pathologists, our histology staff, our lab members, humans, we all came down, whoever came down with the illness had to adhere to occupational health standards. Our standards were not allowed to be in the building 8 days post first symptoms. Some of our pathologists, some of our staff felt a little bit better after day number 3, particularly on the pathologist side. So having implemented digital pathology enabled us to have our pathologists at home to be able to start to sign up cases. So we did see some of the tangible benefits on the patient side because of the digital pathology. similar to how Dr. Iman mentioned, this is the Mackenzie Health. This is our story. One of the questions when the audience is why Philips, and did we explore other vendors, was one of the questions I heard. We could have, our hands were not tied, but we went with Philips because we have a big footprint, big partnership with Philips, MRI machines, CT machines, physiological monitors in the patient rooms. So very large footprint across both of our hospitals. So it was easier to continue the conversation, easy to simply add to the main contract, add digital pathology to the overall contract. Were our hands tied? No, we could have went, but our senior leadership team had visited the Philips site here in Europe, and they were content and happy with the platform. So that's the history in terms of how Philips was rolled out at Mackenzie Health. Now, one of the things that should be considered in terms of why hasn't this really taken off on the Canadian perspective, who has 2 hospitals just north of Toronto, why are we the only ones potentially for doing digital pathology across the board? Why is it nobody else, large centers in Montreal who are dabbling in this, but not to the extent of 100%, British Columbia, Calgary, nowhere else, basically. Potentially the costs involved. We were fortunate that our senior leadership team did not look at this as a return on investment, as an ROI opportunity. We are a tax-driven healthcare system. Canada has a public healthcare system, and there really is no business case. And as I will show you in the next slide, our investment was between $4 to $5 million for digital platforms. When you're actually talking about, several $100,000s for each scanner times 2, now we're going to go to 3, hundreds of thousands for retention of the digital images, et cetera, FTE complements to add on the histology lab side so they can look at every single thing. So really, we were fortunate that we were not asked to present to the leadership, to the board, or to the executives a business case, because it would fall apart. There is no $4 to $5 million return on a business case there. It would not. Now, we have a feeling, and we know Dr. Maman, who's a pathologist, can tell us that there's a tangible benefit to the pathologist and to the patient because there's some efficiencies. But can we actually pull a white paper out to say, here you go, we've now gained 5 million? We were not in that position. So we're fortunate enough that we did not have to take that approach. There was a leap of faith from our senior leaderships to invest the $4 to $5 million. And looking back, potentially that is one of the reasons that Mackenzie Health really is one of the only hospital organizations in Canada, because we had strong leadership that wanted to actually put the dollars into this and break away from the tradition of bring me a presentation, show me the returns and everything like that. So fortunate to have a strong leadership team to be able to promote that. Our decision went back to 2018 when our leaders decided, yes, they would make that investment. Overall, about $4 to $5 million, and how that breaks down is, I would say, approximately $2 million for the scanners. 10%, usually 10% of the scanner purchase cost goes into the yearly service maintenance, times that by a 6-year contract. So, fairly large investment for us going back to 2018. Okay, so Dr. Iman initially showed you her workstation. So I get to be the one that sees the dollars and the cents behind the scenes to say, yes, we can do this, or I have some bad news and we have to hold off on this. So we felt that if we were going to do this, that we were going to do this right. And that being said, what is right? That means new desks, ergonomic desks. They have the capability of elevating to go up and down. The barcode monitors was another question in the back. The barcode monitor evolved simply because we were a young buyer of digital pathology. So like many young buyers, when they first get into a market, we felt that the most expensive was the best. And after getting comfortable, after Dr. Andy Evans joined us, who's the chair of a CAPA committee that looked at this, working with Dr. Maman and the other pathologists, doing some of our own evaluations. Then after a couple of years, we said, well, any high definition monitor can give you the same results. So that's the reason why you'll see that the Barco is in-house at the hospital, while at the home stations of the pathologists that we have the regular things. So we have brand new desks across the board for all of our pathologists times 8 offices. Each one of these desks is one of these setups at least 20,000. We've supported the pathologist with home workstations. I myself have loaded up my trunk, and I've unloaded the computers in the driveways of many pathologists. Very beneficial for them to be able to be at home. No different than many of us who have young families and kids. Sometimes, children get sick and, parents have to shuffle. Pathologists are no different. They have lives also. So we have been able to support them with that. And I think it's worked for administration and it's worked for the pathologists also. In terms of our volumes are going up. These numbers are probably already outdated. We are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. laboratory. The Philips scanners that we have on-demand capabilities. So even if there's a couple slides left at the end of the day, we do have the capability of loading and walking away, turning the lights on and let the scanners run for themselves. The way that we have structured this, it's not just the 4 to 5 million in terms of capital investment. We had to support on an FTE lab staffing side, because part of our evaluation, validation of digital pathology from the beginning was that we found that there was a problem with fragmentation. Our scanners were missing the fragmentation. I believe I have this right here. Our scanners were missing the fragmentation at the beginning when we did our validation. So that would be a problem, particularly those pathologists that Dr. Maman mentioned that were a little bit on the fence. When this came up as part of the validation, there was aha, I told you so. This is dangerous. So what we had to do is we had to really circle back, understand that this was a limitation of our scanners and the way the vendor selects and scans the slide, but we did not want to stop at that point. So we actually invested in more histology lab staff. Every single biopsy slide is looked at by a histology lab staff. And we did that because we needed to provide the confidence that nothing would slip by to the pathologist. Confidence was the only way that we were going to ensure that patient safety was upheld, but also to have the confidence on the pathologist side. So yes, we had to invest multiple staff in the lab to be able to support that. Now, what we're hoping is that the limitation of the current scanners that we have that are missing some of these fragmentations, we're hoping the next generation of the scanner improves upon this. We have seen the next generation of the Philips scanner, and we are encouraged that it will improve. We're actively waiting for our demo scanner to be able to test some of the slides that are fragmented that have failed on the current scanner. We will test it on the next generation. And that's a business case potentially, because we have multiple staff that we've had to add to the QA bench of digital pathology. If we can actually show that the new scanner technology will improve picking up the fragmentation rate to next to nothing, then we can back away from the number of staff that look at every single biopsy slide. So that potentially would be a business case. As Dr. Moma mentioned, currently there's no standards in Canada for digital pathology or for data retention. So we've used the CAP 10-year guideline. I'm not an IT person, but one of the problems that we had was trying to figure out the costs involved with retention. Along with the capital purchase, we had to, make sure that the retention, not just at the beginning, but ongoing. Our IT department did a fantastic job. We assessed with their help cloud solutions, cloud-based retention solutions compared to on-premise solutions. And the best case in terms of cost was this system here. So a double system, tier 1, tier 2. Tier 1 is hot memory, as the IT people would refer to. So instantaneous memory that's kept in, the images are kept in tier 1. So instantaneous, the moment you click, the image pops up. We had decided that after about 90 days, I believe it's here, that if a pathologist has not touch the image, it's likely the case has been signed out. And now the image can slide down to tier 2 automatically. There's rules built in, tier 2 automatically, and that's longer term retention. And that's a little bit cheaper of a long-term retention than tier 1. So the bulk of the images will be in tier 1. And if ever the pathologist needs to it's there, you can click on the case. If ever the pathologist needs to pull the case, instead of being immediate, technically it's supposed to take 1 to 2 seconds. Now, because we're still young in the process and there's only 2 years of data retained there, I think talking to the pathologist that there's no significant difference right now between tier 1 and tier 2, but talking with the IT people that should tier 2 start to get a little bit fuller, the worst case is that it might take 1 to 2 seconds for the image to pop up. But I think, I think that won't be a major problem. So 2-tier system. And that's how we solve the ongoing costs of that technology in terms of, the cloud being more expensive. Another comment that I heard from the back was that the quality of the H&E slide depends on the quality that you see. Absolutely, we did find that out. The validation that we had, we are a very young lab in terms of digital pathology. We found that the quality of the image, of course, depends on the quality of the stain and the quality of the slide. So we invested not just in the technology and the equipment, but we invested in our histology lab staff. Every single lab staff was sent to remotely complete this digital certificate program through the National Society of Histotechs, multiple modules, so they can understand the importance of high quality work from the moment that you embed the sample to make sure it's a single plane, it's embedded properly. If it's a single plane, it gets cut. There's little fragmentation, to the importance of good quality H&E slides, to the importance of nice clean slides that go into the scanner. So all of those steps pre-scanning, potentially one can say is probably if or even more important than the actual scanning process itself. So we had to recognize all of that. So all of our staff have gone through and completed a certificate program in terms of digital pathology. In addition to that, we signed our lab up to an external quality assurance for digital pathology through the CAP, where we send a digital image, it gets assessed by the CAP, and we get a report back. So new initiatives completely. So did scanning add extra steps? Yes, it did. We have a quality assurance bench. We look at every single slide to ensure that we have confidence, to ensure that patient care is upheld, but to ensure that the confidence is there. So when the pathologists look at things, that they have the pure confidence that the system is working and the system is strong. Now, what's our future for digital pathology? We are the first in Canada to go digital pathology. We're comfortable with that, but we're not satisfied just yet. So we are in the process of trying to help our province establish a digital consult network. So right now, unfortunately, if there's a consultation that is required, one pathologist to another pathologist, another hospital, what has to happen is the glass slides goes to the pre-analytical area. They get bundled up. They get into an envelope. The taxi or the courier gets ordered. The courier picks up, drives them. Maybe not so much with a scooter in the middle of winter, but still drives them to another hospital through rain and snow and storms, et cetera, et cetera. So very still traditional methodologies. So we are saying now that we're trying to help lead a proof of concept that we have received from Ontario Health to be able to establish a consultation network through digital images. So if there is a consult required, the pathologist can upload. Pathologists can share the image to another partner organization, another partner pathologist. The same pathologist who would have received the glass slide that would have taken days and days by the time it went through our packaging, by the time it went through our courier, by the time it sat there on their receiving desk, let's say, at a hospital that's 20 kilometers away, by the time it was unraveled and unpackaged and presented to the pathologist. So we are trying to establish this consultation. And we have received some fund from the Ontario government to help kind of drive that. We are in we're kind of at the end stages right now. We hope to have finished this collaboration by April the 31st of this year. And basically what the collaboration is working with a third-party neutral agnostic LIS vendor. And that's key because all of our hospitals are on different IT networks. Our IT network is not going to be, intertwined with another hospital IT network. So it was important that we use an agnostic third party. So we've actually partnered up with a company here in France, in Europe, Tribune, who is an agnostic vendor that we can upload the images to this middleware in the cloud. And whatever the other organization, no matter what system they are on, they can pull the images down or they can view the images and they can offer the report directly into that agnostic system. And then we can pull the report back. So that was key in terms of that. So this is kind of the network that we are trying to establish. So where the concentration of red dots are, that's kind of the Greater Toronto area that we belong to. The benefits you can see in terms of well north in terms of Ontario, where it would be a 4-hour drive should a courier have to go up there and back. 4 hours just to get there, 4 hours to come back. So this is what we're working on right now in terms of the next generation of our partnership digital. These are the hospitals that we're trying to connect. Some large downtown academic hospitals ourselves, scattered across the province. Beyond that, we do feel that there is a market for, and we're hopeful that at some of these conferences that we do come across some new technologies. We would like to see artificial intelligence that does the quality check of the scan, to kind of remove the human factor a little bit. That as the scanner is completed, that there's the artificial check to say yes. There's a kind of a green check mark to say yes, it's good quality scan, low blurry, good quality image, no fragmentation. So we're actively hoping to partner up with a company. So we have our eyes open when we attend conferences. Beyond that, as Dr. Mimon mentioned, that we have been working with Paige in terms of artificial intelligence. We have actually, with Dr. Evans, we've had validated the prostate cores for negative cores that are the FDA approved ones. Beyond that, we just had a call with Paige just last week in terms of the breast cores. And another question in the audience was, do we feel we're going to go live? Yes, I think we have, with Dr. Evans' support and the pathologist support, we have the administration support to back this and go live with artificial intelligence tools by the end of this year is kind of the timeline that we have presented. And that would be the first in Canada also to be live with artificial intelligence tools, even on a smaller scale as prostate cores. We'll take it because we believe that even if we start at that level and we gain the confidence there, then we can continue to build and build. The key of everything that we have done is to make sure everything is integrated properly on the pathologist work screen. The one thing that we have not tried to do from the beginning is to make this more complicated for the user, for the pathologist point of view. Multiple buttons here, multiple buttons there. So every layer that we have done from the beginning was to make sure that it's a fully integrated digital image right in the LIS workflow that the pathologist uses. So we've actually incorporated a digital image button right in the workflow of the pathologist case. So they can actually see the case, they click on the button, and because you've seen so many different monitors, they're working in the report on one screen. On the second screen, the digital image comes up, so they can have their mic open during the voice dictation while they're looking at the case, and they can look up the report. So that has been key for us and to implement. And that concludes. I did want to thank Dr. Andy Evans, who's really kind of pushed the digital pathology kind of to the next level. Dr. Iman for her support, and Claudia Schauer, who's our project manager for the Western York region for the collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It was exhaustive, but it obviously showing a lot of work and establishments. I'm afraid we're really running short of time. later program. So if maybe you could start one question.
Yes. I'm just wondering with do education of required control, which you mentioned in the aspects. I'm also looking for part of the cognitive and providers of shared solution of the helio, but it is publicly available. So it's not to they use in research for project we have for a lot of thousands of slides, and then allow you to do a certain accuracy required control. The flag on the slides are automatic, or also patients on the slide, we have 10 bars and patient call, etc. And you try to evaluate some of these tools. I can take example of histology, so the tool it's used well. Now that's what also experience.
So unfortunately, we have very little experience. We are being the first in Canada to be digital pathology. It's a very new. Canada is behind the academic side, the hospital side, the lab side. We're very behind on the digital front. Than Europe, than even the States, than many places. So there's not many regional partners that we have heard from. It sounds that there's possibilities academic outside of Canada. So I would like to connect with you maybe offline to see if there is opportunities, because we feel that that would be an area that would be good, not just for us, because now there's other hospitals that are looking at us to say, okay, now that you're showing that it can be done, now they want to come along now. We find that the pathology community is very conservative, that they want to see somebody else do it first. They like the first person to stumble and fail and to go through their challenges, and then they sit back for a couple of years, and then they'd like to jump on. So I think that's what now is happening. Everybody's now is rushing to. You saw the number of hospitals in the bubbles that want to do the collaboration with us. So it's getting there, but we have no academics or anything that we can partner up with. But we're anxious to, if we can put a layer of quality assurance that becomes an automated quality assurance to look at the image itself through logarithms, I think that would be good for everybody.
I think that's a great point. Perspective seems that very common in this business that there are a couple of commercial vendors who are providing PCs and doing for HDs and RFP as well. This is a very good product that they have come out with Nordic PC as well, where they're looking at the quality of the stains and the controls as well, regulatory system. But there is some great work there.
And even us, they just released it maybe a month ago, commented for the
Yes.
and this maybe that component on the column because can use the aspects. It's coming from research and the vision perspective. What matters is not just about the image, but also when we talk about dynamics, also the people sections, centers. So when we talk about pathology, we also try to educate and kind of capture on the or at least make sure that the beams can capture also these analytical aspects attached to the images, so that when you look at the computational aspect or image validation, you can also take this into consideration designing of algorithms, but also particularly validation tools, because they will not be the same if you look at
That's right.
biopsy or full face section or heat or beam.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, present with the certificate as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. Michelle O'Connor is here. So I know we had requested Dr. Constantin Maxim to come up, but I think we have Dr. O'Connor who's coming. So we could have your talk at the original schedule time. Dr. Constantin, thank you so much for agreeing to come forward. So we will have her and give the results after lunch. So we'd like to invite Dr. Michelle O'Connor once again to talk about the NIM open access core facility for digital before we break lunch. Thank you so much.
So this one. You can press this one. How much time you can approve? Is this one yours?
Is this my poster?
Oh, yeah, yes, yes. You want to make it richer? You go here. Oh, sorry.
Oh, is it a touch screen?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
There is.
Yeah. Go.
I've never digitally presented a poster before. So usually I just hang one up and stand around. So this is my poster presentation for the meeting today. It's just to show some of the applications and techniques that we use as a core facility. And the tissue clearing. We have a bunch of different techniques for clearing tissue. We have mRNA in situ hybridization paired with our whole slide scanner. And we have whole organ imaging through both the tissue site, the multiphoton, and the light sheet microscope. I'm here to answer any questions if you're interested. That last talk on slide scanners was pretty awesome. And actually, there's definitely a lot of interest in the research world as well as the clinical world, clearly, for handling the data. I think the access of remote access to our workstations, the Amaris, Arevis, Amera, QPath, ImageJ, can be of use for anybody here if they're looking for diving into a little bit more of a particular sample. And if anybody has any research projects, or if you have any pet projects, we're an excellent core facility to assist you. Are there any questions?
If you have any questions.
Would you suggest one or the other analysis, like for different ones, purposes?
Yes, for really large data sets, like high resolution slide scanners, QPath is an excellent choice. It will create a pyramidal file so that it doesn't have to load the whole image all at once with your RAM. So you generally are not as RAM limited as, say, ImageJ. It has a really excellent automated cell finder and analysis tools that really don't require a heck of a lot of user input. And the documentation is really terrific. You can watch really short YouTube videos, or look at some documentation on the QPath GitHub. I used to just use ImageJ, but I discovered QPath about a year ago, and now I've just been proselytizing that software to anybody because it really does make analysis so much easier. It used to be that you would have to do like for histology samples, you would maybe have to separate the colors chromogenically, and then set up thresholds and maybe even filter your samples so that you could analyze your data. But QPath does that with the click of one button, and I haven't really maxed out on the number of cells that it will count. So I've done cell scoring on entire tumors, and it's counted 500,000 nuclei. Maybe it takes 15 minutes or something like that, but it's scored 500,000 nuclei against others, against other stains, which I thought was really powerful, and I've been using it ever since.
I don't know the other three.
So Amaris
they're actually quite different. Imaris is really for 3D imaging. So if you are imaging with confocal or multiphoton or the light sheet, they produce 3D images, and you can measure between particles within the volume. The Amira is very similar to Imaris, but harder to use. And Arrivis is like that, a massive data set analyzer. It also has an AI component to it, one that we actually have all found to be a little bit more difficult to use than just to analyze it ourselves. But the Arrivis, which is now owned by Zeiss just recently, it doesn't have a problem handling data sets that are in the multiple terabytes. So we'll just upload an entire massive database and then just say, analyze it all. And it can count really millions of synapses at once. We've counted all the synapses in the cerebellum for one project, and it doesn't hang up and it doesn't crash. So we're big fans of that system, although it's not the easiest software to learn. All of the workstations are available through, most of the time people just use TeamViewer. And if you sign up with our core, you can receive the TeamViewer invite, and you just log in and can log into any of our workstations and use them. You can upload your samples. We have multiple terabyte hard drives, and you can keep them saved on our file servers if you request a file server collaboration folder.
No further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to now present to you. Sorry. Thank you. Really was interactive discussion this morning, and we can now take a break for lunch. Then we will reconvene after lunch for the next session that will start at 1:30 at 1:30. So prior to our living, invites to have a look for the drug against the back there. Thank you.
So part one and the main one that we have already. Please into just just this one, right? I think this one would just go away. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Diagnostics in Germany. That's what I know. Thank you so much.
Yes, that's it. For sure. Right.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure. Just want to take a. Do you want the set of this?
Clear on.
Perhaps it's to general ideas and No, it's absolutely fine. I said the happy thing didn't on the table. What we yeah.
It's good. Okay.
Okay, so now after enjoying an option and for the Italian as a Christmas, first speaker on show welcome Samson from home. I'm passing on the stage to him to deliver his talk on the title of his talk, the high effectiveness of vestibular architecture measurement in humans by IAC and GPAT software. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Konstantin Marcin. I'm a pathologist and I'm a researcher from Poland. My presentation is about vascular measurement architecture in tumors by immunohistochemistry and QPath software. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, is it working? No, it's not working. No, not computer, not this. Wait, is it? No, not in the presentation, not working. Okay. Okay, I will take it manually. Okay. Monday, early morning. I wake up, I go to the office, I make a cup of coffee and sit at my desk. And there is a moment after a few sips of coffee and before I turn on my microscope to start the working day. There is a moment when I ask myself following questions. Why do I do this? What do you do this? What is my role? Yours. Could I be soon replaced by someone or something else? Something faster, smarter, and more precise. A machine, a computer. We live in an era where this digitalization supports us at every step, supporting us or slowly replacing. There is dilemma. And I think to myself that I'm not just a guy who works with the microscope. I'm not just a pathologist. I'm much more. I'm someone who fights against cancer, against suffering, against pain. Behind my back are those who need me. Surgeons, therapists, and cancer victims. It is me who is responsible. It is me who has to say what to do. This is me who sees. I'm their eyes. No one will solve a dilemma about your role. Only your own experience. And this is what happened to me. I got the case where I was supposed to count the number of vessels. The aim of the project was to assess the influence of the treatment on the vitality of the tumor by counting the vessels. There were 3 types of the tumor. There was one control group and a few experimental groups in each type. I should measure the number of the vessels. The dosage of the treatment was progressively increased in each type of the tumor. The expectation was that along the increase of the dosage, the number of the vessel would come down. I used 2 methods, the standard microscopic technique and digital pathology software, which is called QPath. Something wrong. Okay. Okay, it works. Yes. Okay, so the QPath is a very good software for pathologists. It is really helpful to measure the objects. Thanks to QPath, we can identify the objects. And count what is the number of this object in the slide. The digital pathology transforms image into the numbers. We don't have to evaluate the slide manually by microscopic standard procedure. We just give the slide to the software and we will get the numbers. Numbers, and numbers. Quantity. Is it all about quantity? To my delight, both me and computer obtained similar results, almost equal in fact. Based on those results, the increased dosage of the treatment diminishes the number of the vessels, decreases cancer support. However, does my role come down to counting the vessels? I'm a pathologist, and my job is to question what I see. Uncertainty is my path. I found that in few experimental groups, there is highly vascularized spot manifestations in those areas which were close to necrosis. I wasn't sure is it important or not, if it was noteworthy, because total number of the vessels was progressively decreased through the treatment. I was uncertain about vascularized spots. There is the evidence that tumor due to the spots could become more resistant. From uncertainty, questions are born, and questions make you search. I ask the question, what are we really looking for here? Does only quantity of the number of vessels matter, or rather where they really are? I ask this question, not the software. Finally, I decide to count the vessels which are closely to necrotic area and compare it between the groups. Thanks to QPath, it was possible. first group of the tumor did not reveal any changes. The number of the vessels were increased according to the increasing dosage of the medication. But second and third group, in the second and third group, changes in the vascularization occurred. In the highest dosage experimental group, the number of the vessels near necrotic area were even larger than in control group. My questioning brought results. In my opinion, digital pathology is a good solution and it allows us to get more precise results. For me, digital pathology is a tool in my hand, which I operate, and I don't think I can replace by it. What is bad, what is good? It's a matter of choice or taste. We cannot change the tendencies or stop them, but we can find our own place with them, with our own values and self-respect. So don't stop questioning. Don't stop being uncertain. Finish your coffee, turn on your microscope or monitor, and get to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful speech and questions from the audience.
Did doing the quantitative kind of analysis using QPAP give you any more confidence that you were, more repeatable or anything like that? Or?
Yeah, it was usable and it was repeatable. And of course, there is a problem in the staining that was on other presentations that those slides would be stained perfectly without any foldings or crash or something like that. And it should the group of the slides should be stained at the same time in one processor. Yeah, and then it is repeatable. Yeah. Yes.
Do you believe there's any added value in terms of learning, checking the hypothesis that because we go to vascularization, a typical feature that by eye would be difficult to.
Yeah, I have the concern. I was uncertain because I just know that when I analyze, I just make a notes in the computer that there's 3 vessels, 5 vessels, and then I found that in some cases that was increased number of the vessels in one small spot. Yes, and the total number of the vessels was okay. The thesis is working, right? But then I realized that we need to put just those region near the necrotic area and then compare it. Yeah, but it was me. It's not. It wasn't an order or standard procedure in the plan, the project. So we are important, right? Not the computer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I can present this.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Corinne Sorin from Russia. Is Dr. Corinne here?
He's not there.
So I think she's doing it virtually tomorrow.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. So Dr. Karim will be doing this virtually tomorrow. So I'll move on to our next speaker, Ms. Viator Marika. Ms. Viator Marika over here. So I'm going to pass on her stage to deliver her speech on characterization of tumor-associated macrophages heterogeneity, their complex interactions, the tumor microenvironment, and their spatial distribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving the opportunity to present my work. I am a research fellow at Humanitas Research Hospital in the Leukocyte Biology Lab. I am a biotechnologist, so I present the biology part of our work, and then my colleague Rebecca Polidori will present the computational part. So our work focused on non-small cell lung cancer, that is the most common cause of cancer death worldwide. In particular, it represents the 85% of lung cancer, with an estimated 1.8 million deaths each year. And in particular, our case list consists of a tissue microenvironment, including squamous cell carcinoma, adenocarcinoma, and adenosquamous carcinoma. And as you can see, since this tumor type is very heterogeneous in terms of cellular composition and distribution within tissue, our aim focused on combining different histopathological approaches and high-dimensional computational imaging tools to analyze and dissect the tumor microenvironment. So we started from H&E stained slide. In particular, we wanted to focus on tumor tissue and structure. And so we trained a classifier in order to distinguish between tumor cells from the other ones. And once we have classified the tumor cells, we wanted to investigate their spatial distribution within tissue. So we exploited the replay K function. In particular, we can see that the K-score is proportional to the degree of cell clustering, while the cluster's radius is representative of the cluster size. So we were able to divide patients into regularly distributed, poorly and highly clustered based on the K-score. And we were also able to distinguish between small and large clusters radius. So we analyzed these parameters given by the replace K function. It is possible to observe that the K-score moderately correlates with the cluster's radius. And so this confirms that both these parameters can be used to analyze, to describe the tumor cells distribution among tissue. In fact, the K-score and also the cluster's radius are higher in squamous cell carcinoma than adenocarcinoma. Besides, both these parameters moderately correlates with the number of tumor cells. Then, to better investigate the complex interactions between cellular components of the tumor microenvironment, we wanted to analyze the immune contexture, taking advantage of the Hyperion imaging system. This technique allows the simultaneous investigation of 33 markers thanks to the use of metal tags instead of fluorophores, by preserving the tumor structure and the cell morphology information. In particular, our first aim was to segment and distinguish between different tissue regions, so the tumor nest and the stroma region, based on the pancytokeratin signal. And then we wanted to investigate the frequency of immune cells in the tumor nest versus the fibrotic stroma. So we perform this analysis of the imaging mass cytometry data, and we were able to find 11 cell phenotypes shown in this heat map with their expression markers. And then we focus it on cell density. In particular, as expected, we found that all cell density of the stroma cells were higher, significantly higher in the stroma. And less, obviously, we found that the same result in the immune compartment. Then, concerning the fibrotic stroma, we were able to divide the patients into poorly and highly fibrotic based on the collagen signal. And it is interesting to observe that all cell population were higher in the highly fibrotic stroma instead of tumor cells, suggesting that the number of tumor cells can depend on the presence of the collagen. After that, we wanted to investigate how the distribution of tumor cells can affect the ability of immune and stromal cells to infiltrate the tumor. These box plots show that the percentage of immune cells are significantly higher in highly clustered patients, while the percentage of stromal cells were significantly higher in patients with large cluster radius. And going deeper, separately analyzing each cell phenotype, we discovered that the lymphoid compartment have a higher density in highly clustered patients, while alpha cells has a higher density in patients with small cluster radius. Finally, we wanted to focus on macrophages, that is the population of interest of our laboratory. And so, starting from the CD68 positive population, we perform a reclustering of this population, starting from 10 biomarkers. And we were able to find 11 subpopulations of macrophages that are shown in this heat map, but also with the UMAP visualization. And then we wanted to investigate their distribution, their characteristic on the tissue. And so we visualized the UMAP using different intrinsic characteristics of the tissue. So the tumor nest and the stroma region, but also the tumor cell spatial features, such as the K-score and the cluster radius. We have found that each cell phenotype, each macrophage subpopulation have a higher density in the stroma, except for the population expressing S100 and arginase 1. And this suggests that maybe in future we can do some experiment using these markers in order to understand how these markers are higher expressed in the tumor nest. Finally, we also discovered some intrinsic characteristics depending on the K-score, but also on the clusters radius. In fact, these two populations have significant differences in terms of cell density, depending on the K-score. While this population, in particular, the S100 positive population has a significantly higher density in patients expressing large cluster radius. While concerning the stroma, there are two clusters that have a significantly difference in terms of cell density based on the cluster's radius. So to conclude, the use of digital pathology coupled with AI-based approaches can improve current diagnostic workflows and potentiate the analytic output in the field of oncoimmunology. The results of our analysis are expected to provide the opportunity to investigate spatial patterns and cell interaction at the single cell level, leading to the identification of tumor patient profiles with a clinical relevance. The use of replay K function allows the extraction of standardized features from classical H&E technique, and the digital tools that we are using simplify the discrimination of patients based on tissue intrinsic features, such as the presence of tumor nest or stroma region, but also the extension of collagen area. And so this allows us to investigate if the cell density of the distribution of specific cell population correlate with these intrinsic characteristics. In future, we will investigate on macrophage subpopulation with significant differences in terms of cell density, but also we will try to exploit these digital tools in order to investigate these tissue features also in whole slide images. I would like to thank all the members of my laboratory, in particular Rebecca Polidori, that worked with me at this project, and also my mentor Federica Marchesi and Massimo Locati, and all of you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marika. Any questions?
Have you prepared your future work, trying to use other tools? Have you thought about explainable AI?
I don't hear you.
You said that we're going to use other tools, AI tools. What I'm asking is, have you thought about using explainable AI? If you don't know what that is, we can talk over it afterwards, because it seems a very nice area to apply. You can understand easily what features make something be classified as something. Explain.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, it is very interesting. Since I was the biological part, I didn't know very well the tools, but maybe we can talk about later. Yes, thank you.
I have a question. One question. See, do you have a specific marker for collagen?
I use.
Which area was collagen reached?
Yes, I use the collagen type 1.
And then follow-up question on that. You try to model the if there was anything interesting in terms of the collagen fibers, the density orientation, or
we try to correlate the number of tumor cells with the collagen, so the fibrotic stroma, but we didn't find any significant correlation. And the only correlation that we have seen is that the number of tumor cells is lower when there is a high fibrotic.
we didn't try to look at the
Not yet, but we can check it. Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Ms. Rebecca Polidori from Italy. So she completed the speech on computational methods for analysis of full-flank imaging in tumor tissue.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. I am a research fellow at the University of Milan, and I'm working as an imaging analyst in the immunology department at Humanitas Research Hospital. Today, I will talk to you about the computational methods we exploited for the analysis of whole slide images in tumor tissues. The tumor we focus on is the non-small cell lung cancer, notably one of the main causes of cancer death worldwide, since it affects about 85% of lung cancer patients. Our case list consists in a cohort of 50 whole slides and one tissue macroarray of 108 non-small cell lung cancer patients. The cohorts include several histotypes of this type of tumor, such as squamous cell carcinoma, adenocarcinoma, and adenosquamous carcinoma. The tumor microenvironment of the non-small cell lung cancer is highly populated by immune cells, and studying its cellular composition and its spatial organization could provide an insight of the role of the immune system within the tumor microenvironment. To do this, we took advantage of several imaging techniques and digital tools, enabling us to extract complementary information. In fact, for example, through the computational analysis of images stained by hematoxylin and eosin or classical immunohistochemistry, we studied the tumor structure or the distribution of a single marker of interest, while imaging mass cytometry allowed us to concomitantly investigate up to 37 markers, making easier the phenotyping but causing the ablation of the tissue. Our analysis workflow consists of 3 main steps. The first one is the cell segmentation, and it is critical because it needs very high accuracy to have a reliable estimate of the number of cells within the tissue. We exploited 2 methods of segmentation. The first involves the adoption of a pre-trained deep learning model to detect automatically the nuclei. And the other required the manually training of a machine learning classifier in order to recognize the cell nuclei, the cell membrane, and the background. The 2 options are suitable for different types of staining techniques. In fact, the deep learning model has been trained on a huge number of hematoxylin and eosin images and a huge number of immunofluorescence images, while the machine learning classifier with iLastic and cell profiler was conceived for the imaging mass cytometry. The second step is the cell phenotyping, and it can be achieved in a supervised manner, namely by training an object classifier on specific cell markers, which can be immune, stromal, or cancer markers, or by using an unsupervised clustering with softwares like Cytomap, Histocat, or RStudio, and algorithms which automatically group cells together into a certain number of clusters on the basis of parameters selected by the user. The choice between the 2 methods mostly depends on how many markers are investigated concomitantly. If more than 4 or 5, I would prefer to cluster cells with an unsupervised clustering, or the results could be unreliable. This is an example of the potential of CUPA tools. In particular, we firstly divided the tumor annotation in the whole slide into tiles of a certain size. This is to reduce the computational load of the sequence segmentation. Hence, we performed the automatic nuclei detection with the pre-trained model I mentioned before. Tile by tile until the whole annotation has been segmented, and lastly the cells were classified, in this case with an object classifier trained by us. Since we are also interested in extracting the spatial features and the spatial interaction between cell population, these are some of the tools available in Cytomap. The first figure represents an example of neighborhood analysis, which finds the local composition of cells within circular areas distributed within the tissue. And at the end of this analysis, a certain number of regions are found. The second figure is a cell correlation heat map showing colocalization or avoidance between cell phenotypes. The third one is a UMAP of the regions previously identified. And the fourth is a scheme of the interaction between the regions in terms of percentage of shared borders. Now I will go more into the detail of our project. On the whole slide cohort, since hematoxylin and eosin is a perfect tool to evaluate the tissue structure, but does not allow a clear discrimination between cell types, with the exception of tumor cells for our experience, which are quite distinguishable. We decided to automatically detect all gene nuclei in the tumor annotation and classify them into tumor or other. Then we extracted the 2D coordinates of tumor cells only and computed the replace K function. It is a parameter commonly used to quantify the degree of clustering of a point pattern distribution in general. And in our case, these points are cells, centroids. And in this figure, you can see that the second sample has a tumor cell distribution significantly more dense, compact, and organized into cluster with respect to the sample above. And the comparison between the two K function trends clearly expresses this difference. We thus evaluated the distribution of the peak of the K curves, we called it the K-score, and divided these samples into highly clustered or poorly clustered on the basis of the median. And the survival analysis revealed that a poorly clustered distribution of tumor cells correlates with a better prognosis. Afterwards, we deployed the Hyperion imaging approach on our tissue macroarray cohort, and not on slides because technical reasons and too long acquisition time. This is the profiling panel we designed, and it includes antibodies able to mark the tissue architecture, both cancer and stroma, several myeloid and lymphoid markers, but also activation markers mainly expressed by macrophages, since they are the principal interest of our laboratory. This is the result of our cell segmentation obtained by following the imaging mass cytometry segmentation pipeline created by Bermond and Miller. In our hands, it worked very well, in part thanks to the commercial segmentation kit, but maybe also for the type of tissue and the cell morphology, which is quite simple with respect to other cell types such as neurons. Then we imported single cell data into Cytomap, in which the implemented algorithm performed an unsupervised clustering based on the selected markers, which are the ones I put in the red box. These are mainly lineage cell markers plus other of interest. And in the next step, we defined the phenotypes, putting together the clusters with a similar marker expression, but always validating the phenotyping directly on the original images. For tissue segmentation, piocytokeratin and collagen 1 stainings were used to create region annotations by training a pixel classifier in QPAT. In particular, piocytokeratin positive regions were defined as tumor nest, piocytokeratin negative ones as stroma, while we called collagen 1 positive regions fibrosis. The tissue segmentation allowed us to quantify cell population with these regions. Here I reported some results. Relative to the first plot,
it can be observed that in general, immune cells tend to concentrate into the stroma rather than in the tumor nest. And the second consideration can be that in this microenvironment, the most abundant population, immune population, are macrophages and CD8 positive T cells. Concerning the second plot, instead, it can be noticed that almost all immune cells tend to stay into highly fibrotic tissue, as well as other cells, but in contrast with tumor cells, which are more present into poorly fibrotic tissues, as expected. Finally, with the aim of linking information about the spatial distribution of tumor cells and the cell phenotyping, also the tissue microarray was stained by hematoxylin and eosin. Therefore, we computed the K function for all these spots, and these samples were divided into highly clustered or poorly clustered on the basis of the third quartile. In this case, only 2 samples resulted as regularly distributed because their K curves lie under the reference curve, which is representative of a complete random distribution of points. And in the figure, you can see 3 examples of the 3 classification. In fact, the first one was classified as regular distributed, the second as poorly, and the third as highly clustered. And also in this case, the K trends were represents these characteristics. Here, I reported how cell population identified through imaging mass cytometry distribute in highly and poorly clustered samples. The first plot highlights a significantly higher percentage of immune cells into highly clustered samples, but the same does not hold for stroma and tumor ones. The spider plot offers some more detailed description of which phenotypes really differ in terms of K-score, but just considering the stroma. And these phenotypes are B cells, CD8 positive T cells, Tregs, and Ki67 positive immune cells. The third plot instead show the percentage of highly and poorly clustered samples within the 3 histotypes. In particular, although a relevant part of squamous cell carcinoma are highly clustered, adeno and adenosquamous carcinoma results as almost uniquely poorly clustered. In conclusion, we can extract quantitative and standardized features beyond visual perception by high-powered analysis of standard hematoxylin and eosin slides. Moreover, imaging mass cytometry applied to the analysis of tumor microenvironment provide a powerful multiparametric and integrative tool for spatial tissue analysis. And digital tools guarantee efficiency and high accuracy in tasks such as segmentation, classification, but also permits numerous and complementary types of analysis. As a future perspective, we would like to upgrade from processing small ROIs, as we did with the tissue microarray, to host all slides, also for what concern imaging mass cytometry. And this will allow us to have a complete overview of the tumor microenvironment and compare different regions of the tissue. I would like to thank all those who have worked with me on this project, in particular Marica Viatore, Alessandra Rigamonti, and my tutor Federica Marchesi. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions from you?
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. You showed quite early on, showing your sort of initial set of data.
Okay.
Did you consider looking at the bigger set, seeing if there were, say, within like the macrophage group, whether you had some co-expressing subsets, that might co-express different markers?
Oh, yes. Yes, with this technique is a bit difficult, but we have in plan to see these also these type of phenotypes. Yes, we are still in progress. Thank you. From them?
Surviving.
No, because for the tissue microarray, we have the clinical data because it is a commercial tissue microarray, and the problem was that we have no clinical data while we have clinical data on the whole slides. In fact, I showed this in the first slides, but we are buying a new tissue microarray with the clinical data to make the survival analysis.
Excellent. That's very interesting.
Thank you.
Very impressive work.
Thank you.
And this is one question regarding the section that was used for HAE, this section that was used for the IC. How far away are those from each other? Are they far away in terms of cuts, or are they next to each other?
The sections. It's consecutive. Yes, they are 2 consecutive sections. Yes.
Because some implementation, they're not even golden ones. Full fix.
Yes. Yes, we try to take them consecutive to have a reasonable comparison. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman.
Thank you. Thank you.
So moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Amin Shani from Greece. And they're passing on the stage to deliver the speech on the new perspective and accurate thyroid and prostate cancer diagnosis based on machine. Welcome you. And then this is people to hear.
Okay. They have to. Too many. I'm good to go.
Yeah. Interesting. That's you.
Okay.
Great.
Great.
Thank
you. Greetings to everybody. My name is Amin Rashani. I am from the company of Witside in Greece, and we have collaborated with Istomedica for our data, our images, which we will talk about, and Synergy Value, which has implemented the user interface. As you will see, we're going to talk about a tool called the AI Patholab. The project is called AI Patholab. So we'll talk about new perspectives in accurate thyroid and prostate cancer diagnosis based on machine learning. We'll have an introduction. We'll see about thyroid and prostate cases medical-wise. Also a disclaimer, I'm not a medical personnel or a doctor. I am a lead data scientist, so have that in mind. We'll talk about our data, our methodologies, the algorithms that were used, the evaluation process. We'll see, and we'll have a little peek at the results. We'll also see a little bit of the user interface. We'll see the feedback we had, the first feedbacks we had from doctors, and we'll see the future work. So computer vision is a rapidly growing field with the potential to revolutionize cancer diagnosis. According to the World Health Organization, in 2020, prostate cancer and thyroid cancer were the 3rd and 10th most common cancer types in the world, respectively. Given the incidence rate of these cancers, use of advanced algorithms and machine learning techniques is considered imperative to assist pathologists in their day-to-day cases. And here I emphasize on helping them to reduce human error, helping them to reduce the time spent on time that could be spent on more high-value jobs. The present study developed a computer vision system that can analyze medical images and extract information necessary to identify and diagnose cases of prostate and thyroid cancer. For the purposes of the project, we isolated cases of thyroidectomy and prostate biopsy cases. By the way, these are real data from the tissues that we have used. From the thyroidectomy cases, a selection of different subtypes of papillary thyroid carcinoma was made. Cases with other types of carcinoma, such as myeloid carcinoma, follicular carcinoma, and undifferentiated or low differentiated carcinoma, were excluded from the selection. We decided on excluding these categories since our aim was to standardize the identification of the most common subtype of carcinoma, which was clear histomorphological features. Therefore, the diagnostic algorithm can identify the most frequent type of thyroid carcinoma, which is more than 90% of cases, which in more than 90% of cases are papillary carcinomas, while all other subtypes represent only 10% of thyroid carcinomas. We also isolated cases without neoplasm that were used as our negative cases for the training of the diagnostic algorithm. From the prostate cases, we isolated all biopsy cases, transrectal, transperineal, available in the laboratory. Positive cases were considered those with infiltrating adenocarcinoma, well to poorly differentiated, while those with other types of carcinomas or neoplasms, such as neuroendocrine neoplasm, metastatic infiltration, or lymphoma, were excluded. The exclusion of these cases was done because the purpose of the project is to investigate primary carcinoma of the prostate. Negative for malignancy were considered cases that presented with normal tissue, inflammation, or those with coexisting prostatic intraperitoneal neoplasia. The reason for not isolating only cases with normal tissue was that in case of inflammation or coexistence with PIN, these cases are not considered diagnostically positive. Besides, patients who undergo prostate biopsy usually have an elevated PSA, which is due to prostate cancer, prostatitis, precancerous conditions, PIN, and benign prostatic hyperplasia, phenomena that are visualized in histological slides that do not bear neoplastic lesions. So, in general, we try to have the perfect sample of data as the base data to train the algorithm, trying to avoid artifacts, folds, etc., that has been already mentioned in other presentations. Let's have a peek of our data. We have 2,307 images in total, 601 of them about the thyroid case, 601 are negative, and 1,700 almost are positive, with a ratio of negative over positive of 2.8. About our prostate case, we have about 1,600 images. 637 of them are negative, and 975 of them are positive, which gives us a ratio of 1.5 negative over positive. So let's look a general look of the methodology. First, you have your images, your data, and the algorithm. You try to use an evaluation methodology, and you end up with some models and some performances, and then you finally can say, I will use this model. So the evaluation part seems to be pretty critical. Let's see, I won't give you a lot of buzz about all the models, algorithms that we checked. We'll go straight to the one that seemed to have the best results for us. We use the ResNet 50. So the ResNet 50 is a deep learning architecture, specifically a 50-layer one, residual neural network, utilized for image recognition tasks. ResNet 50 is a type of a CNN. CNN is a class of deep learning model, is the greater family in which ResNet belongs to. ResNet was originally trained on the ImageNet. The ImageNet is a large-scale dataset containing over 14 million images across 1,000 object categories. That means, and of course, our job was to fine-tune that model on the specific project we have at hand. That means we can take advantage of huge amounts of time, effort, and computational power spent by others to reach our goals effectively. Now let's take a peek at the evaluation and how this was done. And as I understood from previous presentations, this is a particularly tricky one, especially given the low amount of data sometimes, and not knowing the baselines, etc., etc. So maybe I'll try to give a fast animation of what we do for evaluation on the data scientist perspective. First, for evaluation, we use the so-called k-fold cross-validation. What that means, we have our data, our images, we split it into k-folds. Here we have 4 folds or partitions. And then each time we use the light purple area as a train for our model and the dark one as our test. We end up with a performance. We do that iteratively for all the partitions. That means that each time we're using as a test set different data. That means we can start avoiding statistical coincidences of something looking to be good or performing good, while then we take it to the real world and it fails. So this is an effort to generalize, have a percentage, see numbers, and then be comfortable that these numbers will apply on data, on images that you have not yet seen. So we take these performances, we average them, we get the model 1 performance is the average of the values that we saw before. And given that we have 3 models, we then apply the same thing for model 2 and model 3. Next, we select the value, the maximum value, and the model, the corresponding model will be the model that will be selected. Let's have a look at the results. What you can see pretty fast is that everything is over 90%. For the prostate, there is all of them are over 98%. But the most important thing is that we have seen through some experiments that we have done that the models have not reached their so-called learning curve. And that means if you add more data, it will keep on learning even more. And of course, one more thing is that you can see we have different types of metrics. Each metric is used to view the results from a different point of view. And in all points of view, you can see that the numbers are pretty high. We're not just talking accuracy, we're talking about almost all of the view, all around. Here's a quick little pic of a simple and user-friendly interface. It's just a few clicks You can add your case, you can add the data, metadata, and your image, and then you store them. You can store them per case, and also present them with corrective actions or whatsoever, so that the machine learning can evolve and get better. So does this perform all these numbers that we saw? Does it perform only in its comfort zone? Because we're cooperating with Stomedica. They have all data come from the same lab. They are from the same procedure, from the same equipment, from the same people and habits. Will it generalize? Will it do well with other types of images? With if we give it to other labs, will it work? So given that in mind, two questions come. First is, how does it do with more advanced equipment? So images that was obtained from higher equipment. And we tried that by using images from the web pathology, which are a set of very high-res images. And we were happy to find that, yes, it works with more advanced equipment. Now, the second part is, and when we question that, we're less optimistic. How about less advanced equipment, which is actually typical of remote places, and a big objective of this project is to help medical personnel, doctors that are in remote places that need a second opinion, to have it fast, to take measures fast and have a second opinion fast. Does it work there? These are a few images from lower, like less advanced equipment that we used. And almost in all cases, it was correct. It was still predicting correct. And just for reference, this new image is the type of images that it was trained on. So you can see it's clearly different. This one is kind of greenish. The whole staining is different, etc., etc. So it gives even more hope. So first, experiments indicate that the generalization over procedures and imaging technologies is existing. And we had our first set of feedbacks from doctors regarding the accuracy and thyroid. We had no misclassifications identified yet. I have to say that it is in its beta, so there is a closed set of doctors testing it. Hopefully we can get larger on that. Anybody who is interested, that would be nice collaboration. And about the prostate, there were no misclassification about positive cases, but they were on the negative cases. But the interesting thing is that there was a pattern found. And also I have to note that for the cases that it was the most important thing, for the cases that it was classifying wrong, it was showing in its certainty that it's not that sure. So it was classifying it as positive, the negative one, but it was around 55 or 60% sure, which is pretty low. So the doctor can go there and check it and look more intensely at the points where the algorithm is not sure. And about the UI, all the doctors were that it is easy to use and straightforward. About our future work, addition of data, of course, and because of the way that it was structured and the feedback that I just told you, that the cases that it was not sure, it was classifying wrongly, it was not sure. And on those patterns, they found that there are types of cells that imitate like cancerous cells. So it was wrong on that. So if we take that specific type of data and add it to the data set, the machine learning will start getting better on that specific type of problem. Also, when it gets better and better, we will start controlling when a doctor adds a new image or a case and classifies it, there might be human error input. So it will check to see if it's not sure about the label proposed by the doctor in order to avoid human error in the future. Now, one of the most interesting things that can be applied and will be applied is the explainable AI for computer vision. The task of explainable AI is to give us a look inside what we call a black box. The deep learning and the artificial neural networks were a black box until like 3, 4, 5 years ago, till explainable AI came to the scene. What this will do is be able to create a heat map overlay over the existing models and existing images, showing with percentages what were the parts of the image that made it classify and do the diagnosis that it made. So that, for example, this can elevate the trust of the doctor to the tool, because if it used a random artifact to classify something as cancerous, it will annotate it. So the doctor will see it fast and will try to correct it. The addition of the Gleason score for the prostate, expand to other types of carcinoma. And here I would like to thank you for listening. This research has been co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund with Witside, Istomedica, and Synergy Value. I will be more than happy to talk with you about opportunities, about collaborations afterwards. Thank you so much.
Questions from the audience?
Of course.
The first one was incident stream positive negative.
Yeah.
Are they clinically relevant caseloads, in terms of what people see in the for a lab? Do they see what proportion of positive versus negative cases do they see? And then if so, did you enrich, and maybe why did you enrich? Was there a reason for doing that to get say a bit mix positive cases? And I was also then interested in what you see as the big challenge in thyroid pathology at the moment. How you think your tools going to help alleviate some of those challenges?
About your first question, I need some clarifications. Can you pose the question again?
Oh, yes, sorry. So in a typical lab,
yes,
4 or 5, all of those would be positive. So it's negative. And is your data set a reflection back that proportion?
Yes. First of all, we try to be a representative of what the specific clinical institute had, right? So I don't know if it's a representative of what happens in the world, right? But it's a representative of what happened in that clinic and in the available data. As you know, data is scarce, so we have to get advantage of them as much as we can. So yeah, at that level of point where the data come, it is representative. Yes. And your second question?
So in fact, in terms of the current thyroid diagnostic way, what challenges do you see your tool alleviate potentially?
Okay. First of all, as I said, is the input of a human error. Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, it is the time that's being consumed by pathologists hours and hours to try and see and look at the monitors and whatever that I've heard all of you talk about so much. So in thyroid and in prostate, it is the target. It is to make the doctor turn his view on the things that matter. How you can see that? If it's uncertain, it'll be like, okay, have a second look at this. This is difficult. I need your human opinion on this one. The rest are typical. It's okay, I got it. So that is the type of ways it can release time and make all the process, because it's been proven actually by MIT in recent research that yes, the combination of human and AI is better than human or AI by itself. So that's, I hope that answers. I don't know. Thank you too.
It's all. Do you think it's more efficient? And do you? Because one of the questions also more page in the result of all this, how efficient it is in terms of because in the image after generating data to make the analysis of the slides more time consuming, because it's attracts attention to things, details that normally does not matter in some cases. And this is also actually the big question for popularizing diagnostic in pathology. But then I have more technical question on how you train the model. You mentioned ResNet. Did you take the backbone that retrained backbone? Did you retrain it from scratch?
We took the pre-trained one. The ResNet, it is by definition pre-trained on the 40 million ImageNet dataset that we talked about. And then you fine-tune it so it gathers a general knowledge over different objectives. Here we had on ImageNet, they have 1,000 objectives, including health. So then you give it a specific task, a specific data set, and it can get better on that specific task. So yeah, it was the results of the model were from that, and then were fine-tuned on the data set that we got the images from the Histology.
Even if you try to look, there's a challenge 6 years ago on the chart prostate isn't really diagnosis, and the data are still available. Was a large data set of about 10,000 patients. On each units and visual making, that was too much for each. But did you try to look at this model data set and how with the actual that it's a quite large data set, not only patient wise, but also scanner wise, site wise, etc.
Exactly, that's correct. So one of our first steps was to after we had as we saw good results in numbers, it's like as we told, is it still good on other equipment, on other data? So we went to sites like the web pathology, and others. The other sites that you're mentioning is in our scanners in order to test and see how it does. So yes, correctly, we are at the point where we're doing exactly what you're mentioning. At this point, we're waiting for more feedback from doctors, and we have more experiments to do on sites like this. First.
Pathologists and for the practical purpose of paradigm assessment, being evaluated for papillary thyroid carcinoma. So, roughly, do you think if we apply this software, and how long does it take for this AI to detect that these are hotspots and suspicious or
assessment and commenters, especially from malignancy? What are the type of responses you would have in that kind of denial versus?
So you're talking about this part where you want to find the source. So how long it will take for this to be developed? That's the question. Or how long will it take to get the results? Currently, the results, as is, without this, is at you upload 50 or 100 images and you get an answer in a matter of dependent on your internet connection from anywhere to 1 minute to 5 minutes. So it's not that long for 50 or 100 images. So adding this wouldn't change it a lot. I would say it would remain to this type of response times. Does this answer your question? Great.
Thank you. Any more questions? Great, thank you. Would like to present your work.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Sebastian Cardosi from Germany, and passing on the stage to him to deliver his talk on addressing staff shortages through digital structured reporting. My favorite part.
Sorry. Can start by you. Yes, thank you very much. I'm Sebastian Bardosi. I work as a pathologist in a small little city next to Luxembourg, but in Germany. It's Trier. It's a small city, but it's quite a large lab. In comparison, we have around 100,000 histo cases per year. Additionally, 50,000 cytological cases and 40,000 molecular cases. That means we are producing almost 1 million slides a year, just for histo slides. And today we talked already a lot about the digitalization process. In particular, we talked about AI a lot, about prostate, for example, and also about dictation problems, for example, when you're working remote, as we heard before. And everything is kind of connected because we heard also that you should take quality over quantity. That is correct. But today I would like to tell you about how to make improvements for the quantity by keeping the quality for the pathologist as well. Because everything is basically connected when we're doing the reports. And traditionally we are doing dictation. And I would like to show you what benefits you have when you're actually doing a digital structurized reporting and why we are actually needing it now. Basically, you could replace the same sentence with why do we need digital pathology, but I will focus on that point today. So if you're looking now in Europe, particularly in Germany, we have quite worrisome numbers. We have 1.7 million people with cancer, so 500,000 new cases per year. And we are producing around 80 million tissue sections a year. And we have only 1,500 pathologists, including the residents. The age numbers are not quite better. We have 60% or over 60% who are over the age of 50 years and 25% which are over 60 years. Meaning in the next 10 years, we will have over 800 pathologists retired. And we are only getting around about 60 new pathologists per year. Combine this with the numbers you saw before and you get the problem. Austria doesn't look much better, even less pathologists, and also less residents, so similar structure. If you're looking at the performance in a pathology, usually we have an organic growth of 7 to 10% in Germany in the institutions, and also the molecular diagnostics is increasing rapidly. And these are not even the numbers from yesterday. The staff distribution is round about the same and slightly decreasing, especially if you're looking at the typists, pathologists, and technicians. For us, it's very difficult to get high qualified staff. Pathologists is very difficult. Technicians also, and typists is right there with the other ones. So what happened in the last couple of years in Germany, we had basically centralization, automation, and digitalization in focus. So that was basically the German landscape of pathologies before, roughly. And what happened? It was basically a centralization. So multiple small pathologies got conglomerated together and built large medical centers, which is on one hand good because you have a lot of expertise in pathology, but on the other hand, it's not in particular beneficial because the transportation times get longer, also for the specimens and also obviously for the staff. So remote working becomes more and more important, especially with Corona. The other effect is the turnaround times are increasing all the time because of the transportation times also. So when we are looking at the reporting, so how does the report normally created? You all know that the doctor or the pathologist normally dictating it, and then the secretary is transcribing it to the report, and the report gets sent to the pathologist. He then corrects it and signs it off. Or the more modern method is basically using speech recognition to create the method, which works so and so well, depending obviously which system you're using and which language you're talking. And if you're working remote, it becomes completely dependent on the LIS system and what speech recognition you're using. If you, for example, you have to use a VPN tunnel and using a remote connection, it sometimes becomes a hassle because you cannot get the audio signal quite good through the firewall or the VPN tunnel. So if you're joining a new pathology or you are switching your workplace, the first thing what you usually get is these folders, because they contain the 30–50% of the most common diagnoses as containers, basically what you can use as short codes basically in the pathology institute, which would look like this: specimen 2, microscopy in the ATC1, for example, and then you get the small text into the LIS system, at least in the microscopy part. Some LIS systems also have systems included, which work sometimes okay, sometimes not so much. The problem is you have to memorize everything, what you have to say basically for the shortcode to get the result. And in 2018, for example, we had a huge problem because we had 500 reports and backlog. So in the queue, they were done by the pathologists, but they were not written by the secretaries. So it took an extra day or two to finalize them, which was very frustrating for us. And then we remembered we are not in 1998 anymore, and we have computers. We should do something about it. So what we did, we sat together and said, okay, we have to do something about the containers because the speech recognition is just helping a bit. And we don't get any more secretaries, especially because we're in the outskirts. Trier is a small city, and pathologists are very rare too. So how can we increase efficiency? Then we created a structure, basically an organ-related structured reporting, which we call Patho Power Report. From the principle, it works very simple. You have the body basically, which is divided into organs, and then you go down like a tree basically to your end organ. In this case, for example, in the colon, to click on the colon, then you divide it into neoplastic or non-neoplastic diagnosis or entities, and then you can select different factors like the grade, for example. And then this part gets just pushed into the right part of the diagnosis or microscopy and the diagnosis. And this is basically the basic principle of the system. So what was important for us, we wanted to have a context search. Means we wanted to have the opportunity to search for the right entity in the system. We wanted to have the possibility to handle multiple specimens. We wanted to include the settlement. It's not like in Germany with the other countries maybe, but for us, it's bound to the diagnosis on the microscopy. What you're seeing on the microscope, what you're describing is basically also dictating the settlement and not the
slide basically. So you cannot say, okay, this case has produced 2 slides and this is the same with the billing. So what you're writing in the diagnosis on the microscopy is very important for settlement as well. So you cannot put it at the beginning of the chain. Also, we want to have a lot of research possibilities in the system. So you can look up the entities, what differential diagnosis you have, what IHC can you use, what molecular markers can you use. Also, we wanted to have multiple input methods, meaning we wanted to use the keyboard, mouse, and touch because people are using different input methods all the time. Like newer generations like touch, older generation like more mouse or keyboard. So that's what we wanted to include. Also hotkeys, and we want to import the codes because a lot of pathologies have already codes for their text containers, so we can import them, and also the search. What we wanted to avoid with the system is clustering, meaning in a larger lab, you have multiple pathologists and they all have their own style basically on how they're creating the report, how the text looks like. Somebody likes to write for C. gastritis half a page, somebody just writes C. gastritis, for example. Sometimes they use Times New Roman, somebody uses Arial, and sometimes Windings, for example. So we want to standardize everything and the same size. So the clinicians get used to it, basically, that they have the same text, basically same form, so they can find the diagnosis easier. So we created user profiles, which means you have your institute or the pathology where you have your employees, and they are then split up into groups: residents, specialists, boss, for example, and the users or the groups have different kind of rights, meaning they can always create their own text. Most of the cases, I mean, first year resident maybe shouldn't create its own text, but that you can block as well. And then you have your admin, which can be anybody who is declared to be fit enough to watch over the text containers. And he is then correlating the text basically and sending the text to the other workstations. So he's supplying the basis, the standardized or the global text database basically, and the users can add their own text as well to it if they're allowed to. If they have made a nice text and they want to share it, they can, for example, click on, hey, I would like you to revise this and send it to the admin. The admin can say, okay, this is a good text. We will include it into the database or not. If it's a bad text, he can say, comment, this is not a good text, and try again later. So this is how the UI looks like, basically. You have to imagine you have your LIS on one screen, preferably the digital slide on the other screen. And this is like a touchscreen below the LIS system, where you can just click on it or touch on it or use the keyboard with the shortcut. And you are climbing down the tree, basically. You click on dermatology, for example, then you have your subcategories. And then at the end, you have your diagnosis, which you can then dynamically change because you always have some modifiers in there and variables. For example, if you have a C. gastritis, you can have intestinal metaplasia or something like that, and also the grading and everything. So they're dynamic, which is very important. So you don't need 10,000 for one entity. You need only one text for it, and you can change the entity with a right click, for example. Yeah. So how do these text containers look like? You can have very simple ones, but you can also have very complex ones. On the left side, you can see one from an accredited center, for example. They are insisting on a table which looks always the same. So we are forced to use this table for this center, basically, and they will basically always get this table in each diagnosis of any adenocarcinoma or rectum carcinoma. On the right side, which connects perfectly basically to the AI we had seen before, from the colleague from the prostate, because this is how we are creating the prostate reports. We made a tool basically where you can very quickly add the parameters of the prostate biopsies, the Gleason score and the tumor volume and everything. And this is the end result, what the urologist is getting actually at the end. So instead of 4 pages, he gets only this page and the microscopy part if he wants to have it. And he also uses this one for the tumor conferences. You need to explain it once, and it's very quickly for him to understand and immediately see, okay, where is the tumor and which size and how can I do this therapy. Also, we want to include as much research as possible to it. So basically, each entity has research coupled to it, or you can add research or classifications to it, also to the groups and to the entity itself. So if you have a lot of differential diagnosis, you can add it to the group, or you have classifications, you can add it to the entity if you want to. So you're basically saving a lot of reading or searching for the right classifications in the books. Also, we want to include the immunohistochemistry, so you can have information and sample pictures for the entity as well. And also you can directly select what immunohistochemistry you're using and insert it into the LIS system. And the same goes for the molecular diagnostics as well, which are directly coupled to either the group again or to the text system. And in Germany and also other countries, very important, the classifications ICD-10, ICD-0, which are also directly connected to the text. They're automatically basically bound to the diagnosis. If they cannot be fixed, basically for like a melanoma or basalooma you're taking out, and you have the last digit basically, and then it opens automatically up in the right group, and you just have to select it's the right arm or the face or whatever. Same goes for the ICD-11, the new classification system, and also our Bible, the TNM classification. So if you are in the group of melanomas, for example, or here in Schilddrüse, it's thyroid, for example, then it opens automatically on the right side the chapter of the book of the thyroid, and you can very quickly create the TNM classification, which inserts it automatically and is also machine readable. Very important for the cancer centers, for example. Also, in every country, you have guidelines. These are also updated regularly, and if you are in a group or an entity, you also have the guidelines connected. So if you're not sure what you need to do or what classifications you have to use, what immunohistochemistry you can do, you just click on the guidelines, automatically opens the right guideline for that. So basically, if you have a tumor, that is what you need to have minimum in the report, and this is all digitalized in the system. And in Trier, as we said, we had the problem that we had 500 cases in the queue, and that was our solution because in 2021 we had only 5, and these are because of different reasons, because something is missing. But basically, the secretaries were didn't have so much work to do anymore, and we, as you can see, on 2019, there were 9,000 cases per secretary yearly had to be rewritten. And in 2022, it's only 4,300. So now we have enough secretaries. And as you can see, the blue one is how much the doctor is actually creating on reports, and the green one is the secretaries. Back in 2019, it was 61%. And now it's only 25% of the reports in our institute which are written actually by the secretaries. And we are around about 16 pathologists, I think. So also the turnaround time, as I said before, it's very important because we were actually reducing the turnaround time by 24.6% in total with the system. So now usually the opposition comes says, yeah, but I'm the most expensive part in the lab. Why use my time instead of the secretary? Yeah, when you cannot get a secretary, that's a whole different story. But yes, your time is important. But if you can do the diagnosis in 3 seconds and the secretary needs 10 minutes for it, for example, or 5 minutes, then your time is not so valuable. And also, meanwhile, basically, you are dictating for the secretary, the time is way longer than you're doing 3 clicks, basically. So we also did this testing, of course. So we did classical reporting with our pathologists, was 12 pathologists with, I think it was 40 cases, I think. All different kind of biopsies and resectates, big cases, small cases, mixed. And then we had the same specialist use the text container system, and we had something between -32 and -70% of needed time to create the reports actually. What we also included, it's not in the presentation right now, but we also included the billing numbers, which are connected basically to the entities. So you don't need to do the billing anymore. Some institutes have a secretary for that separately. So this is basically connected to it as well, so you save another one. So you have basically a high speed advantage. You can actually compensate the staff shortages. It also ensures the completeness of the report. What does it mean? Well, if you have text containers which have blanks in there or variables which you can change, it's actually checking at the end if your report is completely filled out. So if you have everything done and the clinician doesn't get an empty value basically sent over. And also it checks if the format is the same and tries to puts it into one page. You can do unified reporting, which is in your whole pathology, because what I just said, like that the user profiles which you can use and everything is using the same basically language as you want to say. And with graphics and tables, as you saw before, the clinicians obviously then has a better understanding of the reports as well, and you can use it very well for basis of for audits. And this was just a part for the histo part, but we also created different modules also for molecular diagnostics for the grossing part as well. It's very easy to use it in the grossing because you have easy templates. And cytology, obviously, and yeah, these are all the modules. And this is the lab on the right side. The bottom one is histology, and the top one is the molecular diagnostics in Trier. Okay, that's about it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Sure.
We use them as E2 section.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically forms the sentences.
Yeah, like Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Yes, we have the two. We're using Frags and Dragon, but we are combining both. So we're using the text containers. You're inserting the text container. If you need any changes, we're doing it with the Dragon system then. So if you want to make changes, speech recognition is very good, but if you're dictating the whole text, it takes way longer than to do 3 clicks, insert the base template and make changes. But most of the cases, I mean, 90% of our cases are common cases, and these cases should be done as fast as possible so you can focus on the 10% which are difficult cases. And that's where it becomes a real time saver, and you can actually do more cases or more meaningful stuff. Also, it works perfectly fine together with any speech recognition. So because we are not forcing you to use the text containers, and you cannot change them. You can change them afterwards or during at any time. So nobody is forcing anybody to use these fixed ones. You can also exchange them later or add later or subtract later something from it. So you have the complete flexibility to use whatever you want.
We have a question from the audience as well.
Mm-hmm.
We can read the language.
Yes, we're working with this program on a daily basis. We have now 17 workspaces in Trier, and also we have a deployment in Frankfurt now and in Berlin as well too. So basically, every new pathologist who comes into Trier has to use this program for the majority, because the secretaries are just a very few.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Could it be compared to College of American Pathologists EMR system, electronic medical record, and the electronic counterpart of the checklist?
I know. The ICCR, you mean, for example, it's similar basically, but that's what we would try to avoid, because a checklist, can get quite long and you have a lot of clicking. So that's what we want to avoid. We are basing on the ICCR, so we are including what needs to be included, but we don't want you to go through a table and click everything what you need, because it consumes a lot of time. So it's hard to show on the presentation. I can show it maybe later on the computer, but you can easily modify it with a right click, basically what you need for it, and only what's important is included, not everything, not yes, no, yes, no. And the most important part for our doctors was also the inclusion of the written microscopy. So they wanted to have a written text in the microscopy and not just a table.
Functional pathology, like
yeah.
you have to try.
Exactly.
But for oncopathology for tumors, do you think that it does make sense to have the like text narrative description of everything and then have a checklist or a table with data, or it would be not just the data without?
It's a tough question because if I would say yes, it would make sense just to have the data because you can then reuse the data, you know, anywhere, also with machines. But that's not the question. The question is, what does the clinician want? If he doesn't want to have it, I don't have any choice. I have to adapt to him. But the good thing is, the text is being created with the variables, so you can kill it basically. You're not using any text, but you can also say, okay, I'm creating text and a table. So you have the best both worlds if you want to. So it's very dynamic, and that was the most important part, not just to force somebody, you have to use this table, but we also want to have the opportunity for them to use the text as well.
Any further questions? Thank you so much for the opportunity. We have another question from the audience for Mr. Amin Shani. That question was for you from the virtual audience. In future, how will you plan to include non-popular thyroid carcinoma? I think it's non-technically maybe. Question number two. So question number one, in future, how are you planning to include non-popular carcinoma beyond technically? That's the question. No, Shabishi.
Professionals don't have the knowledge to answer that because this is the collection of data is from the clinical department for medical which is responsible for that. But I guess there are already plenty of data available on different types of carcinoma, and they're ready there for us just to grasp them. And but each type is a different challenge. You need to be seen differently. So when the time comes, we'll just have a look at the data and see what's happening each one. I hope that I'm.
Great, thank you. There's another question from the same person. Are you performing only binary image classification where it has prostate cancer, whether it has prostate cancer or not? Or also the pixel level segmentation or classification where it can also detect what part of the image is normal as.
Exactly. So we've started with binary classification. That's correct. The thing that is binary or not doesn't mean it doesn't look at the image, right? So that's why the explainable AI comes in, so that in the future, using the same algorithms, you put other explainable algorithms on top to look inside of how these algorithms take decisions. So we can create a heat map, as we showed, in order to identify in which parts, specific parts of the image made the most important role into taking the decision of classification. So, for example, as we said, if there is an artifact, as the doctor may be afraid that, okay, it may have taken for the wrong reason the decision, right? So if it took the decision because it found an artifact at fault or something, it will create a heat map around that, so that the doctor can say, okay, this is the wrong reason to classify you as cancers and correct that. I hope that helps. In the future also, we said we're gonna have the reason for it.
Thank you so much. So moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Zaid Legal. He's the President and Chief Research Officer at the Legal Institute of Molecular and Digital Pathology from the United States. The title of Dr. Lieber's talk is Multiple Chemical Sensitivity, a Disease with multiple pathologies and multiple triggers. Dr. Lieber will deliver his speech virtually. Welcome, Dr. Lieber.
Thank you very much. 1 second. It's a pleasure to be with everybody this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you may be. We're going to talk about multiple chemical sensitivity, as you just heard. We begin with a formal declaration. I have no conflicts of interest with any of the commercial products referenced herein.
Didn't hear you.
Let me begin with the definition. Multiple chemical sensitivity is a multi-system, and I've highlighted the key ideas.
No, he's not muted. The voice.
Excuse me? Multi-system, meaning number of organ systems in the body are involved. It's a recurrent disorder, not that you have a spike and then it's finished, but rather repeats over a period of time. Presents in response to different exposures to environmental chemicals. Of course, the key idea is the effect of environmental chemicals on the patient. It's a response, as we will discuss. And the significant idea is that these levels are under the threshold of what you would normally expect age and gender in the general population and their own personal experience. So you are showing symptoms at a lower concentration than your own personal history or the history of the population as a whole. Goes by a number of names, also known as, some of these names focus on symptoms, so you'll see it in the literature as idiopathic environmental intolerance, IEI, or environmental illness, or chemical intolerance. From a different perspective, you can focus on the mechanism, and it's called TILT, T-I-L-T, toxicant-induced loss of tolerance. Toxicant focuses your attention on the mechanism that there are chemicals in the environment that cause this problem. Loss of tolerance means what we have been discussing in the previous slide, things that you were normally able to deal with, to tolerate, now make the patient
Hi,
sick.
Dr. Leeper.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Dr. Leeper.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, actually, now we can hear you. But the initial part of the talk, you're on slide number 4, we were not able to hear your audio.
All right, so shall I start from the beginning?
Yes, please. And if you wanted to do the screen share, perfect. Okay.
You have the screen share?
Yes, please.
Second. All right. So this is the declaration. I started with a definition of the pathology, and this is a multi-system, meaning many different organ systems in the body are involved. It's a recurrent disorder, which means that it's not just a spike or an acute condition, but it's something that over time keeps coming back. It presents in response to different exposures to environmental chemicals. That's the key concept. It's a disease of the environment, and a disease in particular, mostly of chemicals in the environment. And it's the body's response to these chemicals. And it occurs at levels that are under the threshold for age and gender in the general population and their own personal experience. Under the threshold means lower concentration than most people would find okay or not find okay. And even for that same person, a particular chemical exposure would normally not cause a problem, and now it does. Goes by a number of names, also known as, and here these names, some of them focus on the symptoms. So you'll see it in the literature as idiopathic environmental intolerance, IEI, or environmental illness or chemical intolerance. Alternatively, the name can focus on the mechanism, and in this regard, we have what's called TILT, T-I-L-T, which means toxicant-induced loss of tolerance. Toxicant is usually the chemical that's causing the problem. Loss of tolerance is what we have been discussing, namely something that the patient up until now could tolerate. He could be 50, 60 years old with never a problem, and all of a sudden becomes a problem. So now he can no longer tolerate the chemical. For this talk, we're going to refer to it as multiple chemical sensitivity for historical reasons and for common usage reasons. But you will, as I say, come across these other terms. Primary focus is on chemicals in the environment, and the list is enormous, and this is just a small sampling. I'm calling this fragrance products, but it's not the fragrance that's the issue. It's usually the other chemicals in the spray or in the solution, or carriers, as we call it, that the patient is sensitive to. And you can find this in the home, you can find this in the office, you can find it leaching out from the various chemicals used in the manufacture of furniture, and the flooring, carpeting, laying down the glues, adhesives, and so on. Car chemicals with new car smell, or whether it's been cleaned with certain sprays and so on. Pesticides, insecticides in various locations. The general category for this is VOC, volatile organic chemicals. But that's not the whole list, because we have patients in this category who are sensitive to metals, as for example, those that are released from surgical or dental implants. Surgical means if you have an artificial knee or an artificial hip, that metal leaches out into the body and can cause a reaction. Dental implants means fillings in the teeth, trivial for most people, but seriously a cause of pathology in patients we're talking about. Particular matter can be a cause of the problem. Smoke in the form of cigarettes, or campfires, or incense, anything in the environment. Automobile exhaust, gas station fumes, any kind of, again, volatile organic material or particulate matter can cause a problem. Mold is a famous story, but it comes in this context as a cause of this multi-system response, not the usual thing you see in the microbiology, mycology textbooks. And to complete the list, even radiation, especially electromagnetic radiation, can trigger pathology. When we talk about pathology, the list is in fact enormous. Literature reports problems at the level of neurological disease and immune problems, biochemical diseases, respiratory, vascular, psychiatric levels. All of these, and you have a list here, I'm not going to go through everything, but everything from asthma and bronchospasms to lupus, diabetes, mood swings, panic disorders, cognitive disorders. Patients have many of these. It's variable per individual as to which particular pathological presentation is going to show up. And it varies per toxicant for each of this large variety of triggering toxicants. And we understand that in any particular environment, a patient can be exposed to a variety of different toxicants with a variety of different pathologies resulting. So you have a very complex picture, which in turn means you have a problem with diagnosis. You have many causes, as we just said, many presentations, difficult to diagnose. And as a help, which means report to the doctor when you show up, or the doctor can be presented to you. And this comes from the Tilt Research Organization, that's the University of Texas Health Center. There's BREEZY and QUEASY. BREEZY is Brief Environmental Exposure and Sensitivity Inventory. It's a screening test for what the patient presenting may have been exposed to. Or what's called the Quick Environmental Exposure and Sensitivity Inventory, which is a larger 50-item questionnaire, all of which is intended to enable the physician to know what the patient has been exposed to and to proceed from there. So let's take a closer look. What are some of the issues that a person suffering with MCS will encounter? And it is really life-changing. One level of describing this problem is a simple question of where to live, right? Given this, and a lot of these things, if you looked at this list, you have things that are in the home, which essentially means you either have to have a clean room in the house that's been filtered air, HEPA filters, an issue, safe chemicals, all of the common household chemicals, the cleaning chemicals and the disinfecting chemicals have to be safe from an MCS perspective, or else the person has to move out. And there are people who can no longer live in their home. It's called the sick home syndrome, and they live out in the woods instead of the nice home in the community with family and friends is the only place they can live and not get sick. Some people, I know personally, some people live in the back of their car. It's the only place that they, out in the woods, where they can get a safe place to live. This picture, I suspect, has been staged to a certain extent, only because everybody's involved. It's an extreme case. But this case, one person is certainly not uncommon. I know personally somebody who has to wear a mask like this just to be able to stay in their own home. A variation of this problem comes in the question of where to work. It's essentially can't work in most normal places. The boss may be sympathetic and prepare a special clean room for this particular person to work in, clean in the sense of what chemicals are used in the room and the ventilation and airflow and so on. Or else, as we said, move out to some place and then conduct work by Zoom or other means of communication, which means major change in economic life. Certainly a change. You may lose a job, may have to get a simpler job or an accommodating job. So that's a problem. And again, a variation on this idea is where to go for care in the hospital. Again, avoidance is the only real treatment that we have here. So the hospital needs to anticipate needs of the incoming patient and assign that patient to a safe room in the way we just described. And the hospitals have to think about the chemicals used by everybody, because you really never know who's going to have this kind of sensitivity, and whether it's the nurses on the one hand or the maintenance people, meaning those who come at night and mop the floor and spray down and disinfect and do what they do with chemicals that may be dangerous for a sensitive patient. The problem is that this condition is not what we call mainstream, partly because it's hard to diagnose. It has this kind of diffuse presentation. In some cases, we use the term orphan diseases which are devastating in terms of the effect on the life of the patients that are involved, but not very much taken seriously, so to speak, by the medical profession. And the other part of the problem is that there's no treatment. It's not like cancer or heart disease. Diabetes, you have diabetes, you give you insulin. It's not going to cure you necessarily, but it'll control the symptoms. Heart disease, we have cardiac medications and so on. Not for this thing really yet that we can do. And yet it's a sizable problem. Prevalence is indicated as 0.5 to 6.5% in medically evaluated patients. But according to the literature, self-reported prevalence is on the order of 9 to 11% in one paper, up to 36% in another paper, and so on. 36% of America's 300 plus million people. That's a lot of patients, a lot of people that are affected. So now that we have a handle on what this condition is and how it affects people, let's take a closer look at the science involved. It's generally considered that there are two components to this condition. There's first of all an initiation event. That can come about by exposure to a high concentration, in a particular short-term event, or repeated low-level exposure. So it accumulates, and after a while, something happens in the body. That's the key issue. That changes a person to be now no longer tolerant. That second stage is called sensitization or intolerance, which, as I said, is where you have a previously tolerant patient become sensitized to what are called triggers, which means you have new onset chemical intolerances, things that this patient was never sensitive to and now become sensitive to. Or you have a lower concentration intolerance. As we said earlier, a certain level that never caused a problem for this patient now becomes problematic. And as we said, you have multi-symptoms, whether to a single chemical or whether to the totality of exposure. That is the basic picture of how one gets sick with this MCS condition. Taking a closer look first at initiation, we said either long-term or exposure to high concentration. There are famous cases, large group chemical exposure. People who went to the Gulf War. You might add the war in Afghanistan, where you had these burn pits, was very much in the news recently. World Trade Center collapse, 9/11, where you had people there at ground zero for weeks or months at a time, breathing in all of the various toxic chemicals that were in that environment. And you have initiation, which I'm still calling major events, but on a smaller scale. Again, stories from the literature, EPA headquarters, Environmental Protection Association. They had a renovation, they put in new carpeting in the whole building, and the workers there were exposed to these carpeting chemicals, adhesives, and all chemicals that were built into the manufacture of the carpeting became initiators for the workers, or pesticide exposure in casino workers, a particular story, a particular case where they had long-term exposure. And that was initiation at that level, but you can have initiation even from exposure to household chemicals, workplace chemicals, hospital chemicals, various cleaning and sanitizing, personal care, laundry chemicals, all the normal things of daily living become now problematic. Taking all of this together, we have a new term, which is exposome, which is the sum total of all the environmental factors that a person or community is exposed to. It becomes a field of study in its own right. And there is, in fact, a new journal entitled Exposome, which basically is the go-to place for research in this area of environmental exposure and the ways that it manifests itself in various pathologies. What we have then is a problematic puzzle of pathology. It's a mystery, it's a challenge. First question we want to address is, how does it work? We're getting now deeper and deeper into the science of this condition. First part of this discussion will be research in the literature as described. And there are various theories and there's evidence for these approaches. One approach is at the immunological level, focuses attention on mast cells. This is the work of Dr. Miller at Texas group. Mast cells are the immune system's first responders, and here is an important buzzword for this discussion. They are chemoreceptors. They are pick up on the presence of essentially foreign molecules, molecules that don't belong in the body. And when exposed to foreign substances like chemicals, they release immune system mediators, another key word, which in turn results in allergic-like reactions, some of which can be quite severe. So the patient becomes sensitive by acute exposure, which we call initiation, whether it's pesticides, solvents, repeated low-level exposure to all these various volatile organic chemicals we described. And following this, low levels or triggers of those chemicals or unrelated molecules sets up a sequence of events that we described. Mast cells produce mediators, mediators produce illness. And here's the point of this paper cited. They found a close correlation between MCAS, which is mast cell activation syndrome, which is a series of diseases associated with mast cell activation, and very similar to the series of diseases we associate with what we're calling multiple chemical sensitivity. And so the focus is on mast cells and the related research, how they work, what the mediators are, how they work, how they cause ultimate disease. Switching focus, there is indication that we have, again, some way of thinking about or understanding MCS at the molecular level. And this shows a relationship between MCS and neurodegeneration. The observation is that long-term airborne exposure results in upregulation of chemosensitive polyreceptors. Okay, let's pause a moment. First of all, key concept is receptors, chemical receptors. So that's the first guard at the gate, so to speak, to recognize that there is a problem. Poly means the different chemicals can cause this reaction. In particular, you have TRP, proteins, transient receptor potential subfamily vanilloid 1, which is TRPV1, or transient receptor potential subfamily anchorin 1, TRPA1. So these are the heroes of this particular story. These in turn are ion channels in the neurons, and they become hypersensitive, which means respond at a lower concentration and give a more intense response. So the key idea is, right, in response to exposure to these chemicals, you have upregulation, right, more of the receptors made and hypersensitized receptors responding in this increased way. The end result is neurologic dysfunction, which shows up in many ways. Two of them are decreased cognition, chronic pain, but there's a larger list, even as we saw at the earlier slide, of various kinds of pathologies at this problem. And this is the work of Dr. Molo, who was here. There's a third approach, research done looking at the genetic level. And again, you begin to see the pattern. There's environmental toxicant now, in this case, affects genetics. And the result is multi-system responses similar to MCS. And there are a number of observed effects. You can get effects at the epigenetic level, which means methylation of DNA or acetylation of histones in response to toxicants, resulting in pathologies. There are effects in this fashion on circular DNA and non-coding DNA. Coding means DNA makes RNA makes protein. These make RNAs, but not proteins, but they have regulatory effects that are critical. Toxicants can affect mitochondrial DNA. Toxicants can affect transfer DNA via extracellular vesicles. So they report all of this in great detail and related to physical medical symptoms of multiple chemical sensitivity. This is the work of Wu, reviewed in a recent paper in Nature Genetics. We come back to our question. How does it work? And now I'm going to present what I call research proposals, which means some ideas of my own that I put together for your absorption and critical analysis, and hopefully perhaps future research. Proposal number one. This is at the level of genetics. I'm going to begin with sort of an introduction, which is to say basic molecular biology, which you know, but necessary as the background for some newer things that you might perhaps not be familiar with. So here is DNA structure. Sugar phosphate backbone, double-stranded, bases attached to the sugars, adenine to thymine, base pairing, guanine to cytosine, base pairing. This says exactly the same thing. Here's a sugar phosphate, sugar phosphate, sugar phosphate, bases attached. And this gives you a little more realistic picture, shows you the double helix, shows you the intertwined helical curvature, bases in between. And this is another presentation of the same thing. Here's your sugar phosphate backbone. Here are your bases in between. Base pairing is critical. Zooming in, we can talk about various levels of DNA structure. This is just vocabulary. What we call primary structure means the sequence of bases. What we call secondary structure refers to these various properties of the double helix, classical bDNA, which includes base pairing. As we said, backbone on the outside, base pairs on the inside. Base pairs are flat and planar, smooth backbone line, no irregular structures, 10 base pairs per turn. What 10 base pairs per turn means, if you go on a single strand from here 360 degrees around back to here directly above this point, you will have encountered 10 base pairs. Right, and also classical DNA is a right-handed helix, which means you go round and round and round and round, looking at it from the top, you will be observed to be going around in a clockwise direction. That's the definition of a right-handed helix. Now, here are some thoughts, and I call this speculation, and like I said, for your consideration. My background is in genetic toxicology. So here's toxicology, which everybody should ring bells because we're talking essentially from the beginning about toxicology. In this case, it was looking at chemicals that have an effect on DNA. In particular, the Ames assay, one kind of test looks for the effect of chemicals in causing mutation. Parlay assay looks at the effect of chemicals in causing DNA damage. And this in turn is part of a whole field, if you wish, 40 other short-term tests for genotoxic chemicals, chemicals that have many effects, all of which are DNA as a target. In my own case, this culminated in the paperwork that I did for the Environmental Protection Association's Gene Tox program. We used repair-deficient bacteria as a testing system, looking for genotoxicity, and of course the ultimate target in that case of genetic toxicity is carcinogenicity and all these cancer-causing agents. So that was the thrust of that work. Now, I want to suggest to you a new target, namely special DNA structures, special meaning non-canonical. Canonical means everything we've been talking about. Classical DNA, Watson-Crick DNA, bDNA, familiar DNA. Would like you to think of DNA as the target or the landing site for the critical binding of a regulatory protein. There are changes, right? We're going off that base, changing the structure of DNA, in particular with regard to binding of regulatory proteins, and of course, leading to pathology, which is the implication of this concern. First of all, there are a number of changes in secondary structure. One of these is called zDNA, right? Everything I said, I keep referring to as bDNA. zDNA is different from bDNA, is that you have a left-handed helix compared to the right-handed helix in regular DNA. The backbone, instead of being a smooth curve, zigs and zags, as you'll see. 12 bases per turn instead of 10, and the bases are irregularly turned or flipped and not nice, neat, flat, planar. If you look at it from this perspective, and this is just, again, the same old bDNA familiar, now these are space-filling models. But look at this sugar phosphate backbone, and this nice smooth line. We saw it in various presentations just before. In contrast to that, here is zDNA, which has this irregularity, zigzag to the backbone. Understand, it's the same sugar phosphate backbone, it's the same backbone on the outside, bases on the inside. What's different is the bond angles and the bond lengths, so you get this irregular presentation. But now look at this in a three-dimensional sense as a landing site for a protein. So here is one surface that this protein is going to land on. And bDNA clearly has a very different kind of a surface shape and form. And the observation is that some proteins will bind to B and not to Z, and vice versa. So it makes a difference. Second kind of change you can have is called cruciform DNA. Depending on the sequence, you can have a looping out here, stabilized by ATGC base pairing, and the same thing on the other strand. You can have an unusual form called triple-stranded DNA. Sometimes it's within an original double-stranded DNA that's sort of looped back and allowed for the pairing between three different strands. Sometimes you can have just an insertion of at least a short section of a third strand. But in either case, you have now, instead of what I described here, backbone, and two bases connected, now you have a triad connections, hydrogen bonding, three directions. Another possibility is what's called G quadruplexes. You had 1, 2, 3, 4 guanines, that's the G. These form a quadruplex, and you have stacking, 1, 2, 3 of these tetrads. Bear in mind, this is a single strand. One strand is curving up and curving down. So that if you look at it from this perspective, here's regular bDNA, here's regular bDNA, and here's this G quadruplex structure. So all of that is at the level of secondary structure. You can also have changes in tertiary structure. This is a section would be with linear DNA. You can now have it coiled to form a circular structure. You can have supercoiling. If this is your familiar DNA, you can have bending of the DNA, curvature. You can have twisting. If you, in your mind's eye, hold on to one end and just twirl your fingers on the other end so you can overwind it or underwind it. And again, think of this as a target for binding of a protein. Is a very different structure. You can also have stretching of the DNA. There's a little fist pulling this outwards in this direction and pulling it more and pulling it more. And clearly this is your classical DNA, and this is a very different structure for the binding of a protein. And it's been studied, it's been found that these are real effects. Here is bDNA, here's the other side is bDNA. This is a stretch of zDNA. Here is a protein, ATR1, which specifically binds to zDNA, not to bDNA. And it has effects on double-stranded RNA, which in turn interfere on immune response with pathology resulting inflammatory response and so on. So you have a system, in real life, so to speak, studied, depending upon the structure of the DNA, pathology resulting, and in particular refer you to work by Kim, who found that there are small molecules that can convert bDNA to zDNA. And now we're getting into things that are interesting from today's perspective. zDNA has been studied very much in relation to disease. Tumor repressor p53, very famous, very well known, very important, especially in the cancer context. And its binding targets varied depending on whether you're talking about the things we're talking about now, quadruplex DNA and cruciform DNA and triple-stranded DNA. And similarly, DNA flexibility makes a difference. DNA bending, twisting, stretching, all change binding to responsive elements, they're promoters or enhancers and so on. So what emerges from this is that chemicals affect DNA structure. It's been known for a long time in terms of regular canonical DNA. Work I'm describing now discusses special secondary and tertiary structures where there are chemicals that either cause the formation of these structures or bind to these structures or affect these structures. And the implications that it is shown to be in many cases, it affects protein binding and therefore genetic regulatory mechanisms and therefore pathology. So we said in general, molecules affect DNA structure. This can occur in naturally occurring molecules such as polyamines, long known to have a role in cancer. My question, do they have a role in the response to these multiple chemicals? There are synthesized molecules, chemotherapeutic drugs that bind to DNA. Environmental molecules, that's the question mark. Are there molecules of these kinds of triggering molecules that bind to DNA or in general or to these particular structures and cause the problems we're talking about and become an area of research? Again, the exposome is the ballpark that we are dealing with, all the varied environmental molecules. And what I would suggest is that we initiate studies, first at the level of genomics, which genes are associated with MCS. Look for binding of MCS to regulatory sites, promoters, and enhancers. Look for drugs that affect these non-canonical structures. And ultimately, here's the bottom line, look for chemicals to reverse these effects. If you have a chemical that causes one effect, can you have another chemical to reverse that effect? Within this context, I've created a website, created the Leifer Institute for Molecular and Digital Pathology, that's me, imdp.org. Here's the Leifer Institute. And if you look at tabs at the top, you'll have one called ligands, that's this description, and ligands list is this drop-down menu shown larger. The things we've been talking about are collected from the literature, those chemicals that affect curvature and supercoiling and stretching and quadruplexes and cruciform DNA, etc. I call your attention to just one sample. This is this topic of DNA curvature. This is from the literature. There are ligands that decrease curvature, list here. There are ligands that increase curvature, list here. Which leads me to think that you can have possibility of reversal. Let me show you a table. Now this comes from a larger talk that I gave, and you can, especially when this is on YouTube, you can see the references. But the take-home message from what I'm showing you now, we're calling a specific activity, which relates to the ability of a regulatory protein to bind more tightly or less tightly to DNA with associated complications in terms of the life of the organism. Control means no additions, we'll call that 100%. Cadmium is known to make tighter binding to reduce the activity, 100 goes down to 72. Taken by itself, spermine is known to increase the activity. 100 goes up to 113. And now the critical observation is the combination of cadmium plus spermine, which means if the cadmium took this 700 down to 72, spermine brought it back up to 88. So that's what I'm calling reversal of the effect. That's the dream of reversibility, because reversibility in this context, at least potentially, could mean treatment and could mean cure. What I'm proposing is that we need to set up a tissue culture system under controlled conditions, expose particular tissue to various MCS chemicals that we're talking about, and then do these studies. It's a multi-omic approach, genome, transcriptome, proteome, metabolome at all levels. What we need is a picture of MCS at this genetic and biochemical level. As a technique, we can use in histology, multiplexing various colored stains, particular proteins and particular nucleic acids and so on, tell you what's there, and particularly you could now do a spatial analysis where in the cell is the effect. So all of these are tools and all of these are research proposal and research directions to take this complex situation of multiple causes and multiple pathologies and get some handle on what's happening. Second proposal, level of histology. Long observed that you can have the same tissue, you can have a different disease, a different histopathology. Here's normal lung. Here is tuberculosis, looks very different from emphysema, looks very different from pneumonia. And we can go on. Anthracosis, silicosis, viral pneumonia, radiation pneumonitis, lung cancer, all affecting lung, all giving different appearance. And my question is there a characteristic presentation for MCS in the lungs as well? And what I'm asking is that physicians become more sensitized to this condition, put it as part of your different questionnaire to find out if the patient has it in terms of symptoms. And then to the pathologist, look for histological features that are characteristic of MCS. And when looking at the slide, let's say of lung cancer, right? That's an important question, benign or malignant. You're not going to just go chopping up the body, but you have to have a reason to do this biopsy. And then bear in mind that there's nothing to rule out the finding of multiple pathologies on the same slide. So I'm asking the pathologist to scan the rest of the slide for a signature of MCS, if there is one, and repeat for other organs. But then we can argue backwards to arrive at a mechanism. You see inflammatory cells on the slide, look for immune system mechanisms at the cellular, molecular, genetic levels, and get a handle on what's happening. Third proposal is at the level of the microbiome. Bear in mind, in every one of us, there are twice as many bacterial cells as human cells. And more significantly, there are 100 times as many bacterial genes as human genes. So what we call a metabolome is really a bacterial biochemistry acting on us. And it affects chemicals to inactivate or activate them, and perhaps MCS chemicals. We expand that. We need an animal model for MCS. Based on experience with genotoxicity, we found that gut bacteria can take a non-carcinogen, a carcinogen, and activate it to be a carcinogen, or vice versa. Question is, how does it work with MCS? Experimentally, we have various factors that can change the microbiome. And putting this all together, can we determine the role of the microbiome in the effect of chemicals on the body, and can we affect that process? Fourth proposal, the level of biochemistry. This is in the area of detection. Going back to bioterrorism, there the question is as follows. Rather than wait until people start dropping dead in the streets, wouldn't it be better? Yes, it would. If we could detect that we have been attacked, that there are agents in the environment, by using portable handheld devices out in the field that are rapid, will identify the organism, report it back to home base. And building on that model, and that exists today, can we develop tests for MCS triggers that a person could use in the home before you wait till the person gets sick? Could we find out if the person is in a dangerous environment and take appropriate controls? And again, coming back to the website, look over here. This section is called MCS, under construction, but this will have research articles and videos and resources all about multiple chemical sensitivities. And to those people who are in the field or want to learn about the field, I suggest this as a resource. Bottom line, what do we need? We need people, meaning you, the audience here, to get involved. First of all, to suggest to affected people that they have it. They may not even know that there is such a thing, that there is a problem. Provide help where needed to live. That's on the social level, on the personal level, housing, safe housing, and so on. To the doctors in the audience, we need to write prescriptions for tests, prescriptions for medications, admissions to hospitals. Take it more seriously, because a lot of these people have this devastating illness and can't get treatment. It may require whatever it requires to get a CPT code for medical billing. And in general, raise awareness in the medical field, the funding field, clinical trials. All of this requires an increased level of awareness and activity. We have here an audience of many people from many countries. Are there MCS patients in your country? I'm talking focused on America, it's where I come from, but lots of people, Europe, Asia, and so on. We need to increase awareness. And as I say, all the things that I've just mentioned, we need people to get involved at the research level. There are a number of conceptual models. Just to put this in sort of a broader perspective, one is to compare MCS to infectious diseases. In other words, it's not like the postulates for bacterial diseases, this bug, single drug, single bug. But it's more like the whole field of infectious diseases, right? So infectious diseases, you have multiple causes. Could be bacterial disease, viral disease, fungal disease, and so on, affecting multiple systems. You have infections that are of the GI system, of the nervous system, of the respiratory system, and so on, and multiple treatments. This one needs antibiotics, this one needs antivirals, this one needs all the various treatments we have. And my question is, should we, let's include MCS conceptually in this kind of a category and treat it not as some puzzle, some series of unexplained causes trying to relate it, but to understand it in the same way that we understand infectious diseases. Another conceptual model is to see MCS in terms of long-term conditions. And again, from the literature, the things I've been describing about MCS very much resemble long-term COVID, very much in the news today. Multiple systems, multiple presentations, multiple organs. Long-term, like chronic fatigue system, neurological diseases, fibromyalgia, all these things that are, as I say, multi-system, long-term, very much resembling MCS, and perhaps we have what we might call a new branch of medicine, a specialty, long-term conditions, covering all of these in one category and seeing if research ideas coming from one will affect the other. And so, you have a complex condition with multiple triggers, multiple organ systems, multiple treatments. But with all, we must find a common mechanism and understanding. That's the goal. You are invited to help solve this problematic puzzle of pathology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saif, for the wonderful talk and presentation. Thank you for your time. May I take any questions from the audience? Any questions here, the people attending in person? Okay, let me check the chat box. Any questions from the online audience? Please put your questions in the chat box. Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, for.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. So our next sessions will be after the coffee break, and these are basically, it's time for workshop by VOCA on digital pathology research and education, and that can occur during the coffee break time as well, just with the interest of time. Everybody wants to adjourn after that, and so after that, we will do the closing. The session will be closed for day one, and you all can attend day two virtually via Zoom. Our first session tomorrow will begin at 10 a.m. So please come online around 9:45 a.m. so you don't miss any session. So let's move on to the coffee break, and at the same time, simultaneously, we have the workshop by VOCA on digital pathology research and education during that time as well. So we can mingle with them as well and do the coffee break at the same time. Thank you so much, the online audience. So we'll be happy to see you tomorrow. And I'll just make sure that if you're able to attend the VOCA session for the workshop, if that is possible, I'll just have speak to the organizers and see if we can attend that. They can attend? Sure. So for the online audience, you can attend the VOCA workshop and that is being conducted right now. So in-person people can attend the VOCA workshop, and we'll do the coffee break at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, we are online. Oh, yeah.
Except minimize.
Yeah, that's good.
So I'll be presenting the certificates. I need that speaker.
I think this works here, not there. So there we have to speak
Here I can speak.
here, there.
Okay, over there.
I
Sure.
think
All right.
don't need of any mic or anything. I think it's good.
I'll try to be brief and already go. May I bother you with the brief question in terms of medical practice? What the is? What's the definition? What is the pathology? First question, the diagnosis for the conditions. Yeah, like generally, normal many in several cases to little outcome. And to treat the pathology, we need to make proof that and do that not from even a good doctor, but from good research and good to make this good make an accurate diagnosis. And we are trying to address these problems by creating the world's first complete interactive catalog of pathologists in a digital form, as well as the unified and the most actual and recently classified catalog of normal human anatomy. Actually, this stand is interactive, so we wish you can come and try because several that we've already developed. The first one is here. Try it's our mobile product. This is and 3D models to them, where we store all the information from various sources that is refined and thoroughly reviewed by leading experts in the fields. And our 3D design team has developed the models that visualize the pathology themselves. This makes the learning and research process much more efficient because the information is much easier. For example, as a former pathologist and biologist, I've been studying normal and pathological anatomy, and it has been a lot of exercise to learn all the cranial bones. And especially when you look at them in 2D on papers, but here you can just open a 3D model and look how everything is located relatively to structures. Another product that we have is the mixed reality product, where you can visualize structures, different normalities in mixed reality and collaborate with other specialists from all over the world in real time on researching and treating this. For instance, these are all operated by Microsoft HoloLens. And for instance, we had several surgeries conducted when one of the specialists was even in another country, and he was given directions and some comments on the surgery using our product and HoloLens. So it was like the surgeon is in the surgery facility, and another one is, for example, a home or a special facility where he puts on the MR headset and he can see the patient and he can see what's happening and what's going on. Also, here for educational purposes, we have, and you can try this by yourself, our collaboration with Illumetry. These are custom-made monitors that create augmented reality 3D models that are totally interactive you can pick like any piece of human organ, for example, whatever is needed, and manipulate it as you wish. Basically, we have managed to get the process because you know it is really hard to understand all the medical data. They just made some information for non-medical people, and we managed to refine the process so that the application of new models was like at least maybe a couple of months at the maximum. So can you, if you want, you can just try that by yourself. Maybe you have some questions. I'm not sure what they can tell. You're much more expert than me. I already tried. So yeah, our major aim is to improve the quality of specialization and improve the quality of operation and specialists from all of them. So yeah, like the tastiest part is trying. Actually, move them on. And the model design is friendly. So you can focus so and you can just by clicking the button, you can have the object and remove the skin. You can go deeper by taking off layers of muscles.
The thing is that it's very much without glasses.
Without glasses, it's not that, you know.
No, without my glasses.
Ah, okay. Sorry. And also you can become the second. Yeah, you can do the second stylus and show you. For instance, like we're working with the stylus to engage name of them. That's fine.
But the other C, yeah.
The other different way. Any structure that you can pick, you can also manipulate.
No, because probably it's better that I put on my glasses and I see what she's doing.
Yeah, you can do it. So,
I don't kind of a problem.
So basically, this is the on-premises rendering system. You need special equipment like the hardware, and also we have seen another problem in pathology that when you are already a specialist and you specialize in a certain field, you need access to a couple of resources where you can find the pathologists that are like your specialty. But when you are a student, for instance, you need to learn everything at least in some things, and you need to go through dozens of resources to just get the information and then digest it and learn something new. And for this, actually, we so and to address this problem, yes.
Because for example,
this one is yes. Another problem is based on Microsoft HoloLens. The smart glasses that you put on and they project the objects as if they were located in the room. So, for instance, you put these glasses; they are totally transparent, so you see everything around you. It's not the VR headset that blocks your vision. And for example, you launch the program, and it renders the human body or any model you put inside it right in front of you. For example, you can put it on the table, on the floor, on the wall, and it stays there until you close it or turn off the glasses off. And in this case, you can also connect you can stream it to other devices. And for example, when you're when you are having a class of heart diseases and render it, you can manipulate it with your hands. And for example, streaming to other devices, like for example, big TV set or projector in the which show what you're doing to other students.
This modality autopsies for autopsies.
Yes, do you mean like making autopsies with this?
With this, you know, techniques for determining the cause of the death to see if there is anything. I mean,
this particular model is more like computational. It's normal pathology, but yes, actually universities or for example care facilities can take their own MRI, CT slices and make their own 3D models to visualize everything in 3D and see real causes, for example, of illnesses or death even. This is all possible.
So these 3D models in particular are mostly like medical students or residents for their own learning, teaching.
In particular, these ones, yes, they are, but of course.
So if, for example, if someone wanted to learn human anatomy, then you can do that. Is it available through apps or?
Yes, this is a separate app for our for this device, and for example, we have for pathologists 3D apps available on mobile devices and in web. So you just, for example, download it and you think about heart diseases and article stances, and you have actually not only the models. So what is we've learned is not only the models, but also we have gathered and refined the information about the technology we have, and we do this continuously.
So you updated.
Yes, we constantly updated all the normal.
App-based thing that, or is it the subscription that you?
For now, this particular mobile application is an application with cloud rendering. So the 3D models are in the cloud and then to the device, and you can see various of them, numerous for each pathology, where you can interactively work with them, go inside, for example, the card, see the disease itself. Actually, all the models are approved by leading specialists in the field. So, for example, if there is
So basically, you know, you're doing the basic examination.
Yes,
It's
but
interactive, but I think more for so like the first year.
but the thing is that this software is highly customizable with different access management systems with it can be integrated into any system and for example if you need to use the patient also can use the mobile app or for example web app to explain the pathology you can diagnose, because when the patient is more informed, is less likely to freak out, and it can also positively affect the process of treating the disease. But for in this, this technology is really good for studying, because sometimes you don't have enough physical material like estimate models of organs or even like corpses, and they are not available at request sometimes. But for example, here you can interact with organs whenever you want. Like for example, you put a couple of image monitors at the university, and they're available 24/7, and any student can come and learn and see what they need to get. And also you can collaborate.
So there is disease anatomy, but you have also something like that with diseases inside.
Yes, we are currently developing the complex 3D models like that it's likely can be interacted in this way. For now, we have mobile apps that we are constantly updating. with new models, with new diseases, with new organs. We usually take the approach that we get an organ and we get all the information about pathology in this organ, make 3D models, refine the text-based information, upload it, and then we pass to the next one. So, for instance, actually, I believe by the end of this month, we are planning, for example, to release pathology and, for example, urinary system pathology and a couple of other organs to be released to the public. And for now, the FS3 and these facilities, like, for example, telemetry, or we also have the same applications for VR headsets. And VR headsets are subscription based, but still they are much more cost efficient than ordering, for example, an topic table or ordering remade organ models. And you need like a storage space, for instance, to and the operational costs are much lower than I talk about physical models. Yes, and since you can integrate it and you can distribute access, you can also collaborate with other universities, other facilities. You can upload your own models, as I've said before. So you just get the CT slices, and then you create a custom model for you, because sometimes, you know, there are some hard cases that need to be learned, and you can do it in a more interactive and maybe even effective.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I think that's we can, if you wanted to
You just take the brochure or like the QR code, don't try it. It's like no.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.